Part 32. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 311. In the restaurant near the flower house, MRSG reserved a private room and ordered everyone to go out and watch. When she came back, she saw two young boys sitting side by side on chairs, bowing their heads as if admitting their mistake. Zhou Beizhui looked like he was used to acting coquettishly to please others. Even though he didn't quite understand what was going on, he subconsciously gave MRS Zhou a flattering smile. If mother is not angry, she will be good for 100 years. Unlike his cousin who has a sweet tone and admits his mistakes as if he is coquettishly coquettish with his mother, Ji Chang's way of admitting his mistakes is to give a quick and generous gift. Nagaze knows that he is wrong, please punish me. Before the two ladies could say anything, Zhou Beizhui had already pulled Ji Chang's away with a panic look on his face. While pulling Ji Chang's back, he looked at MRS Zhou. Mom, it's not my fault, it's Beizhui who asked Brother Nine to take me out to play. MRS Zhou finally suppressed the excitement in her heart. Now she was listening to her youngest son pleading for mercy in a smooth voice. She couldn't control the tears and fell all over her face again. When he looked at Ji Chang's, his eyes were also full of gratitude. Mother doesn't blame your ninth brother. Not only don't blame him, but also be grateful to him. In any case, Ji Chang's cured his 100-year-old stutter, which is an indisputable fact. He asked for a centenary's money to buy gold needles to cure diseases. Based on this, MRS Zhou felt sorry for her previous malicious speculations and various disdains towards Ji Chang's. Nagaze, Aunt, thank you, really thank you. She stood up and was about to bow down, but Ji Chang's quickly dodged away. MRSG was also startled and hurriedly helped her sister-in-law up. Sister-in-law, I know you are grateful to Nagasawa, but after all, Nagasawa has never studied medicine seriously before. It would be better if you didn't blame this child for rashly giving injections. As a centenarian mother, MRS Zhou was naturally happy to see her son stuttering cured. However, as Ji Chang's legitimate mother, MRSG's first reaction was that what would happen if the child was cured of his stuttering? Can the golden needle be inserted casually? He had never shown any talent in medical skills when he was in the mansion before, and he never got close to any doctor. Even though people in the flower house said that Ji Chang's medical skills were excellent, MRSG was dubious in her heart. Ji Chang's also followed suit and saluted. What mother said is that aunt doesn't blame her nephew for taking care of him. You also have good intentions, not to mention that you have really cured a 100-year-old tongue-wrenching syndrome. How can my aunt blame you? MRS Zhou was really excited. The family asked the imperial doctor to look at their youngest son's illness. The imperial doctor said it was difficult to diagnose and treat the illness. The miracle doctor Lu was also invited. After seeing it, there was nothing he could do. The family had no choice but to accept their fate and take good care of the child. As a result, Ji Chang's actually cured the person. Coupled with the evidence of a group of people from Hualu. How to prevent MRS Zhou from being surprised? She asked Ji Chang's with a bit of hope, you used to come to this flower house often to diagnose diseases. If so, then the people in the capital would have greatly wronged the other party. Of course Ji Chang's, who only came to Hualu for treatment a few days ago, could not admit it. He only said, no, my nephew knew that he was not good at academics in the past. He only dared to read books and did not dare to start. It was only a few days ago that he started to really do it. Diagnosis and treatment. MRSG and MRS Zhou understood that before Ji Chang's went to Hualu, he only observed the symptoms but did not treat them. Wait until he feels he has learned well before taking action to treat the patient. The medicine cured the disease as soon as it was treated. Even if they didn't study medicine, they could tell that Ji Chang's talent was absolutely outstanding. Ji Chang's continued, it was also a fluke. After I saw centenarian disease in the past, I bought some medical books to read. It happened that there was some progress, and centenarian was here. I thought I would give it a try, but even if it couldn't be cured anyway, the acupuncture points under the golden needle didn't cause any problems, and I didn't expect it to be cured. Medical books. 100-year-old's disease is something that neither imperial doctors nor miraculous doctors can do anything about. Ji Chang's could find a cure for him only after reading so many medical books. All printed paper is many times more expensive. If Ji Chang's reads a lot of books, it will cost a lot of money. Mrs. Joe asked tentatively, "You are so young, where do you get the money to buy medical books?" The 13-year-old boy in front of me smiled shyly. "My mother loves me and gives me a lot of money every month. She is rich even if she is 100 years old. We put together a group of people to buy medical books. I will resell them after I can memorize them silently. Over the past few years, I have read a lot of books. The money given by Bai Sui was used to buy books. The money given by my aunt was also used to buy books. So why are there not many medical books under his bed? Because in order to buy new books, he sold all the old books he had read. Logical. Mrs. Joe fell into the guilt of "I really misunderstood this child." Mrs. who regarded Ji Chang's as her own, immediately locked it in the medical books that she had been reading for several years. I keep reading, and I have to work hard to save money to buy new books. In order to buy new books, I have to memorize many medical books. How hard it is. She felt distressed but didn't know what to say, so she finally managed to squeeze out one sentence: "You're not tired, why don't you tell me? Mother can't help with anything else, so I still have money to buy you books. If you want to find a patient for treatment, you can also tell me why you come to this flower house. Do you know what people outside say about you? At a young age, you have the reputation of being a playboy for no reason. Why so?" Ji Chang's looked at Mrs. who was trying to rely on him, lowered his voice and replied in a low voice, "You can't tell mother. I study medicine because I want to save my eldest brother. If I tell my mother, she will inevitably have expectations in her heart. If my son is not good at studying and can't save my eldest brother, you will only be more disappointed. It is better not to say anything and wait until he learns. It's done, cure my brother and surprise my mother." Mrs. was stunned. But your reputation. Fame is nothing to a son. In a son's heart, mother is the most important thing. Mother raised me. If I ignore your feelings for the sake of fame, then I will be a son of man in vain. Mrs. was stunned. She never thought that in Nagasawa's eyes, she was already treated as his biological mother. He was even willing to risk his own reputation for her. Mrs. had vague feelings in the past. The child she loved so much was not as sincere to her as she was to him. But every time, she tried to comfort herself. After all, she was not her biological child, so how could there be no barrier? "But I still feel uncomfortable and frustrated." But now, Nagasawa said, her mother is the most important thing. The child she loved with all her heart truly regarded her as her mother. For the sake of her biological son, he even spent several years secretly learning medical skills, and went to Hualu to observe cases regardless of his reputation. Others thought he was spending money like water, but in fact he had been memorizing all the medical books he had read just to buy medical books. What I thought was one-way giving has become a two-way reward. Mixed feelings accumulated in Mrs.'s heart, making her not sure what to say. After a while, he stepped forward, with red eyes, and hugged the child who was raised by himself. "Nagase, you kid, why are you so good? For so many years, I have been prompted by people overtly and covertly, ridiculed by my husband for raising someone else's son as my own, raising a child who has no blood relationship with me by my side, and feeling a little confused about taking full responsibility for this child. And tiredness. It's all cleared now. Bahi free and fastest update, No anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 312. Although Ji Chang's talked a lot of nonsense, one thing was true. His medical skills were really good. After all, they are both experienced. He has learned medical skills countless times, and curing a 100-year-old stammer is a trivial matter. When he returned to the mansion, facing Mrs. Zhou's thanks again, the ninth brother of the Ji family was embarrassed and had a look of shame on his face. "Auntie, you're so polite. Don't blame me for not being good at school. You are not good at studying. You have a 100-year-old stammer. We have seen countless doctors and said there is nothing that can be done, but you cured it after just one diagnosis and treatment." Mrs. Zhou was truly convinced by Ji Chang's. On the one hand, I am grateful to him, and on the other hand, it is also because of his genuine materials. No matter how he studied medicine and whether he was famous or not, he still cured her for 100 years. After being praised like this, ordinary young people might already be happy, but the embarrassment on Ji Chang's face became even heavier. Well, it's not like one treatment can cure the disease. Mrs. Zhou was surprised at first. Weren't they all cured? But think about it, the disease will not be cured all at once, and there may be follow-up treatment. She raised a smile, took out a jade pendant, and planned to give it to Ji Chang's as a thank you gift. She also planned to ask what to do next, when she heard Ji Chang's continue to say, "My centenarian brother's disease, stammering, can be cured once and for all, but the disease of stupidity needs to be treated slowly, and steadily to be completely cured." Snapped. The jade pendant in Mrs. Zhou's hand fell directly to the ground. But at this moment she couldn't care less about this jade pendant. After being stunned for a few seconds, she immediately grabbed Ji Chang's hand and asked urgently, like she was grasping a life-saving straw, "Nagans, you mean, the centenary-year-old Tianyu syndrome, can it be cured?" "It can be cured, but it will take a long time. I don't have the ability to shorten the treatment time, but there is no problem in curing it within a year. If my aunt believes in me, can I treat my centenarian brother in the future?" After getting Ji Chang's affirmative answer, Mrs. Zhou endured it again and again, but finally she couldn't hold it back anymore, and tears suddenly flowed down her face. Okay, aunt believes in you, and aunt will leave it to you. Nagasawa, as long as you can cure Beijui, aunt will promise you anything, and your uncle will also be grateful to you. Our whole family is grateful to you. Mrs. hurriedly supported her, who was so excited that she could not stand still. "Sister-in-law, stop crying. This is a happy event, why are you still crying?" Yes, I shouldn't have cried. I scared the two children." Mrs. Zhou quickly wiped her tears and said to Ji Chang's and Zhou Beijui, "You two are tired too, go and have some fun." She had to calm down and think about how to repay Nagasawa. After watching the two children leave, Mrs. Zhou could no longer suppress her tears. She turned around and took her sister-in-law's hand, crying happily. After crying, I felt grateful again. I really don't know how to thank you. Really, my sister-in-law owes you a big favor. If you can really get better at 100 years old, I would be willing to die right now." "Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? We are all a family. Nagasawa was raised under my knees, and I call you and my brother aunt and uncle. If he treats 100 years old, he should treat his own cousin." Mrs. Zhou laughed when she heard this. Yes, we are all a family. I used to think you were stupid for raising other people's children by your side. Now you can see it. The children you raised are all good children. Changyan, it's so good, so is Nagasawa." She continued, "Look, Changjun is filial to you and loves his brother, and Chang's is also filial to you. He is willing to study medicine for his brother. As you know, We have taken him to see all the famous doctors since he was a child. It is said that it cannot be cured, but Chang's can be cured. I think Changjun is not a serious problem. How could MRSG not know this? Even Tianyu can be cured, but Changjun is an acquired disease, so it stands to reason that it should be easier to cure. The sister-in-law was still talking there. She was good at raising children. She had raised Nagasawa, and now Nagasawa was repaying him by studying medicine for her son. MRSG felt warm in her heart after hearing this. For half of her life, she was carefree when she was a teenager. After getting married, it was like entering a den of tigers and wolves. But the only thing she didn't regret was raising these two children. MRS Joe also thought of Master G incidentally, and scolded him a few words. It's really easy for him. You obviously raised these two children, but he didn't interfere at all, and he got these two good children. When mentioning Mr. G, MRSG looked calm. What does he do? Although Chang Yan and Chang Zi call him daddy, their relationship is just average. MRS Joe, they are looking for you as a mother. MRSG smiled. Yes. Both Changjun and Chang's were facing her. Whatever happened to that man, her two children didn't care at all. That's enough. Ji Chang's and Zhou Beizhui sneaked all the way to Ji Changjian's house. The other person was sleeping, but he had no choice but to become drowsy as he became sicker. He took the opportunity to check Ji Changjian's pulse, and it turned out to be similar to what he had guessed before. Just as he was about to gently put down Ji Changjian's hand, he heard a sudden voice from beside him, "Are you studying medicine?" Ji Chang's was unprepared, but not surprised. He raised his head and smiled cheekily. "I have learned it a long time ago. I just finished it. Why don't you come and see me? It seems you came here because you have some background." Ji Changjun looked his brother up and down, as if he was not asking about his own body, and calmly asked, "How long can I live if you take over?" Ji Chang's patted his chest and promised, "It's no problem to be 100 years old." Ji Changjun looked at him intently. After a while, he suddenly laughed. Smiling, eyes red. "Okay, brother, live to be 100 years old and support your mother and you." After a friendly communication with his eldest brother, who is currently the most like his boss, Ji Chang's began his unlicensed medical career. One moment he was treating Zhou Beizhui, another moment he was treating Ji Changjun, and the next moment he was mixing up several skincare prescriptions for MRSG. MRSG has recently seen that her eldest son's complexion and mood are getting better and better day by day. In addition, Ji Chang's takes her pulse and prescribes prescriptions according to the symptoms, and gives her refills for free. Within half a month, she was in a completely new state. Ji Chang's was a standard hedonist. Seeing that MRSG was only in her 30s and already dressed like an old lady, he pulled her to buy a lot of fabrics and made several bright new clothes for himself. MRSG used to feel that she couldn't wear those younger colors, but when she looked in the mirror, she seemed to have returned to her youthful appearance in her early 20s. After all, she couldn't resist her youngest son's instigation and put on some brighter clothes. Her caring little son also accompanied her to the gold and silver building to buy jewelry, and asked her seriously what kind of jewelry young girls would like. Seeing how he secretly bought something with his private money and hid it in his sleeve after asking questions, MRSG felt that her mood became much lighter. It looked like he was buying it for his fiancée. The fact that his younger son respected his fiancée made MRSG, who had been facing a philandering husband since they got married, feel much better. She said, "This world is not made up of scumbags, but just me. I was unlucky to meet a scumbag." When the two went back, they happened to see Mr. G coming back at the door. Mr. G has been in a bad situation recently, his reputation has been bad, no one wants to play with him, and the old man in the house doesn't give him money to spend. He himself lived a comfortable life before, but now he is suddenly in a tight situation, and his whole person is not good. When I go out, I can't even get into a carriage. Mr. G originally thought of going out to look for a foreigner who was living outside to support himself, but who knew that he went there. The foreigner who used to live a comfortable life with his money and had 3 shops suddenly changed his face when he heard that he asked for money. Changed, all kinds of crying poverty. Although Mr. G is said to be easy to fall for when he meets true love, and he seems to be very brainless when it comes to his work, he is not really a fool. When the outsider saw that he didn't want to pay, Mr. G immediately turned his face and pointed at the other person and yelled. Unexpectedly, this guy was also a cruel person. He opened the door and started crying. I just cried, how could a man come to ask for money from a weak woman like him? Fortunately, the place where he placed his outer room was just an alley where ordinary people lived. When the neighbors on the street heard the noise and came out, they just pointed and condemned, but they didn't recognize it. He is from the home mansion. But this was enough to embarrass Mr. G. He covered his face and ran back in shame. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw MRSG who was stepping down on the stool. MRSG has been drinking medicated food during this period, and the original physical losses have been replenished by the right medicine. She is in a good mood every day, goes to bed early and gets up early, and sleeps until dawn. Occasionally, Ji Changs will mix a facial mask mud and ask the girl to apply it on her face. MRSG was in a good mood yesterday and even hid in the house and danced for a while. She seemed to have gone back to 28 years ago. At that time, she would recite poems, play music, and dance gracefully with girls of the same age every day. After dancing, she looked at herself in the bronze mirror, her face gradually returning to a white and rosy complexion. Full of happiness. This happiness has lasted until today, even when I saw my miserable husband walking back all the way sweating profusely, it still didn't wipe it away. MRSG glanced at Mr. G lightly and said in a nonchalant manner, "The master is back." Then he walked into the house without looking back and never looked at Mr. G again. Master G stared blankly at MRSG's back. Is it because he hasn't been back for too long and his memory is blurred? Madam, is she so beautiful? He was so absorbed in watching it that he completely forgot that he was covered in stinky sweat and his shoes were covered in mud. He didn't even notice that Ji Changs rolled his eyes at him and stepped on him. Bahe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 313. Why did Madame become so beautiful all of a sudden? Mr. G was sitting in the room, unable to figure anything out. He clearly remembered that his wife was only average looking, but she was fine when she was young. She looked very gentle, and he loved her for a while at that time. But when one is not as good as the playful girl in the flower house, and MRSG always takes care of him in every way. She has to take care of him when he drinks too much. She has to take care of him when he doesn't hold an umbrella when it rains. He has to take care of him when he goes out to play for a long time and comes back in the middle of the night. I can always see my wife coming up to me and talking about how unsafe it is at such a late hour. He always makes various soups with his own hands and drinks them. Master G has a lot of concubines, is he still short of soup? He quickly got bored and gradually stopped going to MRSG's yard. Concubines came in one after another. Although MRSG seemed a little uncomfortable at first, she soon cheered up and helped him place these concubines properly. Mr. G never has to worry about a fire in the backyard because his wife is always taking care of it for him. Until the concubine he loved pushed Chang Yan into the water. From then on, Madame never seemed to care about him or smile at him. The two were obviously husband and wife, but they seemed like strangers living in the same house. Mr. G was living and drinking outside, while MRSG was the mistress of the house, and no one bothered them. But, why did she become so beautiful all of a sudden? Mr. G has no money recently, the girls in Hualu don't welcome him, and the outer room outside just broke up with him. Now when he saw such a beautiful MRSG, he immediately thought about it. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he went for a walk in the garden, picked a flower, arranged his hair, and held his head high. Then he headed towards MRSG's yard. It has been a long time since I had close contact with MRSG. The last few times have been quarrels, but Mr. G still remembers that MRSG is very easy to coax. When he first got married, MRSG would be sad and angry when he took a concubine. At that time, all he had to do was coax him with sweet words, and MRSG would forgive him. As for why the relationship between the two has dropped to a freezing point for so long, it's not because he stopped coaxing her. Now as long as he coaxes her, the lady will definitely be like before. Thinking like this, Mr. G even had a subtle sense of self-sacrifice. He silently recited all kinds of sweet words in his heart along the way and was fully prepared. As long as he sees his wife's face, he is guaranteed to coax her back. With this idea in mind, Mr. G is full of confidence. Then he was stopped at the entrance of MRSG's yard. The girl saluted seriously and said in a calm tone, "Master, Madam has gone to bed, it is not convenient to see you." Mr. G looked at the big sun hanging in the sky, at this point. Falling asleep. The girl's expression remained unchanged. "Yes, Madam is feeling a little unwell, so she went to bed earlier." "It's too early." Mr. G was full of passion but was completely shocked by the reality. "Then if I don't disturb Madam when I go in, please let me in first." The girl still refused to give in. "Master, my wife told me before she went to bed, not to see anyone. When I don't see her, I just put this flower in the house." Seeing that it didn't make sense, Mr. G frowned and showed off his own words, "Who is the master of the whole mansion, me or my wife? If you don't get out of the way, I will sell you out." The girl was not threatened at all, and her tone was still calm. "The deed of sale of the slave is in the hands of the madam. If the master wants to sell the slave, you can just tell the madam when she wakes up. I will never complain." Mr. G. He simply planned to act rogue and force his way in, but as soon as he pushed the little girl away, several tall servants in servant uniforms appeared out of nowhere, blocking the door and staring with sharp eyes. "Master G. Mr. G. Where did you come from? Don't you know that boys over 16 cannot enter the backyard?" Several young men, all covered in tendons and at least 1.9 meters tall, stood firm. The youngest is 14 years old. The youngest is 15 years old. The last one looked at the bulliest man, whose face definitely looked like he was 40 years old, and said in a rough voice, "The younger one is 13 years old." Mr. G. What the hell is 13? 30 years old is considered young. Don't lie to me, why have I never seen you in the whole mansion? Ji Chang's voice sounded behind him, "It's normal that my father has never seen them. These boys were bought by his son from outside. They are also pitiful. They sold their bodies to bury their father." The son saw that they were helpless at such a young age and he got angry. "I bought it out of compassion and gave it to my mother to use as a housekeeper." Master G was startled by his voice. When he turned around, he was startled again by Ji Changjun, who was being supported by Ji Changs. "Chang Yan, why did you get to the ground?" Ji Changjian's face was still a little pale, but he looked much better than before. He was walking slowly while being supported by his younger brother. Hearing his father's words, he smiled slightly. What did the father say? The son is not locked up, so why can't he go out and walk around? Master G's entire aura completely disappeared in front of his eldest son, and the word concern was almost written on his face. That's not what being a father means. I just mean, aren't you sick? Why don't you take good care of yourself in the house? As a father, I feel quite distressed when I see you. Thank you, father, for your concern. My son is fine and is almost recovered. As soon as he heard that Ji Chanjun had recovered from his illness, Master Ji's expression suddenly froze. Are you okay? Why is it fine? Isn't he about to die? Ji Chanjun pretended not to see the disbelief and dejection on Mr. Ji's face, and still smiled and replied very gently, yes, it is also the credit of Nagasawa. He learned medical skills and treated his son's disease several times. My health is actually much better. Ji Chang said next to him, no, my brother's current body will be almost like a normal person if he rests for a while. My father must be happy for my brother. You can't even say anything about your happiness. Mr. Ji. He forced out a smile, happy, father is naturally happy. He was so happy that he almost wanted to slap Ji Chang's in the face. After trying hard to adjust in his heart for a few seconds, Mr. Ji managed to squeeze out a smile. He wanted to express his love, but unfortunately he seemed to have failed. His smile was worse than crying. Nagaze, why haven't I heard that you have medical skills before? You can actually cure your elder brother's illness. You are really amazing. These words awesome were said almost through gritted teeth. Father has given too much praise, and his son never expected that his son has some talent in studying medicine. By the way, father, you are here to find your mother, but what's the matter? Seeing Ji Chang's eyes falling on the flower in his hand, Mr. Ji silently hid the flower behind his back. It's nothing, I just came to see your mother. Ji Chang smiled but said, my mother has been unwell recently and her eyesight is not very good. She can't see my father. It's better for my father not to come looking for my mother in the future. It took Master Ji a full 10 seconds to realize that Ji Chang seemed to be scolding him. His eyes widened immediately, you. Brother. The little boy who was still talking and wanting to be beaten immediately hid behind Ji Chanjun, only showing half of his face, brother, you saw it, my father was so cruel to me when you were sick. Last time he came to my yard with a stick. Go and beat me, if not, if my grandfather hadn't arrived in time, I would have been beaten to death. Mr. Ji. He slowly raised his eyes stiffly and met Ji Changjian's cold gaze. Mr. Ji, things are not what you think, Chang Yan. Ji Chanjun did not listen to his explanation, but simply said, since father and mother have been separated for many years, it would be better for you to try not to disturb mother in the future. As for this, he was still a little weak, but his steps were very steady after landing. He took 2 steps towards Master Ji, who subconsciously stepped back, and grabbed the flower in his hand. He threw it on the ground casually and said calmly, father has never had the habit of sending flowers to mother before, and I won't do it again in the future. I'm afraid my mother will be even more upset when she sees it. Mr. Ji stared blankly at the flower that was thrown to the ground. She argued in a low voice, when you were young, I often sent flowers to your mother. Ji Chanjun was unmoved and walked past Master Ji without even looking at him again. Ji Chang stabbed Mr. Ji, my father loved my eldest brother when he was a child, but what about now? Brother, wait for me, I have something to ask you. The 9th young master of the home mansion ran past quickly and stepped on the flower, whether intentionally or unintentionally. The petals of the flower fell off after being stepped on, looking extremely miserable. Mr. Ji stood stiffly on the spot for a while, then slowly squatted down and picked up the flower. In fact, at the beginning, he was really looking forward to the birth of Chang Yan. After all, it was his first child. At that time, he would sleep in the pregnant MRSG's room at night. When the child moved in her belly, he would lie gently on her belly and listen. Later, when his wife gave birth to a child, he anxiously watched the girls carrying basins of water in and out from outside the room. He also clasped his palms together and prayed to God for the safety of their mother and child. When did he start to feel that his wife was boring? He felt that Chang Yan's temperament was not like that of a child, which even frightened him. But from the beginning, this was obviously the eldest son he had been waiting for. Master Ji held the flower and looked at the broken petals, with a drop of liquid dripping on it. Mr. Ji. He looked at the liquid on the petals, freed up a hand to touch his body but couldn't find the handkerchief, so he reached out to the girl. Do you have a handkerchief? I'll wipe my nose. Girl. She was full of disgust in her heart, and she took out her handkerchief and handed it to Master Ji with an expressionless face, and sternly refused when the other party wanted to give it back to her. No need. Master, just take it and use it. I have other veils. Who wants a handkerchief with a snot stained on it? Master Ji was completely unaware of the other party's dislike, but instead looked up and down at this little girl's pretty face. Oh, this girl is attracted to him. Handkerchiefs will be given to him. Tisk, it's a pity that it's the people around the madam. Since Nagasawa's biological mother passed away, the madam has not allowed him to touch the people around her anymore. Master Ji felt a little regretful in his heart, but just because he couldn't touch her didn't mean he didn't want to talk about her. Before he left, he didn't forget to say something to the girl. Master understands your heart, but I can't help it. All I can say is that it's fate. Girl. Seeing Mr. Ji wiping his nose and leaving, not forgetting to hold the flower before leaving, she sneezed in disgust and walked into the house, just in time to see MRSG standing in front of the window looking at Mr. G's background. The girl's heart tightened. Madam will not really relent. Lady. MRSG heard her voice and turned around slowly. Look at his appearance, he seems to be very affectionate towards me. She had always been gentle, but now her eyes were full of coldness, and her words seemed to be tinged with coldness. It's absolutely disgusting. Ji Chang's is also commenting on Mr. G's behavior. I found out that others ignored him when he had no money, so I finally realized that my mother was the best to him, and she would treat him well even if I didn't need his money. Then I acted hurt when my mother rejected me. How do you say that? Belated affection is worse than grass. Ji Chanjun sat upright and raised his eyes when he heard this. Who said this? Why have I never heard of it? I don't know where I heard it from. I just heard it anyway, but I think this sentence is still not quite right. What did the grass do wrong? Why should it be shamed? The grass is much better than people, at least the grass can't doing something as disgusting as my father. Ji Chanjun quietly looked at his younger brother who was eating skewers while beeping. Seeing that the other person didn't pay attention to his gaze at all, but instead ate more and more energetically, he had to remind him. Nagaze, I'm still ill and can't eat these. Ji Chang's finished chewing a mutton skewer and threw the skewer aside. I know, so I just ate it myself. Ji Chanjun, I can't eat it. Isn't it inhumane for you to eat it in front of me? After he finished speaking, he saw his troubled brother suddenly realized, and then he turned his back and continued to chew. While chewing back, he said vaguely as if he had made a deal, isn't this much better, brother? Ji Chanjun let out a long sigh and continued to ask warmly, you said you wanted to ask me something, what is it? Actually, it's not a big deal. I just want to say that the home mansion seems to be running out of money. Ji Chang's finished the remaining skewers in a few seconds, took out his handkerchief and wiped his mouth, then turned around with a look like it's a small problem, it's nothing. My father has been buying things he likes over the years no matter how expensive they are. Before my grandfather didn't care about him, he would just move the warehouse. Now the Marquis mansion seems to be okay, but in fact he has lost a lot of money, so I want to ask my brother how to deal with this matter. Ji Chanjun nodded, you want to talk about ways to make money. If you want to make money, The eldest brother will naturally be able to earn it, but after all, the Marquis mansion will still be my father's in the future. I don't know how many years it will take until it is passed to the eldest brother. If he killed his father, Mr. G would be disgusting, but not to the extent that the two of them would dirty their hands because of him. Ji Chanjun understood his brother's underlying meaning and looked at him with raised eyebrows. What you mean is there any better way? Ji Chang's had a sinister smile on his face. No, a righteous smile. He leaned close to his elder brother's ear and whispered a few words. Ji Changjian's expression gradually changed. When Ji Chang sat back down, he looked at him in surprise. Is it really possible? Seeing that his first reaction was not that this would absolutely not work, but rather how to do it, Ji Chang's praised in his heart. With Ji Changjian's temperament and talent, if he hadn't been ill for so long, he would have been in a high position long ago. Brother, don't worry. Since I brought it up, I'm sure of it. After Ji Chang's words, Ji Chanjun didn't hesitate and nodded happily. If it can really be done, then it can be considered as venting anger for my mother. When the two brothers got together and the younger brother muttered and made a lot of plans, Master G had given up on being courteous to MRSG and instead chose a concubine. This concubine has a child. I don't know if it is Master G's misunderstanding. He always feels that the concubine is not very willing to serve him. No, it must be an illusion. How can there be any concubine in the world who is unwilling to serve her husband? One night passed, Master G wandered away. As soon as the concubine left, he hid in the room and started crying. The serving girl looked at the master distressedly and comforted in a low voice, "Auntie, please stop crying. If my brother finds out, he will definitely feel distressed." The concubine cried a little softer, but her eyes were full of sadness. "How can I not cry? What does he think of me? Even if I am a concubine, I am still a human being. I gave him a son. If they give me away, I will hang myself to avoid damaging my child's reputation. Auntie, please stop crying. Didn't the master say that I would give you away? Maybe he won't agree. Why not? Did he give Meyer and the others away not long ago? Although Meyer and the others came from the flower house, they have always been innocent. He coaxed them to redeem themselves with sweet words, but in the end they were treated as if they were old and yellow. Give it to others. If they knew it would be like this, it would be better to have thousands of people riding on it in the flower house. At any rate, their appearance was considered a courtesan in the flower house when they were young, and they could save their savings. Hualu will not hold people hostage until they get old. As long as they give them enough money, they can leave. Then there will be nothing wrong with the money. It's great now that she has been married to Master G as a concubine. Not to mention being a slave and a maid, she has to be transferred to others at will. They are concubines, but they don't want to be good for several people. When she thought about the message her family had given her, saying that an adult wanted to bring her over after Master G said a few words about her, it was almost certain that the adult was now asking her family about her. Are there any sisters or sisters that you would like to serve together? If this was placed in someone else's house, my concubine might not believe it. But who told Mr. G to have a criminal record? He was a person who liked the new and disliked the old. Once the concubine he loved had a new love, he turned into an eyeball. If someone asked for it, he would give it to him easily. I had a concubine before who gave birth to a daughter. Because Mr. G was a big talker and talked to his gang of friends outside about his affair with the concubine, they took it seriously and asked him for it, but he actually wanted it. Give. If Madame hadn't known about this and stopped her, I'm afraid that the concubine would have had no choice but to hang herself so that her daughter would not be looked down upon in her husband's house. What can stop this is not that Mr. G loves his daughter, but his wife's toughness. He had a lot of sons and daughters, and when they got too many, he didn't care much about them. Anyway, he didn't interfere with those children when they grew up. It didn't matter to him whether they were living a good life or not. Thinking of this, the concubine cried harder and harder, "If I am really sent out, what will brother 14 do?" The girl comforted her for a few words, then suddenly thought of something and held the concubine's hand. "Auntie, let's go find the madam. Madam is kind and will definitely not ignore it." This concubine is timid and usually doesn't dare to get close to Madam G. When she heard this, she hesitated. Does Madam really care? Yes, I will definitely do it. Madam is the daughter of the Zhou family. She is the most upright and polite person. Even if it is for brother 14, she will keep my aunt. Look at ninth brother, it's just that my mother has been by Madam's side for a few years, and she has been raised like her own son. Madam is so kind, and 14th brother also calls Madam mother. She will definitely do it for 14th brother. Helping my aunt. The concubine listened, and she really felt hopeful in her heart. Everyone in the backyard knew that the master was a fool. If the wife hadn't been taking care of him, they and the concubines wouldn't have known what would have happened. She staggered and let the girl support her to find MRSG. When they got to the yard, they heard the girl say that MRSG wanted to make peace with Mr. G. A bolt from the blue, nothing more than that. How could they live a good life without their wife's protection? The concubine simply rolled her eyes and fainted in despair. When the news came back to the backyard, a lot of people fainted again, and those who didn't faint cried until the sky was dark. In an instant, the entire backyard was covered with heavy weight. At this time, a girl who was serving Ji Chang's quietly gave this aunt an idea because she was somewhat related to one of the aunts. On this day, when MRSG and Ji Chang's were planning to go out to buy some jewelry for the child's fiancé, as soon as they left the yard, a dozen concubines who had been guarding them rushed out and knelt down at MRSG's feet, crying. Intestinal rupture. Madam. What will we do if you leave? You, the master, and the slaves don't dare to stop me, but I hope you can take us away too. MRSG was stunned when she saw several crying beauties in white weakly hugging her thighs, sobbing and begging. Please take us away, slaves and maids, we don't want anything else. You just treat us like kittens and puppies, and servant girls, madam. Lily's free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Ten Zhong Mao. Chapter 314. Suddenly her thighs were hugged, and there were all kinds of cries and pleas next to her. MRSG was stunned for a moment before she lowered her head to look. Zhao Yuan Hu What are you doing? MRSG and G said their names without thinking at all, and these three little white flowers in the backyard were even more sure that they were right to choose MRSG. The master still can't remember their names, but they were the people who once held them in their arms to look at the stars and the moon. On the contrary, Madam, who usually looks cold and indifferent, has never deliberately treated any of them harshly. Whether they are in favor or out of favor, their treatment has not changed. They are all working for a living in the backyard, and these girls are not stupid enough to think that their peaceful life after falling out of favor depends on Master G, who has long forgotten about them. The master is not as reliable as his wife. They are the slaves, madam. The little white flowers were crying with tears all over their faces, looking very pitiful. Even if they were crying, they were still weak and pitiful. Even though the lady is a woman, she still couldn't help but feel a little softer when she saw this look. Get up quickly, what's going on? Why are everyone crying like this suddenly? Madam, all the slaves and maids know that Madam wants to make peace with the master. Xiao Beiwa No. 1 gently hugged MRSG's legs, and she cried so hard that I felt pity for her. Since I entered the house, I have felt a lot of warmth and coldness from people. Only with MRSG can I feel such warmth. MRS, it is my slave's sky, my slave's Sunday. When I think of my wife leaving, I feel so sad. Ji Chang's had goosebumps as he listened on the sidelines, and MRSG was also a little uncomfortable with it. The little white flowers used to use this trick directly on Mr. G. Mr. G liked this man, but MRSG always thought it sounded strange. Who did you hear that I wanted to reconcile? Before the little white flowers could say anything, Ji Chang's leaned into his aunt's ear and whispered, "Eldest brother and I both support your reconciliation." MRSG froze and looked at her youngest son in surprise. It was perfectly normal for her to be so surprised. Even in modern times, children whose parents divorced may have been laughed at by their classmates when they were young, let alone ancient times. In ancient times, there were too few people who reconciled. If their parents reconciled, no matter how old they would still have to face strange looks and pointing fingers from others. MRSG has been putting up with Mr. G without making peace, just for the sake of her two children. As a result, Chan Jun and Chang's actually wanted her to reconcile. For a moment, she had mixed feelings in her heart and didn't know what to say. But even though he didn't speak, tears still fell all over his face first. When he finally spoke, his voice was trembling. "Nagaze, do you really think I can reconcile with you? What did mother say? Husband and wife can reconcile if they are not in harmony. This is what your majesty said personally. There is nothing wrong with it." Ji Chang's had a plain expression of "I went to the vegetable market and bought a big cabbage, my eldest brother and I have been able to take care of ourselves, even if we don't rely on the home mansion. When the time comes, mother and Lee, we will all go with you." As he said this, he added, "My aunt loves me as her own son. I think my uncle's family can accommodate us two brothers." The tears on MRSG's face fell even more fiercely. Are you really willing to go with me? That's going to be hard. If the parents are divorced, if the children are over 10 years old, they can choose whether to stay with their mother or their father. But most parents and divorced children will choose to follow their father. Firstly, the father has more rights and income, and secondly, it will be difficult for a married woman to live a divorced life. Some families who feel sorry for their daughters may be willing to take the girl back to live with them, but some families are afraid that if they live with their daughter who has returned from divorce, others will think that their girl is not good and will reconcile with her, so they refuse to allow their daughter to live there. Let's not talk about those families that do not allow married women to live in their parents' families. Let's just talk about families who are willing to take their daughters back. The parents are willing to raise their daughters for life, and the older brothers may also be willing. But the sister-in-law and sister-in-law may not be willing. After all, they are not related by blood. Not many people are willing to take a sister-in-law who has married away and wants her brother and sister-in-law to support her for the rest of her life. And in such a situation, it would be even more difficult if you have to take the children with you. Another point is that it is not easy to remarry with children. Even if you remarry, if a man marries a wife, the woman will not dare not treat his original child badly, but if a woman remarries with children, the other person may not like other people's children. In a patriarchal society, coupled with the oppression of women by this feudal dynasty, it is rare for women to take their children away when they want to divorce. The children also know that living with their mother will not be as easy as living with their father, and will also become a drag on their mother, so they do not choose to live with their mother. But Ji Chang's and Ji Changjun didn't think so. Ji Chang's said, "My brother and I know that my mother no longer wants to stay here, and she is just trying to make ends meet for us. Now that my brother has recovered from his illness and I have grown up, my mother no longer has to suffer this kind of pain. But, if you follow me, your reputation will." Compared with being unfilial to one's mother, being unfilial to one's father is always more serious in the officialdom. It doesn't matter. Throughout the ages, in most cases of divorce, women's reputations have been damaged, but we insist on mothers being the minority. Ji Chang's patted MRSG's back comfortingly. "Mom, don't worry, Everything is done by me and my eldest brother. With us here, mother only needs to calm down, live a good life and take care of her body. MRSG hesitated for a few seconds, never daring to let her children take risks. Ji Chang said slowly, "Mother, you have been our brother's support for so many years. It's time and it's your turn to rely on us." MRSG stared blankly at the child in front of her who had been raised by herself, then smiled after a while. There were still tears in his eyes, but his face was filled with complete trust and relaxation. She said slowly, "Okay, mother believes in you." The little white flowers below who were listening carefully to their words became even more convinced of their choice when they heard that Ji Changjun and Ji Changs actually wanted to follow them. Everyone said carefully, "Madam, please take us away. Please, we don't want anything. As long as we have food to eat, please madam." Although she really wanted to make peace, MRSG was still very confused when she looked at the concubines kneeling on the ground in front of her, begging her to take them away. I have never heard of couples getting married and leaving, with the wife taking the children away. How could the couple reconcile and divorce, and the wife take the concubine with her? You are the master's concubines. Even if I reconcile with the master, you should follow the master. No, no. When the concubines heard that MRSG meant that she did not want to take them, they immediately panicked and hurriedly cried and begged. "Madam, although the slaves are the master's concubines, after they enter the backyard, the wife has always taken care of the slaves. The slaves are grateful to the wife for her kindness. I am more willing to serve the wife than to serve the master. Please madam, take us with you. We will repay madam well." MRSG really couldn't understand what was happening. Although she knew that Mr. G was cold-hearted, after all, she got married well and had the Zhou family as her backer as the head matron. Mr. G couldn't help but curb his bad temper in front of her. But for these concubines, most of whom had ordinary identities or were even brought back by Hualu, they knew very well what Mr. G was like. It's just that he is still the eldest son of the Ho family. If he were from an ordinary family, he would have lost all his property long ago. And after the property is ruined, he will definitely sell them. Some of them have children, some don't, but regardless of whether they have children or not, everyone knows very well what the consequences will be if they are sold. If your innocence is sold, you may still be known as a concubine, or you may become a prostitute in a flower house who does not sell your body. But once they were concubines and then sold by the master, no one was willing to give them a serious status. Their end was 100% that they were sent around, and then the last person got tired of it and sold them to a brothel. My whole life has passed in such a miserable way. These concubines could see clearly that when MRSG was around, they still had a sense of security. After all, MRSG would not let Mr. G go so far. But if it is peace and separation, what a sin! Then these concubines, who are no longer protected by the mistress of the house, are no longer like little chickens. As long as Mr. G is slightly unsatisfied, their lives will be difficult. Thinking of this, a concubine shed tears. "Madam, I know that I have no qualifications to ask for a wife, but the madam has also hugged the 15th girl. After the madam leaves this house, who else will really feel sorry for the 15th girl? The master has always just drink 2 glasses of wine and someone else will say something to him, and he will be willing to marry his daughter to that person. In the past, there were ladies who would stop me. They would see what kind of person the girl's future husband was and whether she was worthy of being entrusted to her. After confirming that there was no problem, she would be married off. But in the future, if the lady is not around, what will happen to the girls? The master alone has the final say. Based on the master's temperament, I'm afraid that my only flesh and blood will be married to a libertine. This kind of thing has happened before. Mr. G didn't care much about his sons, and he certainly didn't care about his daughters either. A friend of his had asked him to marry his daughter, and he actually agreed. That guy was in his 40s, about the same age as Mr. G, and he was ugly. He had a lot of legitimate sons and daughters, and his wife had just passed away and he couldn't wait to marry the junior, a 15-year-old girl. If someone else saw that such a person had the nerve to beg his own daughter, they would have beaten him with a big stick. Mr. PNG was heartless and not clear-headed. He was drunk, so he agreed and even heard the other party call him father-in-law several times. Even the engagement token was given, but when he sobered up the next day, he didn't think it was a bad idea and ran to MRSG's room to ask her to prepare for the wedding. Madam G was so angry that she chased him all over the yard with the wooden stick used to beat the quilt. Seeing that Mr. G was still unwilling to marry a daughter, MRSG could only discuss it with the girl's biological mother and preemptively marry the child to a military attaché. Although the military attaché was of a low rank, he was a subordinate of MRSG's eldest brother. His character was absolutely fine, he was willing to fight hard, and he was young, so he might not be without the possibility of promotion in the future. The girl's biological mother also knew the importance, kowtowed to MRSG several times, gave her daughter some grateful instructions, and hurriedly got married. By the time Mr. G realized what he was doing, the girls had all married into other families. He blew his beard and glared, but he couldn't say anything. In a wealthy family, who a concubine marries and how she manages the marriage are all the matron's business. MRSG didn't break any rules when she married off, but Mr. G tried to marry his daughter to a man in his 40s who had just died and had a lot of children. He ignored the matter wherever it happened. Mr. G could only give up angrily and go to his friend to apologize properly. The friend still wanted the other girls in the home mansion, but the remaining girls were too young, so he couldn't go too far. After this incident, MRSG had the foresight to hide the birthdays and birth dates of the girls in her house in her room, completely eliminating the possibility of Master G marrying the girl to someone else without telling her. The concubines in the backyard saw this clearly and respected the mistress even more. They are not like ants who cannot see the situation clearly. Master G's harem team is very large, but there is no one with a high status. Like the little White Lotus group who just hugged MRSG and cried, they are the type of White Lotus who were brought back when they sold themselves to bury their father. The one with green tea, the euphemistic one, the one with a hot temper, the one with a gentle temper, the one who can embroider, draw, dance, and play the piano. Mr. G is like collecting stamps. Anyway, he collects them all clearly. He also has an eye for appreciation, and he looks down on those who have no talent. That is to say, my aunt sold herself to get in, and then deliberately seduced her, and then she successfully entered the backyard. After that, she relied on the fact that she was Juger's biological aunt, and looked down upon them and the concubines, and even showed no respect for the wife. They often laughed at each other's lack of brains. Why does Jugir have such a respected status in this backyard? Of course it's not because the master has never paid attention to his children. That's because Madam raised ninth brother as her own son, and the whole backyard was respectful to ninth brother. To curry favor with ninth brother but offend Madam, this is not brainless. To be honest, it's not like Auntie Ru is the only one in the whole backyard who has no brains. But Master G's backyard is really too dangerous, and MRSG is unable to intervene in many aspects. Those who are sensitive, fragile, and easily attacked are all dying of illness under Master G's various magical operations. Some of it was also given away. Isn't it true that the only one left alive in the end is the king? And Ru must be lucky that Madam took special care of her for young Master Ninth, otherwise her temper would have cooled down long ago. Now, these smart concubines can see the way forward as clearly as ever. According to common sense, the more concubines have children, the more they have to stay in the home mansion for the sake of their children. After all, The reputation of the young master of the home mansion is definitely better than the reputation of the concubine and concubine of Heli's MRSG. But Mr. G is too poisonous. Leaving the child at home is almost like committing suicide. Bastards may be resented. Referring to Jugir, who was jealous before, the master beat him with a big stick to force him to stop making progress. A concubine may be given away, just like the 15-year-old girl who was almost given away to a middle-aged man in his 40s. In this situation, MRSG is their only life-saving straw. For the sake of their children, they asked MRSG to take them with her even if they were beggars. I know Madam is in trouble, and I have no choice but to beg Madam. Madam, Madam, I have been a toy in the hands of others all my life. I admit it, but my child is only that big. All I want is to let her just grow up safely. Please have mercy on me, Madam, please have mercy on me, Madam, please. The concubine began to kowtow as he spoke. It was obvious that she was sincere. After a while, his forehead was covered with bruises and blood stains covered his head. MRSG couldn't bear to see it, but her reason told her. I have never heard of any family leaving with MRS and her concubines and concubines. It's normal to have biological children and adopted children by your side. Taking a concubine is barely possible. But bringing a concubine and a concubine? How can this be? Ji Chang seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. Mother, they look so pitiful, why don't we take them away too? When the concubines heard his plea, their faces suddenly showed signs of hope, and they looked at MRSG with hope. Cautiously, Madam. MRSG hesitated for a few seconds. What reason should I take away? I have never heard of anyone taking away a concubine. Ji Chang's immediately came up with an idea actively. It's not difficult. I've never seen a mistress take a concubine. But they can escape into Buddhism, practice with their hair, and then practice and live with their mother. This is indeed a method. Many wives who have gone back with Li will choose to practice with their hair. It is said that one is cultivating with one's hair, but in fact it is just to find an excuse not to get married. After all, how can one get married after one has already cultivated with one's hair? After leading the practice, you will be given a Dharma name, and others will call you XX layman from now on. You can eat meat while practicing cultivation with your hair on. Apart from wearing Taoist robes, your daily life is the same as usual. You can still attend parties and go shopping with your close friends. When MRSG wanted to make peace with her before, she also imagined that she could lead her in spiritual practice in the future. She has already suffered the pain of getting married once, and she definitely doesn't want to do it again. Seeing MRSG's excitement, Ji Chang's tried hard to encourage him. Furthermore, you usually choose a relatively secluded place to practice with your hair. Mother, if you don't want to remarry, you must practice with your hair. When the time comes, you will be alone, even if you have slaves. Waiting is really boring. But it would be different if they were with us. With so many people together, it would be a lot more lively. It was heard that Ji Chang's was speaking for them, and these concubines were not fools, so they hurriedly worked hard to show their strengths. Madam, I have been learning the piano for more than 10 years. If you take me with you, I will play the piano with you day and night. You will never be bored. I have no one else, but I am a good dancer. Madam, I dance for you every day. I know how to read, and I can accompany my wife to recite poems and compose poems. I can paint, especially beautiful women. I can paint for Madam. I beg Madam to take me with you. Slave, slave. A little white flower who only knows how to act pitiful saw that everyone else had talents, but he didn't have any. He was so anxious that he said pitifully, "This slave is the best at coaxing people. She will definitely make the lady happy every day. Good guy." Ji Chang's on the side called him a good guy from the bottom of his heart. Mr. G, This is not a harem, this is simply a literary and art exhibition. MRSG was really moved. To be honest, everyone present knew that these concubines had no background and had already been married. They could only rely on others in their lives. In the past, they were dependent on Mr. G and MRSG, but now that Mr. G and MRSG are separating, they can only choose one of the two to depend on. In this era, as long as they follow her to practice together, they will never betray MRSG, and will serve MRSG as their number one at all times. I have to say that MRSG doesn't really like being cold. Before she became more and more cold-hearted and refused to let these concubines come to greet her, at that time, every time the concubines came to greet her, it was a beauty feast for MRSG. After all, Master G has a very good taste, and all the concubines he takes are beauties. And they are not very old. Young and lively girls with various personalities gathered together, talking to each other, laughing and eating together, and they all collectively tried to please MRSG. On the premise that she did not love Mr. G, MRSG once liked to invite these concubines to drink tea, chat and gossip. Sometimes, after cleaning the warehouse, she would take out some fabric jewelry that she was not suitable to wear and give them to them, watching them happily holding them. They are still little girls. MRSG looked at the expectant eyes in front of her and gritted her teeth and agreed, "Okay. If you are willing to lead Fa to practice, I will take you with me." Hearing her promise, all the beauties cried with joy, and the scene suddenly turned into a beauty feast. Concubines can be taken away on the grounds of wearing their hair to practice spiritual practice, but concubines are not easy to deal with. These concubines would still call MRSG their legitimate mother before they were reconciled. But after the divorce, to put it bluntly, there was no relationship between the two parties. Even if they were willing to follow, MRSG couldn't really take away her ex-husband who was still alive unreasonably. She was very distressed. Ji Changs volunteered. "It doesn't matter, mother, let me and my eldest brother handle this matter. You just need to clean up your dowry list." "What can Nagaze and Chanjun do?" MRSG was confused, but she chose to believe her two children. After MRSG left with a group of warblers, Ji Chang slowly strolled to the front yard. Over there lived these brothers of his. The concubines all live in the backyard. As soon as I opened the door, I saw the yard full of people. There are big ones and small ones. The biggest one looks only a little smaller than Ji Chanjun, but compared with the calm-looking Ji Chanjun, his face is full of shrinking and his whole body is full of inferiority. The rest of the younger ones are similar. Mr. G doesn't care about these sons, and he doesn't let MRSG take care of them. MRSG is in charge of the backyard after all, and can only treat these children lightly in terms of clothing and food. But they grew up under Master G's indifference. The servants in the mansion knew that Master G didn't care about them and couldn't respect them. Only the eldest son, and the ninth young master, who was raised by the wife, were the only ones in the mansion who could be treated with caution. Growing up in such an environment, it is impossible for them to be more confident. Even some 7 or 8-year-olds are illiterate. Ji Changs was a little surprised. He remembered that MRSG hired someone to teach these young masters. Seeing the confusion on his brother's face, Ji Chanjun did not lower his voice and said directly in a very calm tone, that gentleman offended his father and was sent away by him. After that, his father did not tell his mother and only asked the accountant to continue to open the account. Ji Changs, what about the accountant's monthly payment? Ji Chanjun, my father took it. Ji Changs, tisk. I'm really not surprised at all. Mr. G, if you want to say that he stabbed a person to death with a real knife, that's not true. He is a disgusting person and doesn't care about the life and death of those around him. It was as if he wanted to give away the concubine. The concubine almost died by hanging, but he didn't see any regret or guilt at all. He still felt aggrieved. After all, he just gave away his concubine, and he didn't hang her up on Bai Ling. Even if he died, it would be suicide, so don't worry about him. This is Master Ji's thinking logic. Under his thinking logic, there were many bastards, but none of them were high quality. And the bastard who has no confidence and no courage means that he is easy to handle. Compared with Ji Chang's, who was young and looked a little jumpy, Ji Changjun, the eldest brother who had passed the palace examination all the way and whose prestige in the mansion once surpassed his father, was the absolute superior to these concubine children. He said to be quiet, but everyone did not dare to say a word. They stared at the elder brother with fear and admiration, waiting quietly for the elder brother to speak. Ji Changjun was sitting on a chair with a fire burning in front of him. He stretched out his pale hands to warm himself over the fire. He has just recovered from a serious illness, but his body is still a bit weak compared to other people. The weather is not considered cold now, but he just needs to warm himself up by the fire to keep his body warm. With such a relaxed and casual attitude, he said something that made all the concubine brothers, except Ji Chang's, suddenly widen their eyes. You will break away from your father's lineage tomorrow. What he said was an affirmation, not a discussion. The concubines were immediately in chaos. Under their confused eyes, Ji Changjun said slowly again, Nagays and I are also separated. As soon as these words came out, the concubines who were in panic just now felt that they suddenly settled down. In any case, the eldest brother who will definitely get more benefits from their father's side is willing to leave, and the fear in their hearts will always be less. Ji Changjun didn't care what these concubine brothers thought. He only cared about his mother and Nagasawa, and the rest of the people, whether they were his father's concubines or his brothers and sisters, were just passers-by. If Nagasawa hadn't offered to take them with him, he wouldn't have cared about their life or death. But Ji Changjian's eyes flashed across the faces of these concubines who looked more or less similar to himself. What Nagasawa said makes sense. It is always more difficult to fight alone. Since there are so many ready-made helpers available, it is better to train them and treat them as helpers around you. In the future, you will follow me as your elder brother. I will send you to college, take the imperial examinations, help you marry and have children, and pave your way to the officialdom. Seeing hope in the eyes of these concubines, Ji Changjun added, the prerequisite for this is that you must break away from your father's lineage. So they hesitated again. A young man who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old said cautiously, Brother, if we do this, over there at the ancestral hall. We are separated from our father, but we are not separated from the clan. They won't say anything. Breaking away from my father's lineage, but not breaking away from the clan. These young boys were all confused. Isn't this sentence a conflict? Ji Chang's understood it. His elder brother is more decisive and ruthless than he thought. What the eldest brother means is that we break away from our father's lineage and establish our own branch. Starting from the eldest brother, our descendants will be on our own branch in the future. Ji Chang sat next to Ji Changjun and crossed his legs. You also grew up in the home mansion. You should also know what kind of temper your father is and how powerful your eldest brother is. Whether it is better to follow your father or follow your eldest brother, you should think clearly for yourself. A concubine hesitated and said, But brother, if you leave the marquis mansion, your title. Title. Ji Changjun sneered, the title of the marquis mansion has been passed down from generation to generation. You are all young men, how come you don't have the courage to get the title yourself, and you have to wait for charity from others? It's just charity. With my father's virtue, are you sure you will stay in the mansion and wait for the title? He didn't have any bad feelings towards these obedient concubine brothers, but he didn't have any good feelings either. Even if he really wanted the title from his father, he would only give it to Nagasawa. So what if his father had so many children? In his heart, only Nagasawa was a brother. He didn't want to care about these junior brothers who were almost dragged into the mud by their father, but Nagasawa was right. Instead of watching them go into the mud together, it would be better to personally send them to a bright future. By then, each of his sons will have a bright future, but his father will be the only one struggling in the mud. This is the best way to vent your anger on your mother. Seeing that his concubines were still hesitant, Ji Chanjun stood up and said, "I've already finished my words. You decide for yourself whether you want to follow your father or me. You only have one chance. If you choose, I won't admit it even if I regret it. If you stand on his end, you won't be able to go down even if you die." If he stood on his father's side, even if he regretted kneeling in front of him and begging, he would not relent. Ji Chang's was still there encouraging these concubine brothers. "Don't hesitate. Brother is so powerful. If he is willing to take you, it will be better than staying here in the Marquis mansion. Look, my father is not even willing to hire a scholar for you. If you don't study, your life will be over. Has my father ever hugged you once when you were so old? How can he still see you in his eyes? Old she, have you forgotten that your sister was almost married to a man in his 40s? If you stay in the house and something happens to your sister in the future, how will you keep her?" The concubine, who is ranked 10th among the men, was really moved, but the 17th sister, doesn't she want to stay in the house? Whatever you want to keep, if she wants, she can leave with her. You don't know, right? Your biological mother is also leaving. Oh, yes, your biological mother is also leaving. She has to go out with her to help her practice cultivation. Don't believe it? You go back and ask them. Ji Chanjun walked out of the yard. When he saw that his brother had not followed him, he turned around and shouted, "Changs, let's go." Ji Changs, who was just short of brainwashing them, immediately shut up and turned around and replied, "Hey, brother, I'll be right away." As he ran out, he did not forget the last sentence, "You are all grown up. Think about it for yourselves. Should you stay with your biological mother and sisters, or stay alone in the home mansion and live a miserable life trapped in the small yard? For the rest of my life, I am only mentioning you for the sake of my brothers. For those who are undecided, think of the way your father looks at you." The last sentence can be said to be a heartbreaking blow. Although Mr. G was sowing seeds everywhere, he still created so many bastards and concubines for himself. But he doesn't like raising children. After all, the children are his. If he doesn't take care of them, the children will not grow up well. The children are not doing well, and he dislikes them. All the bastards present were more or less looked at by Mr. G with such disgusting eyes that they wished they could be thrown away. The only thing I haven't seen is that his mother fell out of favor before she gave birth to him, and Mr. G refused to let him attend the New Year's banquet. So when he grew up, he never saw his biological father. One way is to still live together with the biological mother and sisters, so that they can read and write, take the imperial examinations and enter officialdom. The eldest brother is willing to take them with him and will look after them more or less. One way is to stay in the home mansion and continue to live the same life as before, living in confusion for the rest of his life under his father's contempt and contempt. The older concubines gritted their teeth and made up their minds. I'm still young and don't understand, so I don't dare to make any decisions. But it doesn't matter, their mother won't be reluctant to leave them alone in this cold palace. Master G came back from a night of drinking. As soon as he opened the courtyard door, 2 swords were drawn across his neck. Mr. G. Ji Chanjun and Ji Changs each had a sword in their hands, with the sword pointed at their father. MRSG walked forward slowly, placed the heli book in front of Mr. G, and said calmly, "I signed the heli book, so let's take it easy." Mr. G, harmony. Don't even think about it, I won't. Ji Changjian's sword directly hit his neck, and blood flowed down. Master Ji looked up blankly and met the indifferent gaze of his eldest son. Mr. Ji, just sign it, make peace with it, no matter what. When you are kicked out by your parents' family, I will wait for you to cry and beg me. Although he was shouting about being fierce, for the sake of his life, he was still very happy to sign the signature. He didn't even need ink pad to press his fingerprints, he just touched the blood on his neck. After getting the He Li Shu, the three of them turned around and left without any further delay. Mr. Ji was angry, aggrieved and depressed. He yelled from behind, "Let's make peace. I have countless concubines. Did I send a woman like you? And you two treacherous sons. Treason sons. I have a lot of sons, not least the two of you. Get out of here with her." Ji Chang's raised his sword and waved his hand, "Don't worry, father, let's get out of here. Mr. Ji. Let's go together. I was so scared when I first signed it that I didn't notice whether it said whether the other party would take care of the children or not." He soon became angry again. "Let's go. Let's go. Let's all go. Tomorrow I will marry a new, young, beautiful lady, and she will give me a lot of sons." But it was really hard to hide my anger, and I felt like I was dreaming. I also wanted others to join me in condemning the heinous behavior of these three people. He decided to go talk to his concubine. As a result, when I opened the door, the whole yard was empty and extremely silent. Mr. Ji. When he went to the concubine's front yard again, it was still empty. Sitting on the ground blankly for a long time, Mr. Ji couldn't even react. Why, how could Madame reconcile with Li and take away his concubines and children? Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 315. Mr. Ji sat blankly in front of the steps for a long time, thinking that this was not true. How could it be possible to get divorced? The concubine and children disappeared with them. Fake. It must be fake. He refused to give up and entered the courtyard where his concubine lived on the other side. As soon as I entered, I faced the biggest excitement of my life. Under the dim light, there was no one in the courtyard, but a woman in white was standing in the corridor. He had long hair, his face could not be seen clearly, and he was dressed in white clothes. A gust of wind blew by, and the coolness climbed up Mr. Ji's neck. His eyes were wide open and he was too frightened to speak. You. It can't be so sad. Ghosts come out as soon as people leave. The woman in white walked forward slowly, like a ghost, until she reached Master Ji, who was stiff and unable to move. She covered her mouth and smiled. "Master, you are back." "Mr. Ji." He was stunned for a while before he recognized that this was one of his concubines. What's your name? Is the master still drunk?" "I am Ruer. Yes, the only meow meow who stayed behind was none other than Aunt Ru." She almost laughed out loud when she knew that the other competitors were stupid enough to follow Madame. They were all gone, wasn't she the only one left in the backyard? Auntie Ru couldn't wait to set off firecrackers to see off the concubines. As soon as they left, she couldn't wait to dress up, put white powder on her face, let her hair down, and put on clothes made of her best fabrics. As soon as she heard the noise outside, she came out immediately. But because all the maids serving her were taken away by MRSG, and there was no one to help her, she didn't bring a lantern. So at first glance, Mr. Ji saw that she was no different from seeing a female ghost. Ruer. Mr. Ji thought about it for a long time and finally remembered it. It's the one with no talent. At first he was frightened by seeing a ghost, and then he was surprised by seeing the concubine who stayed behind. But when he remembered who Aunt Ru was, these surprises turned out to be boring. What's there to be happy about when a woman he doesn't like for a long time stays? In addition, the other party's body was really oozing, his face was so frighteningly pale under the moonlight, and there was no one else in the whole yard. Master G really felt guilty. If she was a beauty, he wouldn't mind chatting with her for a few more words. But if it were this RUER, forget it. Auntie RU didn't notice Master G's dislike, and she still tried to apply eye drops weekly. Sisters are the same, and they left with the madam. Master, I am different, Mr. G, you might as well go with them. Why stay here specifically to scare him? The smile on Aunt Ru's face froze in disbelief. Master. The master didn't want to talk to her. He even wanted to package her up and give it to MRSG. Don't even keep the good-looking ones. Really? He didn't even look at Aunt Ru's face. How could you say such heartless words to me, who is so affectionate and loyal to me? He walked out of the yard directly. He discovered that MRSG not only took away her concubines and children. Moreover, even the 2 girls and boys serving in the courtyard disappeared with them. Mr. G felt a little dizzy for a moment and wondered whether he was actually dreaming. He wandered out, and when he got to the main courtyard, he grabbed a boy and asked, "Tell me, what's going on? Are all my concubines really following madam? Why should they leave? They are my concubines." The little boys and girls had already hesitated to speak when they saw his frivolous steps coming in. Now when asked, they could only answer tremblingly, "Sir, my aunts, they said they wanted to practice cultivation, so they left with my wife." Practice with hair? Who allowed them to practice with hair? Seeing the master's rage, the servants felt miserable. Those aunts are indeed the master's concubines, but they are serious people who want to be aunts, and they have not signed a contract of sale. A husband can give away his concubine, but if the concubine wants to escape into Buddhism, the husband cannot stop her. They were clear in their hearts, but seeing that Mr. G was so angry that he wanted to hit someone, they still didn't dare to say these words out loud, and they just stayed silent and listened to Mr. G's curses. Mr. G cursed for a long time before he finally regained his composure. He was mostly awake from the alcohol, and his brain began to return to his IQ. What about those servants? They also lead the practice. My wife bought them all, and the deed of sale is in my hands. My wife said that they were old people who were used to serving, and they didn't feel comfortable leaving them, so they took them away together. She also said. Seeing the young man stammering, Mr. G kicked him over. Just say it properly. What else did she say? The boy didn't dare to get up after being kicked to the ground. He could only kneel on the ground and reply, Madam also said that the servants she bought in the past 10 years were all her dowry money, and she took them away. It is logical that if the master feels that he is at a loss, he can go to the Zhou family and the wife will pay the servants according to their worth. Mr. G was almost stunned. As the eldest son of the Ho family, does he still lack that little money? MRSG is deliberately disgusting him. Seeing that he was so angry that he kicked people everywhere. The servants who were kicked didn't dare to say anything, they just complained in their hearts. Why wasn't he lucky enough to be taken away by his wife? The Ho mansion said it was nice to go out, but there was still a madam taking care of the former manor. Now that the madam is gone, only the master is left, and he is not sure what he will do in the future. After Master G finished venting, he thought about his concubines and concubines again. No, it's okay for them to practice with their hair, but what about my children? They are my children, why did madam take them away? The boy had a bitter look on his face. Master, my brother and the girls are not following my wife, they are following my eldest brother. When Ji Chanjun was mentioned, Mr. G's face froze. The fear of this eldest son made him not very confident to get angry. Why did Ji Chanjun take away his younger brothers and sisters? They are all my fault. Unfilial son. Really unfilial son. I want to go to Shuntian Mansion, I want to sue him. The boy was still cautious. Eldest brother gave instructions before he left, saying that if the master wants to sue, he can go ahead and sue. After he has received 50 punishments for the crime of unfilial piety, he will definitely come and honor the master properly. Whether this filial piety is a threat or a kindness, anyone can tell. Mr. G was frightened. A father can sue his son, but according to the law of this dynasty, if both parents sue their son for being unfilial, they will be sent to prison, or at the very least, exile. But if only one party files a complaint and the other party denies being unfilial, then 50 big boards are also given. These 50 big boards are also called Ubibon. This means that if the person who was beaten can survive after being beaten for 50 times, the legal kinship relationship between the complaining father or mother and the child will be terminated, and they will no longer have anything to do with each other. Mr. G didn't care much about the fact that he had nothing to do with him in the future. He was mainly worried about whether Ji Chanjun would take revenge on him if he survived. Although Ji Chanjun is said to be a sick man, he doesn't look like he can survive 50 boards. But anything that happens to Ji Chanjun cannot be treated as normal. If Ji Chanjun really hated him for revenge, wouldn't he be in trouble? Mr. G hesitated twice, but he still didn't have the guts to do this. They are not filial. Will I, the biological father, force them to die? That's all, just leave. He is still young and will have many children in the future, at least 10 or 20. By the way, how many children does he have in total? Mr. G persuaded himself and was ready to go out. In the end, he came back without giving up and asked the boy, "Is it true that all my concubines are gone? How many are left?" He is so handsome, elegant, and suave, he is also a future prince, and he is gentle and affectionate. He is not really going to follow the madam, right? When the boy heard this question, he breathed a sigh of relief. Of course not everyone has left. There is still an ant who is staying in the courtyard, just waiting for the master to come back. Mr. G had already met Aunt Ru, and his impression was not very good. He was not very happy to hear this, so he just asked, "Apart from her?" "Except for her, there is none." Mr. G. He was filled with anger and felt that MRSG was indeed not a good person. He made peace with Li, and even took away all the good-looking concubines, leaving him with only a crooked melon and cracked jujube. Ji Chanjun went even further and even took his children away with him. The most disgusting thing is that those concubines and his children are actually willing to follow him. Mr. G felt aggrieved and felt as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. Walking alone in a house that was much emptier than usual, my heart was full of injustice. At this moment, he didn't realize what it meant to him that his wife and Li, his concubines and children were all following him. Until the old Marquis chased him all over the yard with a big stick. While beating, he also cursed. "You want to make me angry to death. You want to make me angry to death. You are a traitor. You are a traitor." Mr. G ran away skillfully, and felt very aggrieved while running and defending, "Father, what are you blaming me for? It's not that I insist on divorce. If you want to blame me, blame my wife." Seeing that he didn't realize what MRSG taking away the concubine and children meant at this moment, the old Marquis almost lost his temper. He held Mr. G down and cursed. "Idiot! You idiot! Being with Li is not a big deal. But now that your wife is with Li, your concubines and those concubines and concubines would rather follow their mistress who has nothing to do with them than stay with you. Do you know what this means? Mr. G, does it mean they are so cruel?" Old Marquis. He knew his son was stupid, but he didn't expect him to be so stupid. "I'll beat you to death, you idiot. The reputation of the home mansion has been completely ruined by you alone. Don't run away. Come back to me." Even if Mr. G escaped the beating of the old Marquis, he still could not escape the wind blowing across the capital. As soon as the news came out, many people felt that they were dreaming. Even MRSG's brother, Mr. Joe, was a little unable to react. Except for those who act impulsively, before starting to do things like divorce, you should always inform your parents' family. Regardless of the reason for divorce, the woman is always blamed. After all, the world always places a lot of demands on wives, including being a good wife and mother, being filial to parents-in-law, and caring for their husbands and raising children. You must not be jealous and must be generous. You must take care of your concubine's children as your own children. Even if your husband has more than 100 concubines, he must take care of them with a gentle smile. But when it comes to yourself, you must not have physical contact with any foreign men. On the other hand, as a husband, there are no rules and regulations. After the couple reconciles and divorces, as long as the man says one or two bad words about the woman outside, the woman will have to endure the judgment of others for the rest of her life. On the contrary, the woman cannot say bad things about the man. This is the strange thing about the world. It is obvious that they are divorced, but if the woman says something about the man, in the eyes of some people, it is another violation of women's ethics. MRSG could not care about this, but Ji Chang's and Ji Changjun would not let her end up like that. Why did she work so hard for the home mansion for so long, helping Master Ji take care of his concubines, children, and finally be criticized by others? Since the world is willing to use public opinion to trap helly women, then this public opinion is controllable. Ji Chang's was very sure that the Zhou family would be MRSG's reliable backing. MRSG was called Sunyang in her natal family. Before she got married, the elders in the family had always called her that. She has 2 concubine sisters above her. Those 2 concubines are honest and always flatter Zhou's mother. Even the 2 concubine sisters support Zhou's mother. Coupled with Mr. Zhou's biological brother from the same father and mother, it can be said that Zhou's mother grew up in a honey jar smoothly. Master Zhou has always been concerned about the fact that the sister he holds in his palm is not having a smooth life in her husband's family. However, although some people look down upon the things Master Ji did, if we take it seriously, others will only say what a man normal. He couldn't support his sister, so he could only ask Mrs. Zhou to visit her more often. So Zhou's mother came home before and said she had something to discuss with her family. She waited for the whole family to arrive and said in a calm tone that she wanted to divorce. Mr. Zhou was the first to agree. It's time to make peace a long time ago. It's okay. Sister, come home. If you want to marry again, we will find a good family and marry you in a glorious way. If you don't want to get married anymore, I will support you for the rest of your life. We will still support you just like when you were not married. That's what he said. Mrs. Zhou also quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, sister, don't have any scruples. I'm always busy by myself on weekdays. If you can come home, our aunt and sister-in-law will be busy together. Mr. Zhou was speechless for a moment. In his heart, he is still a man of this dynasty, and he feels it is embarrassing to be divorced, but his daughter is also his biological daughter. Sunyang has always been well behaved. If she couldn't bear it any longer, she wouldn't have said these words. So after a moment of silence, he nodded, since you are not having a good time at his house, then come back. You will always have something to eat at home, and you don't have to suffer from their idleness. This may seem plain, but in this era, as a scholar who wants face and reputation, he is willing to accept his daughter He back home, which is something that many people can't do. As soon as Mr. Zhou, who was most concerned about face, agreed, Zhou Niang's eyes immediately turned red as she tried to keep her expression calm. She knew best how her father wanted face, but he still loved her and chose his daughter between face and his daughter. The old lady knew her daughter well and knew why she had been holding on until now, so she asked her, "What about Changjun?" Is the Ho mansion willing to give it to you? Ji Chanjun is not young anymore. If he had not been weak in his early years, he would have started a family long ago. How could the Ho family be willing to let go of such an eldest son who was quite young and had even passed the palace examination before? Zhou Niang said softly as always, Chanjun is coming with me, and so is Chang's. They are all willing to join me. Everyone in the Zhou family knows Ji Chang's. Except for Mrs. Zhou, everyone else had only one impression of Ji Chang's before. That was a concubine whom Sun Yang raised under her knees. Sun Yang raised her as her own child. When Zhou Beizhui was cured of his stuttering and Mrs. Zhou came back and said this, everyone in the Zhou family knew that this Nagasawa was capable, had a good temper, and knew how to remember gratitude. They were already satisfied with this child in their hearts, and now that they knew that he was willing to follow his aunt's mother without the power of the Marquis, they felt even more relieved. Mr. Zhou stamped his seal, since Nagasawa is willing to follow you, then when he comes, he will be the young master of our Zhou family. On the one hand, she was raised by Sun Yang since she was a child. On the one hand, he has a kindness towards Beizhui to cure his illness. It's not appropriate to treat him like a bastard anymore. Mrs. Zhou was overjoyed when she heard this. That's great. Beizhui has been clamoring to play with his ninth brother every day. Now that Nagasawa has become the child of our Zhou family, Beizhui is the happiest one. There is also Chang Yan. Chang Yan had a smooth journey to the palace examination, but he had to go home to recuperate due to poor health. Now that Chang Ziyi is here, his illness has been almost cured. Maybe by then our Zhou family can still produce a champion. The Zhou family settled the matter in a few words, and the old lady patted her daughter's hand comfortingly. This is also an advantage for our Zhou family. We have two good children by our side for nothing. Speaking of which, we have to thank the Ho mansion. What to thank? Of course Mr. Xieji treated his wife and children badly, and now the Zhou family has gotten a big advantage. From then on, MRSG became Zhou Niang again. Mr. Zhou was the most enthusiastic about this matter. He was afraid that his sister would feel uncomfortable when she came home, so he hurriedly picked out the yard for his two nephews. Although the Zhou family was a clean one, they were not as wealthy as the Ho family. After choosing a yard, he personally took people to buy furniture and asked his servants to clean it. Mrs. Zhou was also busy with some girls to decorate it. They spent all their time decorating the courtyard, and it was very fast. In one day, the 3 courtyards for their sister and 2 nephews were all finished. Mr. Zhou felt a little better about this, feeling that he had done something for his sister. He also knew that there was a woman at home who had returned from divorce and would be criticized outside, but he was mentally prepared. Isn't it just to make people laugh? Those who let their daughters suffer in their husband's house for the sake of face are the fools. For the sake of a little reputation, they even risk the lives of their loved ones. Waiting for his sister to come back, even if others laugh at her, he will still love her as usual. Why should others talk about their Zhou family's affairs? With this idea in mind, Mr. Zhou has been waiting since he came back from the court. I waited and waited, but when it didn't come, I was afraid that something had gone wrong. After a while, he asked, isn't it because the Ho mansion refuses to release people? Although it sounds like Li broke up amicably, how could the Zhou family not be angry that Mr. Ji married a girl from their family but was not nice to her? If you really want to reconcile, you should have let her go before. Now that Sun Yang is no longer young, she also helps him take care of those concubines as they grow up. Mr. Ji must have felt that he no longer had any use for her, so he agreed to divorce. Although Sun Yang and Li wanted to reconcile, it did not stop the Zhou family from hating Master Ji who was killing the donkey. Now that I realize that the other party may not let me go, I still have to scold him. Anyway, I have to scold their girl. Are they not letting the children go? It's so shameless. When the 2 children grow up, Isn't it my sister who is taking care of them? That guy only spends time and drinking outside. What kind of face does he have to have a child? It doesn't matter if he has a wife at home. You want to take a concubine, bah. You are lustful, shameless, and obscene. Cough cough cough. Mrs. Joe, who was also sitting and waiting, coughed a few times. Mr. Joe then remembered that his own father also had 2 concubines. He froze and quickly changed the subject. I have asked people to clear out the yard where my sister and Chanjun Changs will live. The list is here. Father and mother can see it. Let's see what else we need to add. He took out the list from his sleeve and handed it to the second elder respectfully, then stood aside and waited. Mr. Joe and the old lady went through it again and found nothing wrong. The old lady said, "Is there a big yard? Chanjun and Changs are about to get married, so a small yard is not enough." Mr. Joe smiled confidently. He has always been prudent in doing things. How could he not take this aspect into consideration? Don't worry, mother. My son had this in mind when he made the choice. The large yard he chose specifically is definitely suitable for living in. As soon as he finished speaking so confidently, the boy who grew up with Mr. Joe and was sent out to guard the door ran in and said, "The third girl is back with the young masters." Mr. Joe didn't care about the title young masters either. Aren't Nagasawa and Chanjun young masters? Quick. Please. The boy glanced at his master hesitantly. "Sir, young masters, there are a lot." Mr. Joe didn't react for a while. A little too much has several meanings. Can young masters still have more? Sunyang brought back another bastard? The boy nodded hesitantly. The old lady above suddenly laughed. Okay, that means our Sunyang is doing a good job as a mistress, otherwise why would the bastard be willing to come back with her? Okay, let's welcome the young masters in. Everyone in the Joe family was smiling. The fact that Zhou Niang was able to bring her concubine back proved that she was not at fault in this divorce. If she treats the concubine badly, why would the concubine be willing to come back with her? Round again. If Mr. G was good enough, why would his biological children be willing to follow their aunt's mother? These extra bastards are definitely a surprise. Still a big surprise. With a kind of inexplicable pride that my daughter/sister/sister-in-law is awesome, Helly can also bring back the concubine as a surprise. Everyone in the Joe family is very relaxed. Then they watched helplessly as the boy led in 1, 2, 3, 4, 11, 12, 21 young men. Joe family. They all stared blankly at the dark mass in front of them, which almost filled the entire hall with more than 20 teenagers. Ji Chang stood at the front and knelt down very quickly. "This junior will give gifts to my grandparents, uncles, and aunts." As soon as he knelt down, the remaining bastards immediately followed him and knelt down as if they had found a backbone. The younger generation will give gifts to grandparents, uncles, and aunts. Even Mr. Joe was shocked by the sight of so many grandchildren appearing all at once. Mrs. Joe was also stunned for a long time, looking at the dark boy in front of her with disbelief. She knew that her sister-in-law was very respected in the Ho family, and the concubines were all vying to please her. But she didn't expect that her sister-in-law Helly could actually bring back so many bastards. Not only did she not expect that the rest of the Joe family were also confused. Master Joe's first reaction was, "It's terrible, the house is not enough to live in." Then they learned from Ji Chang's that not only did MRSG take the concubine away, but the concubine was also left behind. The most outrageous thing is that all the concubines followed her voluntarily. Ji Chang's tone was calm, as if he was talking about the most normal thing in the world. "My mother and my aunts were determined to lead my practice. My eldest brother and my grandson had some property outside, so they chose a garden for my mother to practice. My mother's place has not settled down yet. I asked my grandson to take his brothers to pay homage to the elders. Afterwards, we will go to another garden to study peacefully and prepare for the imperial examination next year. Zhou family. They couldn't believe their ears. Sun Yang took my concubine away too. Yes, when Su Shi was getting along in the mansion, the ants admired their mother a little. As soon as they heard that their mother was leaving the home mansion, they cried and begged her to take them with her. Her mother was also soft-hearted and couldn't bear their sadness, so she took them with her. Zhou family. Good guy. Master Ji was so cruel that his concubine would rather follow his mistress than follow him. Mrs. Zhou was stunned for a long time before she regained her language ability from the shock, and asked in a daze, then, your mother and the others don't have any help in the yard, why don't I send some girls to take care of you? Even if she is practicing with her hair, it is impossible for the Zhou family to let their daughter cook and wash alone. Ji Chang's had expected this a long time ago, otherwise he wouldn't have encouraged Zhou Niang to take away all the girls and boys. He replied, the servants who used to serve my mother, my aunts, and my brothers and sisters were also willing to go with me, so my mother took them with me. There are people taking care of both yards, so aunt doesn't have to worry. The Zhou family said again. Even the servants left. Where is the harmony? This is basically like moving the entire home mansion. The person who moved was still nominally Mr. Ji. The key point is that these people are particularly willing to follow Zhou Niang. If this spreads out, Mr. Ji's reputation will be ruined. Ever since they learned that the girl wanted to make peace, the hatred towards Mr. Ji and the grief and indignation towards the home mansion that had always existed in their hearts suddenly disappeared. I used to think that Mr. Ji stabbed their third wife, so naturally she should be sad and angry. As a result, looking at it now, Mr. Ji stabbed Zhou Niang, and Zhou Niang almost cut him into pieces. Mr. Zhou raised the corners of his mouth and tried to hide it. Ahem, then, your father is also willing. The aunts want to lead the practice of their own accord, and the brothers and sisters also want to be of the same lineage as the eldest brother. The servants were brought back to the family by the mother. If the father doesn't want to, there is no hindrance. Ji Chang's almost said that Mr. Ji was so angry that he couldn't do anything to them. Mr. Zhou almost stopped laughing. That's really fun, no, it's pitiful. Mr. Zhou thought more clearly. Although this was a relief, it was not a small sum of money to support my concubines, servants, and concubines. Your mother just came out. I'm afraid she doesn't have enough money. Please help me bring some money to your mother when she goes back later. Ji Chang shook his head, Grandpa doesn't need to take money. The properties my eldest brother and I have outside are enough. Next year, when we brothers get the honors and have a salary, it will be more relaxed. As for the dowries of the sisters, the aunts all have their own bodies and know how to do some embroidery, so my mother doesn't have to worry about it. To put it bluntly, even in the prince's mansion, those concubines who were not valued by Master Ji did not get much dowry when they got married. Instead, after leaving the home mansion, some of the aunts can do needlework, some can do accounting, and some can copy books. Without Master Ji blocking them, it will be difficult for them to make big money, but if they want to earn a share, ordinary people can still afford dowries. It's better than being married to an old man in his 40s or 50s by Mr. Ji. As for these bastards, Ji Changjun is already building a room according to the drawings given by Ji Chang's. There is one room for each person, and they study regularly every day, with 6 days of study and 1 day of rest. When the foundation is laid, they will be sent to the academy. In the past, it was Ji Chang's job to win people's hearts, but this time with Ji Changjun, he could have a little more leisure time. Ji Changjun is ruthless and thoughtful, but the good news is that he can give everything to the people he cares about and pave the way for them. The bad news for these younger brothers is that the eldest brother currently only cares about his mother and Ji Chang's. If these weak-tempered concubines fall into his hands, they will naturally have a bright future in this life, but at the same time, they will only follow the lead of their eldest brother for the rest of their lives. Of course, Ji Chanjun would not just throw his brothers out to feed the wolves with nothing to do. Anyway, it was better to be under Ji Changjian's hands than to follow Master Ji and be a useless person all his life. As Ji Chang's younger brother, whom Ji Chanjun considered his relative, he didn't have to work hard. Ji Chanjun would make various plans to pave the way for this younger brother, allowing him to walk on the road to stardom without any hardship. He lay very comfortably. Today, the junior brought his brothers to pay homage. When the mother's place is tidied up, she will bring her sisters to see the elder. The Zhou family members were stunned for a while after hearing this. Not only did they suddenly gain 21 male juniors, but they were about to gain a dozen female juniors. Mr. Ji is quite capable of giving birth. Mr. Zhou and Mrs. Zhou, who were originally full of worries, smiled with wrinkles on their faces. So what if the bastard who treated their daughter badly was the eldest son of the Ho family? He had a lot of children, but in the end, they all benefited from the Zhou family. And not to mention the children who are nominally theirs, all of them have grown quite big, and they don't have to spend money to raise them. Moreover, He took away concubines, and even servants. Others would not say that those people were crazy and followed the mistress who had nothing to do with them. They would only say that Sun Yang of the Zhou family is kind, sincere to others, and has a gentle temper. Anyway, any good words will be heaped on her. Otherwise, why would those people follow her? It's not because she is so good. Mr. Ji is the complete opposite. Why don't his concubines and his children want him? The eldest son of the Ho mansion, it seems that staying in the Ho mansion is better than following his mistress. But they all stayed. What does this mean? It shows that others are rubbish. He is so rubbish that even his concubines and children cannot stand it. In addition, his reputation was not very good to begin with, and it was overshadowed by this incident. Wouldn't it stink on the streets? Mr. Zhou laughed out loud. Smells good. It smells good. The worse that guy's reputation is, the better their family's third wife's reputation will be, and the easier their life will be. If things continue like this, not only will Li Sunyang and Li Sunyang's reputation not be damaged this time, but their reputation will be greatly improved. In the future, others will invite her to flower viewings and banquets. Such a lively girl will no longer be boring in the future. Master Zhou didn't come back to his senses for a long time. In his impression, his sister has a very gentle temperament. She doesn't even know how to get angry when others are mean to her. Therefore, when Master Zhou knew that she wanted to make peace, all he could think about was how Master Ji had insulted his sister, and Sun Yang couldn't bear it anymore. He was so distressed that his heart was throbbing, but he couldn't do anything for the sake of his reputation. If he really beat his ex-brother-in-law, his sister's reputation would also be ruined. Now I find that something seems wrong. The matter of peace and separation is not about my sister being bullied by Master Ji. Instead, she beat Master Ji. Forcefully rely on one's own strength to purge the other party out of the house. Mr. Zhou was happy for a while and confused for a while. Why didn't he find out before his sister got married that Sun Yang was actually a wolf destroyer? News from the capital spread quickly. When someone comes to ask Mr. Zhou, he can always think of a bunch of nephews coming to pay their respects. In fact, he still has a sense of dreaminess, but in front of outsiders, he still has to be slightly proud while showing a modest look on his face. There is such a thing. Those children even went to my house to pay my respects. They all respectfully called me uncle. It seems that they are all good children who understand etiquette. The children are good, but the father they abandoned is naturally a jerk. The colleagues got this very well, chatted for a few more words, and then went to spread gossip everywhere. It is no exaggeration to say that the whole capital was shocked by the big news that the husband and wife reconciled and divorced, and the concubine's children voluntarily left with the wife. Talking about gossip now, I would be too embarrassed to join in without making a few moral criticisms of Mr. G and yearning for how charming Zhou Niang should be. When talking about Mr. G, they always say, "Ah, that's the man who made peace with his wife, and his concubines and concubine children would rather follow his wife than follow him." I heard that his eldest son took his concubine brothers to live on their own. 1. I know him, his wife is indeed a good person, but he is not good, his character is too bad. When I woke up, everyone outside was criticizing Mr. G. He simply couldn't believe that those people outside were criticizing him so thoughtlessly. Overnight, it seemed that the whole world was on the opposite side of him. No, he is still the eldest son of the Ho family, and he will not be the one abandoned by the future Ho family. Then Master G learned that the old Marquis hurriedly selected a concubine with a big ass and a fertile body, and brought her into the house without waiting for a day. After the concubine came in, the old Marquis stayed in the concubine's room and never came out. According to him, he will work hard and have a second child to inherit the Ho mansion. This is commonly known as the big one is gone and the small one comes back. Mr. G. Now he was really abandoned by the whole world. Bay free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Teng Zhonmao. Chapter 316. Ji Changs didn't know yet that the old Marquis planned to practice the trumpet again. I don't know that Mr. G has been caught off guard by the current situation and doesn't know how to react. After finishing these trivial matters, he began to deal with his own business. Of course, as a 13-year-old boy who was supposed to just go to school, Ji Changs shouldn't have a career. But he can't stand that his eldest brother is rich. Ji Changjun was already very good at making money. Although he had been ill these years, he had already seen clearly what the situation was like in the Ho mansion. Mr. G, you are a fool. If you want others to be nice, he is stupid and bad. If you want to say that he is really bad to the core, that is not the case. But it is precisely because of this that Zhou Niang has been stuck in the quagmire for so long and has been unable to get out. Not to mention the old Marquis, he was fine when he was young, and he was very good as a minister. But I doted on my only son, and when I waited for him to die, I began to regret it. However, I didn't do much of the important things. It's like Ji Changs leading the old Marquis to the rescue. He is the master of the house. If he really wanted to know the suffering of his children and grandchildren, how could he not know about it? The old lady is even more of a fool. The step-brother has no children, so he is preoccupied with teasing Zhou Niang, his nominal daughter-in-law. While he looks down on Master Ji, he also wants to win over his son. The result was good now, and the three of them were dumbfounded. After so many years of fighting in the house, I was lonely and was immediately kicked out by Ji Changjun and Ji Changs. Before the variable Ji Changs appeared, Ji Changjun had already thought about the future. He will die early and his mother will lose hope in life. As for the Marquis mansion, the building is about to collapse and cannot hold on for a few more years. Mr. G is unable to do anything, the old Marquis has a habit of pretending to be dead, and the old lady is addicted to house fighting and cannot extricate herself. The only way out he could leave to his mother was the connections he had accumulated over the years and the foundations he had built outside the Ho family without telling her. Although it doesn't look like much, together it is enough for Zhou Niang to live a peaceful and prosperous life. Then, Ji Changs lit up his medical skills. So now the situation is very different. The money in Ji Changjian's hand is no longer the final deposit, but a large amount of starting capital. So, when Ji Changs asked for it, he quickly gave his brother a good shop. Of course, other brothers don't have this kind of treatment. The price for rescuing them is that they have to work as tools for his big brother. Since they want to be tool people, of course they must have the ability to make tools. 20 younger brothers, the youngest of whom was 5 years old, were all locked up to learn from him. If you speak submissively, then practice. If you don't know Chinese characters, then learn it from scratch. Even manners, riding and shooting are all taught according to the highest standards. A group of younger brothers are learning to survive but not to die, and the term the boundless sea of learning is vividly reflected in them. But they were all instilled with the concept. If they can learn like this, they are lucky. If not, just look at the concubines of their own age, who can be like them, with famous teachers to teach them, and their eldest brother to personally guide their homework and plan their time. Many bastards can only read and write in their entire lives, and spend their lives mediocrely. If they have such an opportunity, they should be grateful. All the younger brothers were brainwashed by these very true words, and all of them looked at Ji Changjun with eyes filled with admiration. Ji Chang's, the eldest brother's favorite and freest brother, also wants to get close but is timid. According to Ji Changjian's observation, the 5-year-old brother almost regarded his eldest brother as his biological father. However, although those words were spoken by Ji Chang's to brainwash them, in the eyes of people in the capital, Ji Changjian's actions were truly generous and responsible. No biological father may be able to do what he did, inviting countless famous teachers for his brothers to teach them their own etiquette and cultivate their style. What's more, these younger brothers are just concubines. This eldest brother is really very competent at his job. So there was a new topic when everyone was chatting. The eldest son of the Marquis mansion back then was very impressive. He passed the palace examination all the way. If he hadn't suffered a sudden illness later, he would have been a very popular minister by now. Isn't it? But don't talk about the eldest son of the Ho mansion. Hasn't he already left the Ho mansion? Don't put gold on the Ho mansion's face. Speaking of this, all the female relatives laughed again. Most of them don't like a libertine like Mr. G very much. Now that they know that he overturned his car, they don't say anything, but they feel very happy in their hearts. In this world, women are required to be filial to their parents-in-law, support their husbands and raise their children, but not to control men. Now that the 3 sisters of the Zhou family have suffered such a big loss like Mr. G, they are extremely happy. That Ji Changjun is a great person. He is the legitimate son and the eldest son. If he does not leave the Marquis mansion, the title will definitely be his in the future. However, he gave up the title so easily. He is really a good man. You're not married yet, right? I don't know which family's daughter I want to buy in the future. If you cherish your mother so much, if you get married, you will definitely have a proper personality and be harmonious as husband and wife. Speaking of which, I heard that when Ji Changjun went to the ancestral hall to record his name, he only recorded one concubine as his direct descendant, and the rest were treated as concubines. I don't know why. Someone close to the Zhou family replied, that is his family's Zhulang Jun. He has been raised by Zhou Niang since he was a child. I heard that Ji Changjun values his younger brother very much. Everything about leaving the queen is handled by these 2 brothers running. That's a good kid too. He was held up by his biological father before. That prodigal son of the Ji family was not very good himself, so he was jealous of his own child's talent and willingness to make progress, so he actually forced the child not to make progress. If you do well in the college, you will still be beaten. The fact that Mr. G was jealous of his child was also spread in the capital, but at that time everyone just spread the word casually and didn't pay much attention to who the child was. Now after hearing this, everyone looked surprised. It turns out to be that child. I said, his reputation was not very good before. Why do Zhou Niang and Ji Changjun love him so much? It turns out there is something hidden. Isn't that true? I see, that G family member is really a bastard. He actually took it out on his child. The child is only 13 years old this year. Sun Yang can't stand it anymore if she wants to reconcile with him. Everyone else agreed. Even the male guests criticized Master G when they talked about him. They didn't have this attitude when it came to this matter in the past. But isn't it too special? If Mr. G's family was poor, they might be able to use this to criticize Zhou Niang for hating the poor and loving the rich. If Zhou Niang didn't take those bastards away, they would also criticize each other for being too jealous. If only those concubines were taken away, it would mean that these women were not happy in their homes. As a result, the current situation is that no matter which direction you look at, there is no point of criticism. Concubines can be said to be women with long hair and short knowledge, but what about concubines? If it weren't for Mr. G's poor character, how could they be willing to leave the home mansion and form their own lineage? No matter how you look at it, Mr. G has nothing to do with it. What else can be done? I can only spray him. If we don't criticize this evil person, we are afraid that others will think that they are also such a bad person that they don't want a wife or children. Naturally, there are also situations where everyone is drunk and I am alone. The most common characteristic of these people is that they insist on expressing their unique opinions among everyone. The person who spoke was a literati, and his official title was that of a Juran. He was a native of the capital, and was not involved in officialdom. He had little contact with officials on weekdays, but he had a strong presence among the local literati. When everyone was mocking Mr. G that day, he spoke very clearly. Even if the man is wrong, the third wife of the Zhou family should not trample her husband's face to the ground like this. There is no magnanimity and kindness in doing so. I see that she is just a petty woman. He also felt that he was very kind and gave the perfect solution. Since he is a generous and virtuous person, he should not divorce. There is no man who doesn't love flowers. Such behavior is really disgusting. Everyone knows what kind of temper he is. This person became famous in the capital not because of his talent, but because of his reputation for defying the heavens and the earth. He makes money by writing manuscripts. He also has a pen name called Kink, which means he sees things most clearly and will never follow the crowd like those dirty mortals. This Kink didn't really want to criticize everyone he met. He knew that the Zhou family was from a scholarly family and couldn't do anything like making sacks. As for Zhou Niang, she left the home mansion again. Now, although everyone in the capital praises her as a wonderful woman in the world, it cannot be denied. A woman who divorces and does not return to her parents' home is seen as a soft persimmon in the eyes of others. Although she had concubines with her, a group of women and some children together had little ability. At least that's what King thought. After Ji Chang's learned about this, he knew what kind of business his new shop was going to do. It's easy to deal with those people who talk nonsense, just control their life and death. He opened a drugstore. Of course, although Ji Chang's has good medical skills, he has no intention of ever being a doctor. To the outside world, his personality is that he is good at making pills. There are also many pills available these days. Some are tonics, and some are just the right medicine. Ji Chang's is very unusual. His shop does not promote it, but only has a plaque saying pharmacy shop. Then in each cabinet were pills that were kept and labeled. After the college vacation, every day, while his group of brothers were immersed in learning and couldn't extricate themselves, he would draw pictures and practice calligraphy slowly in his medicine shop, as if he had entered a state of health in advance. Because it was a new store and the owner was still so young, people passing by did not dare to go in and experiment, so the business of the drugstore was not very good. Ji Chang's first business was from a classmate. His classmate Zhou Railing was said to be sick, with rashes all over his face and itching terribly. He couldn't help scratching, but when he couldn't scratch, more rashes appeared. This classmate Zhou Railing went around and around, and he was somewhat related to the Zhou family, although the relationship was so complicated that even the two families couldn't tell whether they were related by blood. However, people with the same surname were both officials in the same court, and the two families would occasionally visit each other. The friendship between gentlemen was as light as water. Zhou Railing's illness really made his mother extremely anxious. This son was her youngest son, and he had been in pain since he was born. The doctor said that the illness could be diagnosed and cured, but it would take a long time. But Zhou Railing had to be itched to death every night, crying and itching. No matter how hard his mother endured it, her face was filled with sorrow every day. When she went to the banquet, she asked the ladies present if they knew any powerful doctors. Mrs. Zhou happened to be present at the time, and her thoughts changed after hearing this, but she was also afraid that Ji Chang's would not be willing. After all, although doctors save people's lives, practicing medicine is still not as good as being a young master. After she went back, she mentioned it to Ji Chang's. Unexpectedly, the nephew agreed immediately and gave her the address of the drug store. He also told her that this drug store could cure the disease and not to mention anything else. Zhou Railing's mother was also worried about her son. She heard that not many people went to the shop. Although she was a little worried, she still asked someone to call a doctor. As a result, the drug store said that it was not possible. If they wanted to see a doctor, the patient should come in person, and the doctor would not come to the door. Zhou Railing couldn't get out of bed now, and he couldn't control himself from scratching unless he was tied up. How could he go to the medicine store? Thinking of Mrs. Zhou's vow that it would definitely work, Zhou Railing's mother gritted her teeth and decided to go to the drug store to hire someone in person. The location of Ji Chang's drug store is very good, but the plaque looks too simple. There are other drug stores nearby, all of which are century-old brands. It is mixed in among them, so no wonder it has no business. Mother Zhou got off the carriage and was a little hesitant when she saw this scene, but thinking that Mrs. Zhou was not the one who made false claims, she finally walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw a young boy lying on a recliner holding a book and reading. He didn't greet anyone when he came in. His eyes were still on the book and he replied lazily. "If you are a patient, go to the back room. If you are not a patient, call the patient over. Our pharmacy does not offer door-to-door treatment. If you want a doctor to come to your door for treatment, turn left and walk 2 steps to the Renji Hall next door." This attitude can be called very unclean. Zhou's mother was in a hurry and went to the doctor. For the sake of her son, she didn't care about her attitude of rushing away from guests. She just politely said, "Little boy, where is your doctor? I want to talk to him in person. My son really can't go out. Can you let me see the doctor? As long as my son can be cured and the reward is good, we are willing to ask any price." Ji Chang's turned around and said, "Here he comes again. If he doesn't come to see a doctor, he won't come to see a doctor. Even if you bring me gold and silver, I won't go." This attitude was very cold and hard, but the more so, the more Zhou was filled with expectations. If he didn't have real skills, how could this kid turn down the business that came to him? She walked to Ji Chang's face without giving up. "My son really can't go out. It's not that he doesn't want to follow your rules. As long as the doctor can cure him, he will definitely come to thank him personally." The little boy lying on the recliner seemed very impatient. He put down the book in his hand and looked like he was about to curse. As soon as he put down the book and met Zhou's mother's eyes, he paused, stood up almost immediately, and saluted Zhou's mother as a junior. It turns out to be Aunt Zhou. "I'm really sorry." This junior thought she was someone else. Mother Zhou was stunned. She looked at Ji Chang's face carefully and couldn't recognize who it was. "Who are you?" "Auntie, noble people tend to forget things. This junior is Rao Ling's classmate, Ji Chang's. Rao Ling and I have a good relationship. I also paid a visit to you when my aunt came to pick him up. Mother Joe remembered. Yes, she went to pick up her youngest son not long ago. At that time, a bunch of young people gathered together. When Rao Ling saw her coming, his classmates did give her gifts. If it's someone you know, it'll be easier. Mother Joe's face lit up with joy. Nagaze, since you are Rao Ling's classmate, can you intercede for me? Rao Ling is so ill now that he can't leave the house at all. He really can't come to the house for treatment. Rao Ling is sick. Ji Chang's expression changed, and his eyes were suddenly filled with worry. He turned around and walked behind the stage, took out a medicine box, quickly put a bunch of medicinal materials in it, and then turned around. Auntie, let's leave quickly. Joe's mother, Doctor, won't we come together, Doctor? Ji Chang's pointed to himself. Auntie, since you came here, you have your own way. Why don't you know that this junior is the only doctor in this medicine shop? Only. This kid who looks young, maybe 13 or 14 years old at most, is still in school? Mother Joe was stunned for a moment. Ji Chang's was still there and said, there are very few people who know about this shop, and it is also a clean one. Auntie, if you can find this place, I'm afraid you will have opened up a lot of roads. Originally I don't go out to see a doctor, even if it's a prince or aristocrat, I won't come to the door. But Rao Ling is my good friend, so I will break the rules for him for a while. Please lead the way. Mother Joe was stunned by his words. There was originally no one in this shop and it looked dilapidated. But when Ji Chang said this, it turned out that it was not that no one came to see the doctor, but that there were too few people who knew about this pharmacy. And not only are there few, the people who know about it are also very powerful. Otherwise, how could Mother Joe have to find a way to find this place? And that sentence, even the princes and nobles could not invite him to visit, invisibly improved his status. Mother Joe was completely confused. She had never heard of such a pharmacy in the capital. But look at Ji Chang's calm look. If you haven't heard of it, it's definitely not because this pharmacy is too small and not many people know about it. Instead, it is only circulated among the most powerful families, just like precious broken jade is only treasured in the hands of powerful families, and some second-rate families have never even heard of it. This pharmacy is not sparsely populated. Instead, it was hidden by the powerful in their own treasury. In this way, Ji Chang's straggling attitude when he didn't recognize her was very reasonable. It's just that Joe's mother is confused. In her opinion, the status of a doctor is not low, but it is definitely not much higher. Why did she feel that she should respect him when she came to Ji Chang's place, even though he only said a few words? After all, those powerful people are also supporting this person. A lady who can survive well in this class naturally does not have the temperament to offend others before she understands the situation. Even though Ji Chang's didn't look like a doctor who could cure diseases at all, after the other party's confident words revealed information such as princes and nobles must follow his rules, Joe's mother still treated Ji Chang's with great respect. Got on the carriage that had been prepared long ago. Because he was anxious to go back to treat his young master, the coachman just ran the carriage out of the train position, and rode hard all the way to the mansion as quickly as possible. Ji Chang's got out of the car carrying the medicine box. Upon seeing this, a boy rushed to help him carry it, but he quickly avoided it. No, what's inside is very important. If you're not a doctor, it's better not to touch it. As a result, now the Zhou family not only respects Ji Chang's, but are also careful about the medicine box he carries. I walked quickly to Zhou Railing's room, and before I even entered, I heard his hoarse shout. Itchy. It's so itchy. Let me go. Let me go. The group of people pushed the door open and entered, and what they saw was Zhou Railing, whose face was covered with scratches and acne. My son. Seeing her son's miserable state, Zhou's mother burst into tears and ran up to hug him. Don't go there. Ji Chang's paused seriously, retreated to the door with a sullen face, and slowly opened the medicine box. Zhou Rao was so confused that he didn't even notice that his classmates were in front of him, and he was still struggling to scratch his itch. Zhou's mother and all the servants were stunned by Ji Chang's seriousness. No one dared to move, and the whole room fell silent. He just watched Ji Chang's take out a handkerchief from the medicine box and tie it on his face. Then he took out another handkerchief and a roll of silk thread and handed it to the boy closest to him. Go and cover his wrist with this, then tie his wrist with silk thread, and hand me the other end of the thread. Everyone was shocked. This is the legendary silk diagnosis? Even imperial doctors can't do this. The boy also realized that the doctor refused to go in and covered his face with a cloth because the disease was contagious, and his legs trembled with fear. But he didn't dare to be disobedient, so he could only step forward cautiously, first cover it with a handkerchief, and then tie a silk thread around Zhou Raoling's wrist. Ji Chang's got the other end of the silk thread and slowly closed his eyes. Silk examination does not exist in this world. It is a skill he learned elsewhere. Strictly speaking, after you learn silk diagnosis, it is no different from ordinary pulse diagnosis, but it can be awesome. After quietly closing his eyes for a minute, Ji Chang's opened his eyes. Oh! It was indeed the disease he thought it was. I thought it was just an allergy or a rash, but I didn't expect that Zhou Raoling was so lucky that he always got into trouble whenever he got sick. Ji Chang's thought as he quickly threw the silk thread on the ground, then ran out carrying his medicine box. Under the confused gaze of the Zhou family, I ran to the middle of the yard before raising my voice and making a diagnosis. Don't worry, Aunt, it's nothing serious. Everyone. It's no big deal. Why are you running so far away? Zhou's mother came out hurriedly. Can Raoling's disease be cured quickly? Ji Chang's, it's not a big problem to cure it, but Auntie, I think you need to close your house first. Raoling's disease is Tianyuan disease. Brush. Mother Zhou's face suddenly turned pale. Tianyuan disease was a strange disease that occurred during the reign of Emperor Tianyuan more than 100 years ago. Because it was the year of Tianyuan, the disease was also called Tianyuan disease. People with the disease will initially feel itchy and unbearable, scratch their whole body, and have small bumps all over their body. Later, they will become weak all over the body, and then all the organs in the abdomen will lose their function. This disease is chronic and may be mistaken for other symptoms at first, so it is difficult to detect. Even if it is discovered early, there is no way to cure it. After contracting the disease, you will be paralyzed for the rest of your life. The most frightening thing is that this disease is an infectious disease, and the infection rate is very high. When the disease broke out in the Tianyuan year, tens of thousands of people died in the capital and hundreds of thousands died nationwide. The disease finally disappeared not because doctors could cure it, but because Emperor Tianyuan at that time took the simplest method and locked all the patients in one place. All corpses were burned. This has always been the way to deal with the plague. As long as there are no patients, no one will be infected. Emperor Tianyuan was a ruthless man. After he issued this order, he himself became ill. As an emperor, he did not give himself any privileges. After passing the throne to his son, he walked into the city himself. This disease is called Tianyuan disease, which also means commemorating Emperor Tianyuan. Although 100 years have passed since this incident, there were countless casualties and heavy losses. However, any older family would talk about this history when they were young, and Zhou's mother naturally learned about it. She found it thrilling just by reading the content in that section of the book. It turned out that Zhou Raoling, whom she loved most, had Tianyuan disease. Son. My dear. You are still so little and so young. Seeing Zhou's mother's mental collapse, Ji Chang suddenly said. It's too early for Auntie to cry now. Tianyuan disease is not incurable. Mother Zhou sobbed, yes, I know, this disease can't, what? She raised her head suddenly and looked at the young boy in front of her. What did you say? This disease can be cured? This is Tianyuan disease. Ji Chang's nodded firmly, it can be cured. Seeing Zhou's mother excitedly taking several steps toward him, Ji Chang's pushed back neatly. Auntie, please stay away from me first. Mother Zhou's tears suddenly fell down again. Didn't you say it can be cured? You are afraid of catching it, but it turns out that this disease still cannot be cured. Ji Chang's was indeed afraid of getting sick. Auntie, the disease is itchy and unbearable in the early stages. If nothing else happens, I am the only one who can cure this disease. If I also get the disease and itches all over my body, how can I save Raoling? This sounds reasonable, but in the face of the terrifying Tianyuan disease, it makes people doubt whether it is true or not. Mother Zhou's mind is in a mess now, and she has no intention to distinguish between true and false. On the other hand, the scholar next to Zhou Raoling was a little confused. He knew Ji Chang's and knew that this was his son's classmate. Although he came as a doctor, he had always gone to the academy to wait for Zhou Raoling. Ji Chang still had the impression of an ordinary concubine from the Ho family. At this moment, seeing his vow, he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Ji, my young master has been ill for 3 days. I have always been inseparable from the young master. When he was sick, I was also the one who took care of him. If it is really Tianyuan disease, what will happen to the young master? Why is it okay? Ji Chang's didn't care about his doubts and just said, roll up your sleeves and look at your arms. The boy, who had never had time to wash up these days to take care of Zhou Raoling, immediately raised his arms when he heard this. I saw that my arms were already covered with large red marks. Wow! The people around him immediately looked horrified and stayed away from him. During the incubation period of Tianyuan disease, the whole body is covered with red marks. There are very few in the early stage. It makes people feel that they just scratched them accidentally. Waiting for the red marks to turn into rashes and finally acne, then it will be too late. Ji Chang's took out another silk scarf from the medicine box, continued to cover the lower half of his face and tied it behind his head. This disease is not a problem to treat, but if the infection spreads and there are too many patients, there will still be casualties. Auntie, you should close the house. Waiting for me to wake Raoling up, I also need to ask him where he has been before he got sick. He takes a bath at least once a day. If he hadn't been in contact with someone with the disease, he would never be able to survive this Tianyuan disease. As he spoke, he took out his homemade gloves and a thin protective suit that could cover the whole body from the medicine box, and smiled at the Zhou family. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. The Zhou family members who witnessed him almost wrapping themselves into rice dumplings said. Saying this like this is really hard to believe. But I have to believe it even if I can't believe it. No one could cure Tianyuan disease 100 years ago. If Ji Chang's didn't believe it now, Zhou Raoling would have no choice but to wait for death. The head of the Zhou family ordered that every door of the Zhou family be closed immediately and no one could come in or out. Father Zhou, who had just left the court, got off the carriage and looked at the closed door of his house. He sent someone to knock on the door, but the servant shouted through the door. Our wife said that the house is closed and no one is allowed in or out. People around Father Zhou, we are none other than the master. The master is back. The boy was very serious. Madam said that even the master can't come in. Father Zhou. It's outrageous that I won't be allowed to go home after I leave. He had a deep relationship with Zhou's mother, so he didn't think much about it and just asked what happened. Zhou's mother heard that he was back and hurried over to the door. Tell him through the door. Even after going to court once, I learned when I came back that my son was suffering from the dangerous Tianyuan disease. My wife, who had been staying at her son's bedside these days, might also be sick. Now, in order to prevent the disease from spreading further, my wife had no choice but to close the house. Father Joe was completely stunned. After coming back from get off work, the news that the whole family was going to finish the game was still so exciting that he almost fell over. Madam, don't cry. I have also seen Rowling. I may also be infected. If anything happens, I will fight with you. Joe's mother leaned against the door and refused to let him in. You are busy with official duties and have only seen him a few times. How could you catch the disease? Master, don't come in. Even if we have some good luck, you have to be well. Lady. Master. You and I have been in a relationship for 20 years, how can I leave you alone? If we die together, we will die together. No, Master, just keep alive for me and Rowling. In the next life, we will be husband and wife again. Why? Why do things like this have to happen to you and me? If my wife dies, my husband will not live alone. You and I will become two winged birds in the next life. Wherever I fly, Master will fly. If not, become a mandarin duck. Together for a lifetime, you comb my hair and I catch fish for you. Ma'am. Master. The couple cried bitterly through the door. The scene was quite sensational for a while. Just as he was crying hard, a servant came running up and down. Madam, madam. The young master is fine. The rash on his face has subsided a lot and he is awake. Madam, this disease is indeed as Master G said, it can be cured, madam. It is not that cases of Tianyuan disease 100 years ago have not been cured, although they are pitifully few. But the rash subsides, which is a sign of recovery. Mother Joe and Father Joe were still crying. They immediately stopped crying, wiped the tears on their faces, straightened their posture, and returned to their original dignity and calmness. Father Joe coughed a few times. Cough, since it can be cured, madam, please open the door. Mother Joe took out her handkerchief to wipe her tears and ordered the door to be opened. The door opened, and the couple walked together, heading towards their youngest son's yard in a very natural manner. I never thought that Rowling would be in trouble like this. Fortunately, the bad luck turned into good luck, and the future will be safe and sound. Well, what Madam said is true. When my father was away, Madam immediately decided to close the house as soon as she learned about it. She has the demeanor of a general. You're welcome, sir. I learned it from you. If you ignore their eyes and noses that were red from crying, they are really a calm and steady couple. When Joe Rowling woke up, he felt weak all over. He thought about it for a long time before he remembered that he was sick. He was relieved that the torturous itch was gone. It seems that the disease has been cured. As soon as he opened his eyes, he met his parents whose eyes were still red. Joe Rowling felt warm in his heart. He never thought that his parents loved him so much. Even his father, who had always been serious, cried for him. Father, mother. Don't get up yet. This is a serious illness, so you still need to take a good rest. Joe's mother comforted her son and couldn't help but said, after all, I have to thank your friend Nagaze. If he hadn't heard that you had something to do and came here, I'm afraid something would have happened to you and we wouldn't have been able to save you. Apart from Ji Chang's, no one in this world can diagnose and treat Tianyuan disease anymore. Nagasawa. Ji Chang's. Joe Rowling was very confused. Although he and Ji Chang's were familiar with each other, they could not be called good friends. He and I are not good friends. How could it not be? You don't know that Nagasawa is very capable. Even the princes and nobles can't invite him to my home for treatment. I couldn't invite him in the first place. Who knows, as soon as he heard that it was you, he immediately followed. Yes, your friendship is not trivial. Ji Chang's and him. Joe Rowling fell into a state of confusion. But we're not very familiar. It's okay, Aunt. Rowling has just recovered from his illness, and his brain is still a little unclear. He will be fine after drinking some medicine. Ji Chang's familiar voice came, and then a well-dressed classmate came over carrying medicine. Without waiting for Zhou Railing's reaction, he fed him a spoonful. Zhou Railing, bitter. Ji Chang smiled and said, good medicine tastes bitter. After drinking this medicine, you will remember that we are good friends. After that, another spoonful. Zhou Railing, but we really don't. Another spoonful. Did you remember it wrong? Another spoonful. After 7 times, Zhou Railing was so painful that he could not speak. Seeing that Ji Chang's wanted to feed him, he hurriedly said, yes. Yes. I remembered. We are friends. Only then did Ji Chang's put down his spoon with satisfaction, turned to Father Zhou and Mother Zhou and said calmly, Uncle and Auntie, look, I said he was sick and confused. Look, he remembered it after drinking my medicine. It's not a junior bragging. My medicine is the medicine that cures the disease. Lily free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 317. Zhou Railing never imagined that he was just ill and would wake up with an extra friend. He was obviously not familiar with Ji Chang's, but in order not to drink the painful medicine, he could only hold his nose and admit that he and Ji Chang's were good friends in front of his parents. Then, after Ji Chang's put down the medicine bowl, Zhou's father and Zhou's mother all began to praise him for his young and promising achievements. Ji Chang's could be called a prodigal son before, but after everyone discovered that it was not that he didn't want to study but that his father was unmotivated and had been holding him back, Zhou Railing began to have a slight change in his view of this classmate. But the biggest change is that they no longer hate each other. Later, I don't know what happened in the home mansion. Ji Chang's aunt and their group of concubines reconciled, and then Ji Changjun established another family. Then Ji Chang's was like, I don't have to work hard anymore because my elder brother is raising me anyway. He didn't study as hard as before, and his homework began to not be as good as before. It's not that Ji Chang's didn't do his homework, it was just that he was well behaved, and Zhou Railing, who had seen him work so hard before, could tell at a glance that he didn't pay much attention to him at all. He neither understood nor agreed with this. After all, even though his parents loved him, as the second son who was destined to live alone in a separate house in the future, Zhou Railing was still very aware of the crisis in his heart. Knowing that he is not the eldest son, he will not be able to enter the Imperial Academy, let alone his parents will be gone in the future. If I don't work hard, even if my eldest brother is willing to support me in the future, my life will definitely not be as cool as it is now. Zhou Railing, who had such thoughts, naturally did not understand Ji Chang's behavior of relaxing now. In his heart, the other party was a prodigal at the beginning, a prodigal who turned around later, and then was willing to be mediocre. And now, just after waking up after being ill, his father and mother are full of praise for Ji Chang's. Zhou Railing looked confused. He had just recovered from a serious illness and could not speak fluently. He could only watch his parents praising this classmate who was 1 year younger than him. I knew before that the children taught by Sun Yang of the Zhou family would be good, and today I saw that it was indeed the case. Thanks to you today, otherwise, our family, Raoling, wouldn't know what to do. Not just Raoling, our entire Zhou family relies on you, kid. Zhou Railing's mind became more and more confused as he listened. Father, mother, what are you talking about? Why are you talking about it, and it's all about the Zhou family? Ji Chang's is not yet an adult, what can he do to help the Zhou family? Mother Zhou heard her youngest son's question and looked back lovingly. You were so groggy before that you didn't know that you were seriously ill. Thanks to Nagasawa, for the sake of being your classmate, he personally took care of you. Saved. Zhou Railing. He knew that he was seriously ill. But, when will Ji Chang see a doctor? Ji Chang's didn't care about the "am I still dreaming" expression on Zhou Railing's face, and said with a smile, "Uncle and Aunt really praise this junior too much. This junior just learned some medical skills. Modesty." Father Zhou said with a smile, "I have heard from Madam that you don't even visit the doctor when the princes and nobles come. It's because we are so lucky that you came to the house just because you are good friends with him. For this reason, Nagasawa, I owe you a favor. If anything happens to you in the future, just tell me directly that as long as I can do it, I will do my best." Ji Chang smiled sheepishly and did not refuse. He didn't feel that Zhou's father was really grateful. He was so grateful that it was impulsive to promise in a hurry regardless of his status as an elder or official. Zhou's father's official position was not low. To be able to get into this official position from this family background, he is definitely not a fool. What kind of disease is Tianyuan disease? At the beginning, even Emperor Tianyuan, who had always been known as a wise emperor, was helpless. In order to save the entire country, he even sacrificed himself and used the emperor's personal visit to the city as publicity to temporarily eliminate the Tianyuan disease. But such a terrible disease, which was so terrifying that the whole country had heard about it 100 years ago, was eliminated in Ji Chang's hands without much effort. What a terrifying ability this is! Ji Chang's has such abilities, he can't even be called a miracle doctor. And Tianyuan disease is contagious. Zhou Railing has always liked to be clean. The fact that he contracted this disease means that it was passed on to him by someone from outside. Now that it has spread outside, according to the speed at which Tianyuan disease is transmitted, the entire imperial city may not be in good shape now. And once it is confirmed that it is Tianyuan disease, it will be an absolute turmoil for the entire country. But Ji Chang's knows how to treat it. This is a medical skill that can save thousands of people and bring thousands of people to life. In order to find a cure for Tianyuan disease, Emperor Tianyuan once decreed that if anyone could save this catastrophe, he would be named a king with a different surname. But after all, no one could find a cure for Tianyuan disease 100 years ago. Although 100 years have passed, Emperor Tianyuan, the Ming Jun, once personally decreed this matter. Even if His Majesty wanted to be in line with Ming Jun, he would never treat Ji Chang's badly, who could cure Tianyuan disease. Father Zhou extended an olive branch to Ji Chang's at this time, not only to repay the other party, but also to take advantage of the opportunity. Ji Chang's was clear in his heart, but he pretended to be shy and embarrassed on his face, which made Father Zhou feel more and more satisfied. "Nagaze, you and Raoling are classmates, so they are about the same age. Are you in your teens this year?" "Back to uncle, I'm 13 now." 13, 13 is a good age, it is the best time. Raoling has a sister who is also 13 years old. You are almost the same age. Because he couldn't understand the current scene at all, Zhou Railing just kept silent and listened. "Father. When my husband mentioned his daughter, he didn't believe it even if he didn't want to get married. His sister and he were only 1 year apart. She was conceived by her mother by accident and had always been loved by her parents. Zhou Railing also loved this sister very much. How could he be willing to marry his sister to Ji Chang's, a classmate who just slept and read and was lazy every day?" Fortunately, Zhou Railing reacted quickly. He remembered that Ji Chang's was engaged, so he hurriedly said, "Why are you talking to Chang's about this? My sister is from the daughter's family, and I can't talk to him. If you are grateful to him, then wait for Chang's after my fiancé is married, my mother will just take her to the banquet." This is to say that Ji Chang's has a fiancé. Father Zhou was very sorry for a moment. Ji Chang's pretended not to see the expression on his face. "Why did you miss such a huge golden mountain?" He just smiled and said, "Yes, uncle, my mother is dedicated to Buddha, so I'm afraid she won't be able to come out to participate in various events in the capital at the banquet. When my wife comes, I will be very grateful if my aunt is willing to take her." Mother Joe quickly agreed, "Of course I want it. Don't worry, Nagasawa. You are good friends with my family's Rowling and you saved this child. In my heart, you are our family's savior. I will definitely treat your wife as my own like a daughter. I just don't know whose daughter she is." Ji Chang's replied, "She is the daughter of the Gao family in the west of the city. She is 2 years older than me. The marriage has been decided, but we are still young and have to wait for a few years." The Gao family in the west of the city. Zhou's mother often walked around the capital, and she was roughly aware of the situation in the families of the officials' children. When Ji Chang said this, she immediately remembered that the Gao family did have a daughter. It's just that although the Gao family is a family of scholars and has a good reputation outside, Mr. Gao's official position is a bit low. Mr. Gao came from a poor family, and the wife he married was the daughter of the wife who taught him. Neither husband nor wife had any background. In addition, although Mr. Gao passed the exams all the way, except for a few in the entire court, they relied on family connections. Officials, don't the rest have to pass the imperial examination to get official positions? This tall man is not a genius. It can only be said that he has an upright character and a profound knowledge. He relied on hard work to pass the exam. But being an official is not just about endorsements. Mr. Gao has the temperament of a scholar, but he may not be able to fit into this officialdom. So for many years, the official position has basically not changed much. In this imperial city where a brick can hit the head of a certain prince's son, Master Gao's official title can be regarded as a lowly official. If Ji Chang's hadn't added Chinsi, Mother Zhou might not have remembered that there was a tall man there. She recalled unconvincingly, "But Mr. Gao from Guocheng." Ji Chang's nodded with certainty, "It's from Guocheng." Hey! That's really weird. He was really the tall man she thought of. But since there was a marriage contract long ago, it must be time for Sun Yang of the Zhou family to reconcile with Master Ji. At that time, Ji Chang's was also a grandson of the Ho family. Even if he was not raised by his aunt's mother and only looked at his status as a concubine, it would be too high for the daughter of the Gao family to marry him. It's not that the daughter of the Gao family is bad, it's just that according to Ji Chang's aunt's love for him, he shouldn't inexplicably choose a Gao family for him that won't be of any help to him in the future. Ji Chang's naturally knew what Zhou's mother was thinking, and said jokingly, "The women of the Gao family are kind-hearted and very quiet. If my aunt accidentally meets her in the future and takes care of her, I will be very grateful." She looked very quiet, so she had met him before. And it seems that Ji Chang's is very satisfied with the daughter of the Gao family. Mother Zhou knew what she was doing and agreed, "Don't worry, I will take good care of her." Zhou's father didn't get a son-in-law, so it would be nice to get closer to him, with a smile on his face, and he became happy again. Not only was he happy about this, but he was also happy that Ji Chang's, who was so promising, was a good friend of Zhou Railing. People broke all the rules for his little son, how could the relationship be bad? Rowling can have such a good friend, even if he goes out to live separately in the future, he can feel at ease. We don't know who in the house has contracted this disease yet. It's best to take medicine to be safe. I'm going to go to the yard to make medicine, so I'll leave first. Ji Chang's stove was still burning outside. If he didn't keep an eye on it, he was afraid that the pills inside would fall apart. Okay, just ask me if you have anything. Waiting for Ji Chang's to go out, Zhou's father looked at the back of this young man who could cure Tianyuan disease at such a young age, feeling really regretful. Why is there already a marriage? If not, even if you don't, you can't marry your sister to him. Zhou Railing became anxious when he heard this, and said hurriedly, "He is not a good husband worth trusting." Father Zhou glanced at his son, "Why are you talking? I just saved you." Zhou Railing, "Even if he really saved me, I am grateful to him. I can give him all my money, help him with work, and make cows and horses for him, but my sister cannot marry him. Ji Chang's is a pervert. He was flirting with the Gao family's daughter on the street. If not, why would the Marquis mansion have arranged this marriage for him in such a hurry? Zhou's mother frowned in disbelief. I think this child is well-mannered and well-controlled. He doesn't look like the kind of person who doesn't have any rules. Don't talk nonsense. What nonsense am I talking about? It's all the truth. I saw it with my own eyes. I watched helplessly as he insisted on squeezing his way to the girl from the Gao family without taking the road, and even touched her hand. So many people saw it at that time, and Miss Gao was so frightened that she cried and simply ran away. What Zhou Railing said was indeed what he saw with his own eyes. When he saw this scene, he wanted to go over and rescue the girl, but Miss Gao was scared away. At that time, he felt that Ji Chang's was wicked. Even if Miss Gao was just the daughter of a small official, she was from an innocent family. He is a young master from the Marquis mansion and a man, so naturally he can be flirted with. After teasing someone, he will be called a slut by others, or at most be scolded as a bastard, and that will be the end of it. But tall girls can't do that. The innocent daughter of a good family had her hand touched by a strange young master in front of so many people, which was equivalent to driving her to death. At that time, Zhou Railing felt displeased with Ji Chang's. Later, when he learned that the Ho family proposed marriage to the Zhou family and married her as the head wife, he was relieved for the poor girl Gao. Although when it came to marrying Ji Chang's, based on the family backgrounds of both parties, the woman would be highly favored for this marriage, but he felt that the girl was unlucky to marry such an unknown person. But this is better than being driven to death by rumors. Later, it was exposed that Ji Chang's was jealous of Master Ji. Zhou Railing still thought that this boy seemed to have talent, but his character was not very good. He hoped that he would be a good person in the future and not become like Master Ji. Because he always had this problem in his heart, even if Ji Chang's was always enthusiastic towards them later, Zhou Railing never wanted to get close to them. He always felt that Ji Chang's character was really not good. When Zhou Railing said this, he thought his parents would agree. Unexpectedly, when he raised his eyes, he saw them both looking at him with expressions like "Why are you kid like this?" Zhou Railing. Zhou's mother has a dignified temperament and speaks in a gentle manner. Railing, you can't draw conclusions from just one look at many things. You said you think Nagasawa's character is bad, but if his character is really bad, how can you do that? Because you are sick, you will immediately follow me to the mansion to treat you. Did you know that he can cure Tianyuan diseases? With this ability, so many people are supporting him. Our family is among them and can't even hear a sound. Father Zhou also nodded in agreement. Yes, people regard you as a best friend, but you think so of others in your heart. It is really not the behavior of a gentleman. Both of them had brief contact with Ji Chang's. No matter what, Ji Chang's took the risk of getting sick and saved Zhou Railing, whom he considered a good friend. As a result, their son woke up and first admitted that the two were good friends in front of Ji Chang's. Then, after Ji Chang's left, he said that he did not regard Ji Chang's as a friend in his heart. Isn't this noisy? If he has bad personal character and does whatever he wants just because of the beauty of the woman, and just because he is from the Ho mansion, it is not easy to want a beautiful concubine. If he is more cruel, he will directly marry Miss Gao as his wife. Concubine, do you think the Gao family will agree to it for the sake of Miss Gao's life? Both of them have met a lot of people. Zhou's father has seen most cruel men, and Zhou's mother has seen most cruel women. But no matter what it is, if Ji Chang's really just flirted with a beautiful girl he saw on the roadside, facing a family background like Miss Gao, to put it bluntly, he didn't actually need to marry her at all, he could just take a concubine. Good. It is naturally cruel and humiliating to the Gao family, but this is the reality that a powerful family in Beijing will most likely choose. The men in the family are the hope for the future. Not only must they be talented themselves, but their wives' mothers' families must also be supportive. With Miss Gao's family background, the home mansion could directly ask for a concubine. After all, if this kind of thing is set out, girls will suffer a bit. At most others would say Ji Chang's was shameless, but no matter how profound the condemnation was, he directly engaged the other party, and he was definitely not the kind of evil person who would bully someone based on their poor family background. Zhou's father and Zhou's mother naturally didn't expect that Ji Chang's would get engaged involuntarily. After all, when the other party mentioned his fiancée just now, he looked clearly in a very good relationship. They had seen too much character, but Ji Chang's body was so clean and transparent that neither of them noticed any scheming. Therefore, Zhou Railing must have misunderstood. Zhou Railing. I saw it with my own eyes, can it be false? Seeing it with your own eyes may not be the whole story. You don't know the girl from the Gao family. How do you know what happened at the beginning? Nagasawa's reputation was not very good in the past. If that incident hadn't been exposed, who could thinking that he was threatened by his biological father and did not dare to make progress? Zhou Railing. He was speechless. But I'm really not familiar with him. Shut up. Zhou's father was a little angry, blew his beard and glared, what did I teach you? You should treat each other with sincerity when making friends. How can you call someone a brother or sister on your face? You can deceive people into thinking that they are close friends with you, but then they turn against you secretly. Did you say bad things about the other party? How can you act like a gentleman when you act like this? Zhou Railing was completely confused. No, father, I really don't know him well. We have been classmates for so long and we haven't even exchanged a word with each other. Is someone you don't know specially come here to treat you? Zhou Railing. How did he know why Ji Chang's came to treat him? But I really... Okay, don't let me hear such words again in the future, otherwise even if I can get around you, your mother can't get around you. Zhou Railing. He looked at his mother pitifully. Zhou's mother had a sullen face, as if she would break his legs if he dared to say such words again. Zhou Railing. He is really not familiar with Ji Chang's. Really? Ji Chang's outside didn't know yet that Zhou Railing was caught in the fear of a double fight between men and women, and was concentrating on guarding his own little pot. This was also what he brought in his medical kit. It was a small pot filled to the brim with all kinds of needed pills. Like a witch, Ji Chang's hummed and took out various small bottles from his medicine kit, opened them one by one and poured them into the pot. The materials of these bottles are very good. The white jade bottles look very high-end and classy, but the juice poured out does not look very good. Green, red, blue, black. Anyway, there is no color that makes people appetizing. After waiting for all the juice to be poured in, Ji Chang's took out a spoon from the medicine box, put on his gloves, and stirred slowly a few times to let the pills and the juice come into contact with each other before taking the pot down. The little boys and girls who were waiting around were looking at the pill cooking scene as if they were watching some god come down to earth. Everyone was so cautious that they didn't even dare to breathe very hard, and no one dared to make a sound. Ji Chang scooped out a small pill with a spoon and waved to the boy closest to him. Come here and have a taste. The boy also discovered a rash on his arm. At this moment, he was so excited when he heard that Master Ji actually asked him to take the medicine to treat the disease. He hurried forward and took the pill into his stomach respectfully. Ji Chang signaled him to roll up his sleeves and count silently in his heart. After about a minute, the red rash on my arm began to fade away. As expected, his pharmaceutical skills have not deteriorated yet, and Ji Chang's is very pleased. He scooped out another bowl of dark soup with a spoon, took a small sip and handed it to the boy. Drink this, this is the concoction to prevent future infections. The boy drank it in one gulp as if he were drinking some rare treasure. Ji Chang's asked him, what does it taste like? The boy smacked his lips quickly and recalled, "It's a bit sweet and tastes good." He didn't dare to say that the concoction was delicious and he wanted to drink it again. Just sweet. Satisfied, Ji Changs took out a pen and paper and recorded the new ratio. This is an epidemic. It should not only be treated, but also prevented in advance. Prevention means prevention across the country. It should be made sweeter and easier for children to drink. The dark pot of soup was filled with pills. This scene reminded Ji Changs of the ease and simplicity when he was learning the skills of a witch doctor in some primitive world. That world was still very evocative, and everything was beautiful except for the initial embarrassment that everyone had no clothes to wear and had to wrap themselves in leaves. Just as he was about to ask people to distribute the medicine, Zhou Railing's door opened. Although he was still weak, but his face was no longer so pale, the young boy slowly moved out and glanced at Ji Chang several times with some reluctance. Finally, "I thanked you seriously." "Thank you, Brother Ji, for saving my life." "Thank you sincerely." Bewilderment is also true confusion. Because his parents insisted that he and Ji Chang's had a very good relationship, and even Ji Chang said so himself, Zhou Railing even began to wonder if he was sick. But he clearly remembered that he had always been very critical of Ji Chang's because of Miss Gao's incident. Zhou Railing decided to ask clearly. "Why are you so polite? There is no need to thank you for our relationship." Ji Chang's had a natural look of "we are good friends." There was nothing wrong with his face, and he waved at the other party. "Come and drink the medicine. I just made it. After drinking it, it will not only help you recover from the disease, but it will also help you not to contract the disease in the future." Seeing that he was so enthusiastic about himself, Zhou Railing felt a little ashamed. People regard him as a good friend, but in his heart he says that he is a villain. This fact is really inappropriate. Dragging his heavy steps forward, Zhou Railing felt even more guilty when he saw Ji Chang's finding a small bowl for himself from the medicine box. But no matter how guilty he was, he still wanted to ask questions. "Brother Ji, you and I don't seem to be that close, right?" Ji Chang still had a smile on his face. "What are you talking about, Rowling? Aren't we always good friends? But I remember that we didn't seem to have said a few words." "You remembered wrong. But I think I remembered it correctly. Rowling, I am very sad that you are like this. I have told Wang Zizi before that I look like a coward and a slut. Don't explain it yet. With your mouth, you really think that these things can't be spread into my ears?" Ji Chang's handed over the medicine bowl and interrupted him. "Just hold it and wait for me." Zhou Railing was interrupted, and he stood there holding the medicine bowl with a dazed look on his face. He watched Ji Chang's turn around and search in the medicine box, and found a small white bottle. He suddenly forgot about friends or not. Just after they saved him, he was exposed to have said bad things about them. Zhou Railing took Ji Chang's place and felt that if he were the other party, he would definitely walk away and treat him like a ghost. As a result, Ji Chang's not only stayed here, but was still here to help him prepare medicine. And while he was adjusting the medicine, he raised his eyes and said to him, "But those things are all in the past. You and I are friends. How can I care about such a trivial matter?" The halo of the Holy Father seemed to be shining brightly on the opponent's head. Zhou Railing was in a daze. Ji Chang's looked like he had a good character now. Why did he think that the other party was a sinister person with a small belly? He couldn't blame his parents for being angry. If it were him, he would be angry too. He tried to explain. "Brother Ji, I'm really sorry. I had too many misunderstandings about you in the past. I never thought that you would come here to help me with my diagnosis and treatment. It's not an exaggeration to say that I owe you my life. If anything happens in the future, I'm sorry for you. Friend." No matter where the problem occurred, Ji Chang's indeed regarded him as a friend. Zhou Railing seriously put away all the prejudices he had against the other party. Brother Ji, from now on, we will be good brothers. In the past, it was indeed me and not me. He sincerely confessed, I shouldn't have spread rumors in the college that you will become a dwarf if you grow slowly, and I shouldn't have told my classmates that you might become a fat man if you eat too much. You peeked at me last time in class. I shouldn't have complained to my husband about your drawing notebook, which caused your drawing notebook to be confiscated. And last time, when you were sleeping under the tree, I went over and kicked the tree quietly, leaving you covered with leaves. But Brother G, you have to believe me on this. I really do it for your own good. I did this because I saw that you didn't read like you used to, sitting under the tree and sleeping all day long, and I was afraid that you might not do well in the exam. Every time he said something, Ji Chang sprinkled more medicine into the medicine bowl. To be honest, when he makes friends, he always takes the initiative. Only Zhou Rao ordered. With his skills, he successfully attracted Ji Chang's attention. Wait for Zhou Railing to finish speaking. Ji Chang's had already poured a bottle of juice into the medicine bowl. Don't worry, I'm not a fool. I've known for a long time that you did these things. Good brother, you are so kind. Otherwise, I wouldn't be friends with you, right? A smile spread all over his face, and he pushed the medicine bowl towards Zhou Railing's mouth. Good brother, it's okay. Don't always keep those old memories in mind. I don't care about these things a long time ago, and I won't care about them in the future. Come on, drink the medicine, drink it. Medicine, let bygones be bygones. Zhou Railing felt relieved. Hey, he really misunderstood Ji Chang's. How could he think that Ji Chang's was a petty person? Thinking about it, I couldn't help but feel very guilty and cherished. Brother Ji, just don't hold grudges. After speaking, he took the medicine bowl and took a sip with confidence. Then his face froze. This familiar bitter taste. Zhou Railing was immediately confused. Brother Ji. Zhou Railing's whole body was numb with pain. Trembling, he asked, is this medicine a bit bitter? Is it bitter? Ji Chang's looked at the bowl of black potion and took a sniff. Maybe the medicinal ingredients are not enough. He took out a bottle of the same style as the small jade bottle just now, and poured another full bottle of concoction into it for free. He said very thoughtfully, try it again. Zhou Railing did not doubt his presence, picked up the medicine bowl and took another sip. His whole body felt miserable. Isn't this more painful? Hey, it's a bitter and good medicine. You can drink it without worry. I don't have enough. I still have it here. As he spoke, Ji Chang's took out 4 or 5 identical small bottles with an attitude of we have enough control here. Zhou Railing could clearly see the words posted on it this time. Coptus. Zhou Railing. Brother Ji, aren't we friends? Ji Chang smiled and nodded, yes, we are friends. Come on, drink friends. If you still want it after drinking it, I will help you get more. Zhou Railing, don't you hold grudges? Yes, I won't hold grudges if you drink this medicine. If you don't drink it, then there's no telling. This is friend treatment. No one else has it. You drink it quickly, otherwise all my hard work will be wasted. If you don't like drinking this, you can just drink the enhanced version. I believe you will like it. Zhou Railing. He didn't really want to know what the enhanced version was. He knew in his heart that he was in the wrong and did not dare to resist. He could only whisper weakly, can you not drink it? In fact, I think my health is almost healed. Brother Ji, we are friends. Ji Chang shook the small bottle in his hand, with a friendly tone and a kind face. Drink, friend. Zhou Railing. He seemed to understand why Ji Chang's wanted to be friends with him. In the end, for the sake of the precious, hard-won, twists and turns of friendship, he still gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and drank the medicine completely. After finishing the drink, my eyes were wet with emotion. He just wanted to cry and sniffed, "Brother Ji, we will be good friends in the future, right?" Ji Chang's patted him on the shoulder. "Yes, of course." Zhou Railing, a big-mouthed gossip king. But he's also a fool who likes to meddle in other people's business. Naturally, he didn't know that in his previous life, which he had never experienced, after a man named Ji killed a bunch of people, he took the money to help the poor girl from the Gao family. Then he attracted the friend Ji Chang's. Of course, his outstanding personal ability to commit suicide also made a huge contribution to this. After achieving the achievement of making friends, Ji Chang's distributed the pills to various places in the Zhou family. I was planning to go out with the medicine box and go home first, when I opened the door. Martial law is enforced outside. Martial law in broad daylight means there is either a war or a major event. Combine this disease. It had been quite some time since Zhou Railing's illness occurred, and the person who infected him might have spread the disease to a large number of people. Under such circumstances, it is normal for the imperial city to find out. What a coincidence. Ji Chang's looked at the soldiers with their faces covered with scarves outside, turned back to Zhou Railing who came to see him off and said, "We can't get out. I'm afraid the entire imperial city is under martial law now." Zhou Railing didn't think it was anything. "It must be because of Tianyuan disease. As long as you say you can cure it, maybe you can still see His Majesty." Ji Chang's glanced at him. "Zhou Railing, why do I feel like you just scolded me for being stupid without saying a word?" "You heard me right, I just scolded you." Ji Chang's continued to look outside. The situation must be in chaos now. "I rashly went out and said that I could cure diseases. Who knows if they would treat me as a sick person and kill me? What do you say to these soldiers who are acting with orders? It's useless. People are also afraid of death. Now that martial law is enforced outside, it is not illegal to go out without permission, even if you are a lotus-tongued person. If you encounter a reckless man, it is not illegal to just go and kill him with a knife. And if you take the initiative to come to your home and say you know how to treat a disease, will the effect be the same as being begged to come to your home and treat your disease? A person is likely to be suspected of being a liar, and we don't know how much time it will take to verify that what he said is true. The other one is completely different. If he is respectfully invited to treat a disease, everyone will have absolute trust in what he says, and the efficiency will be doubled by then." Zhou Railing actually didn't quite understand what he was saying, but that didn't stop him from understanding that Ji Chang's meant someone to invite someone. "You're not allowed out now, how can I invite you? The mountain man has his own clever plan." Ji Chang's walked back, thought for a moment, and looked at the supplies in his medical kit. He was still worried about how to get revenge on that scholar. "Now it's great, the opportunity has come to you. Behe free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man." Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 318. The golden armored guards outside were all well dressed and wearing scarves on their faces. They were silent and did not talk to each other. They looked fierce, but for a while, they were not seen in any major house in the capital. What a big deal. This is also thanks to the good news brought by Emperor Tianyuan before. From then on, whenever an epidemic was discovered, the imperial city would immediately give the fastest instructions. The most powerful Jinjiai will quickly dispatch troops, equipped with weapons and equipment, wearing face masks to avoid infection, and quickly control the flow of people in and out of all streets. Afterwards, all entrances and exits to the capital were closed. No one from the outside can come in, and no one from the inside can go out. After ensuring that there are people on all streets, Jinjiai will take the doctor and knock on the doors of each street. Once a person with symptoms of Tianyuan disease is found, he will be taken away immediately. Naturally, it is not impossible to cure Tianyuan disease, but even if it is cured, both legs may become paralyzed. These people who were taken away would be sent to a selected location in the imperial city for treatment. This is the best decision the emperor can make, but for those patients, 99% of them will not be able to come back after this trip. It was precisely because they were afraid that the patients would not cooperate that they sent out the golden armored guards. No matter how wise the emperor was, this was a dynasty where imperial power was paramount, and the golden armored guards had the right to kill anyone who did not cooperate on the spot. Of course, as long as you cooperate, nothing will happen. Ji Changs observed the number of golden armored guards at the door. The golden armored guards would patrol the imperial city from time to time, but this time the number was at least 3 times greater than the usual number of epidemics. The response was so quick and the response was so overwhelming. Look at the solemn temperament of each of them, and the Jinjiai will lead many doctors carrying medical kits out of the street. Although it was common for doctors to be gathered together during epidemics and asked to cooperate with the imperial city in eradicating the disease. But the direction these doctors were taken to was the imperial city. Ji Changs closed the door and said to Zhou Railing, "Something happened in the imperial city." Zhou Railing, "Ah." Father Zhou had been observing the situation outside just now. He nodded when he heard this and agreed, "Look at the person who got into trouble, at least he is a prince." Ji Changs, if he were not a prince, so many golden armor guards would not be sent out. No matter how big something happens, protecting the safety of the emperor is the first priority of the Jinjiai. And so many golden armored guards came out, which meant that the people they wanted to protect were now in more danger. Father Zhou nodded and opened the door a small gap. He counted the number of Jinjiai outside and turned around to tell Ji Changs. Ji Changs calculated in his mind, all 50,000 golden armored guards have been dispatched. Of course, the emperor must still have people around him. But the golden armored guards were dispatched in full force, and it was 100% that something happened to the emperor. Father Zhou also nodded solemnly. He is a royalist. If something happens to the emperor, he will naturally look good and not be able to see where he will go. Zhou Railing. No, there are less than 50 golden armored guards outside. How did you infer from them that all 50,000 golden armored soldiers were sent out? Ji Changs ignored him. Zhou Railing was a bookworm. In addition to gossiping around, he went to college to study and took a carriage when going out. He definitely didn't know how many streets there were in the capital. The imperial city is not called the imperial city just because the emperor lives there, at least not in this country. As big as the imperial city. There are a total of 50,000 golden armored guards, and so many are dispatched to one street in the capital. It only takes a little estimation to figure it out. If something happens to the emperor, Ji Chang's original plan will have to change. If something really happened to the other party, it would be a big turmoil for the country. He had just gained a foothold and didn't want to have to fight again so soon. Ji Changs looked back at Father Zhou, who nodded. Zhou Railing looked at the two of them inexplicably and exchanged words, "What do you think, ah?" Father Zhou pushed the gap in the door wider. Zhou Railing, who was leaning on the door and almost fell down, stood up in confusion. "Father, what are you doing? You are going to die." Ji Changs grabbed him and said, "Don't say anything, he is paving the way for you." Zhou's father indeed planned to find a chance for his less accomplished son. The right time, the right place, the right people. If he doesn't come now, it will be a waste of opportunity. "Gentlemen, gentlemen." The golden armored guards heard the sound and immediately sent a small team over. They also knew that these were official residences, and although their attitude was cold and serious, they did not directly drive them back. "My lord, there is an epidemic in the capital. Please cooperate with me and do not move around in the house. I know that I called all the soldiers here to say that my son has also contracted the disease. With that said, Zhou Railing, who was still looking confused, was pushed out. The golden armored guards immediately took a step back and looked alert, obviously knowing how contagious the disease was. Zhou's father continued, "But he has been cured." Ji Chang's walked out slowly and was immediately introduced by Zhou's father. It was Dr. Ji who cured him. The golden armored guards looked at each other with suspicion in their eyes, not quite believing it. Finally, the captain of the team clasped his fists and said, "Sir, please wait here. This means asking for someone who can speak up." After a while, the sound of riding came, and a man wearing a cloak and a scarf sat on the horse. The horse was all white with no hair on it. Father Zhou introduced to Ji Chang's in a low voice beside him, "This is the leader of the Jinjiai. His Majesty always appoints people personally. The last one, I remember his name, Li Yuan. He was quite old. He died of illness last month. I don't know what the new Jinjiai leader's temperament is. I haven't had any contact with him yet, so I don't know if he's easy to talk to." Ji Chang stared at the person sitting on the horse coming this way, his eyes thoughtful. Over there, when the man arrived, a golden armored guard immediately stepped forward to report. After finishing speaking, he asked, "Sir, this man looks only 13 or 14 years old, but he claims that he can cure the epidemic. Do you think?" The leader of the golden armored guards who was sitting on the horse looked over silently. As soon as he looked over, all the golden armored soldiers were heading this way. Although there are only a dozen in number, no one in the imperial city knows how terrifying the golden armored guards are. Zhou's father was stunned by that look, and Zhou Railing even hid behind his father in fear. Carefully tugging at Ji Chang's clothes at the back, he whispered, "Nagaze, forget it, Jinjiai is not someone to be trifled with. At this special moment, even the ministers can behead Jinjiai." Ji Chang's was not afraid at all. Not only was he not afraid, he even took a step forward. Under Zhou Railing's horrified gaze, he grabbed the arm of the leader of the golden armored guards and mounted the horse with the stirrups on. The leader of the golden armored guard didn't know if he was mad or not, so he turned his horse to leave without even looking back. No one knows where Jinjiai will take Ji Chang's. But he took the person away without even asking. The hearts of the Zhou family were in their throats. Ji Chang's was a white man, but he still took the initiative to send him to his door. No matter what the Jinjiai did to him, His Majesty would not be too angry. Wait. Zhou Railing was completely stunned. Seeing that the Jinjiai was about to take Ji Chang's away, he was so frightened that his legs were weak, but he stood up cautiously, raised his arms, and showed that his wounds had faded but left scars. "I was the one who was cured by him. If you don't believe it, just come and see. He didn't lie, he can really cure Tianyuan disease." The leader of the Golden Armor Guard turned around and glanced at Zhou Railing, who looked like he was about to cry out of fear. The men looked at him. "Chief. In that case, let's take them away together." 3 minutes later, Zhou Railing followed Jinjiai and walked beside the horse. He raised his head and whispered to Ji Chang's, "Brother Ji, don't be afraid. I am the son of the minister. As long as I am here, they will not do anything to you." Ji Chang's eyes were subtle. "Railing, your legs are shaking." Zhou Railing's legs were not only shaking, his whole body was shaking like a seaweed. On such a cold day, his head was covered with sweat. He even denied it bluntly, I didn't, I was just a little cold." Immediately, a golden armored guard next to him thoughtfully covered him with a cloak. Zhou Railing, whose whole body was covered by a cloak, said. At that moment, his whole body was frozen with fear. Ji Chang saw that he was so scared that he still wanted to follow him, so he asked him, "If you are scared, why are you following him?" Who said I was scared? I was just afraid that you would be scared alone. Anyway, you are also my savior. Although I like to speak ill of people behind their backs, I still repay my kindness. Zhou Railing wiped the sweat from his head and tried to sound very reliable. You don't have to be afraid. As long as I'm here, they will definitely treat you as their honored guest. Look, look, you're not alone along the way walking and sitting on the horse. So don't be afraid, don't be afraid. He was so repaying his kindness that he was so frightened that he insisted on following him. Ji Chang's really couldn't bear to tease him anymore. Okay, I'm not afraid. Zhou Railing, I'm just afraid. I won't laugh at you. Let me tell you, we may go to the imperial city to meet His Majesty. At the mention of this word, his face twitched in fear again. For a teenager who had never even seen a prince before, suddenly he might have to see the emperor. With such a timid temperament, Zhou Railing's first reaction was not happiness and glory, but fear. After all, their lives were in His Majesty's hands. If His Majesty was unhappy and killed them directly, no one would dare to say no. It's a good thing to see His Majesty. Brother Ji, sit tight and don't fall down. He carefully glanced at the leader who was looking ahead, and whispered, this leader is a fair man at first glance. Don't cause trouble to others. It doesn't matter if you cause trouble, what you're afraid of is that the other party will find it troublesome and just draw the knife. Thinking of this, Zhou Railing was frightened again. Ji Chang's was really worried that the other person would scare him to death before he even reached the place, so he reached out and pulled off the hood of the person sitting in front of him. Look who this is. Zhou Railing was so frightened by his bold move that he almost fainted. How dare you, sir, please don't be angry, my friend is just a mean person. He has no other intentions. He was apologizing incoherently, but when his eyes fell on the face of the leader of the Golden Armor Guard, his words suddenly stopped. Ji, the eldest brother of the Ji family. Ji Chang sat leisurely on his horse. That's right, the newly appointed leader of the Golden Armored Guards is none other than Ji Changjun. To be honest, Ji Chang's really didn't know before that Ji Changjun had always treated him as a child. What's the benefit of eating and having fun? The other party was thinking about him. But under normal circumstances, Ji Changjun would not tell his younger brother about matters that were important in Ji Changjian's eyes. But the two of them met frequently these days, and Ji Chang's could still recognize the other person's figure. He looked at Ji Changjun, who looked even paler because he was wearing black armor. Brother, you haven't recovered well yet, can you do that? Since the outbreak of the epidemic, Ji Changjun has been running around, and his mind has not stopped thinking about things. His body is a little overloaded, and his face is indeed a little pale. But he is in good spirits and he obviously enjoys this way of working. It doesn't matter, it's you. Didn't I tell you to stay at home or at the drugstore and not walk around during these days? Why did you end up at Mr. Zhou's house? Ji Chang's immediately dumped the blame. I was just reading books in the drugstore, but Zhou Railing got sick. I couldn't stay any longer, so I thought about curing him. Who would have thought that after he was cured, I discovered that he actually had Tianyuan sickness. Luckily I've researched it before when it was mentioned in medical books, otherwise it really wouldn't be curable. Ji Changjun accepted this explanation naturally. In his heart, his younger brother has always been good in every possible way, and it is normal for him to be enthusiastic about going out for his friends. Brother, what's wrong with you? Did you already know that Tianyuan was sick? Why didn't you let me try? There were others around, so Ji Changjun spoke concisely and to the point. I never thought you could even treat this. Tianyuan disease is different from other diseases. It is a contagious disease. Therefore, after learning about this, Ji Changjun never thought of letting Ji Chang's try it. If his younger brother is infected, how can he be worthy of the other person and how can he make his mother forgive him? But I didn't expect that he kept the news secret, only told the other party not to leave the pharmacy at home, and also lured away all the patients who wanted to see a doctor at the pharmacy. It turned out that something happened to His Majesty in the palace. He left for a while, and his brother actually went to Zhou's house at that time. Ji Chang suddenly realized. He said, no wonder he hasn't done any business since he opened the drugstore. The only business he got was from himself. It's not because the new shop isn't popular, it's because Ji Chanjun, who was worried about him, stopped him. How can I say this? Ji Chang's leaned down and patted Zhou Railing on the shoulder, who looked confused. You are really lucky. Zhou Railing. He originally wanted to follow because he was afraid that these golden armored guards would not take Ji Chang's, who was now just a white man, seriously, and it was possible that they would be killed directly if he provoked them on the way. But now that we know that the leader of the golden armor guard is Ji Chanjun, Zhou Railing's timid and fearful temper emerged again. He looked at Ji Chanjun cautiously. Brother Ji family, then, since it's you, Chang's will naturally be taken care of by you. Is there nothing wrong with me? Otherwise, I'd better go home. No need to send me off, I can just walk back by myself. Ji Chang's grabbed the man who turned around and wanted to leave. Why are you leaving? We are good brothers and we are going to the palace together. Zhou Railing smiled dryly. No need, actually we haven't been good brothers for that long, I won't go. Although it hasn't been long, you have always been my best friend in my heart. Such a good thing, how can I not take you with me? Zhou Railing really couldn't defeat Ji Chang's, so he could only look at Ji Chanjun pitifully. Brother Ji. Ji Chanjun looked back at his younger brother who was smiling brightly, and praised, Nagaze misses you so much, so don't refuse. In his eyes, Ji Chang's is naturally good at everything. He was willing to share the great merit of being able to cure His Majesty with Zhou Railing. That is, only a kind-hearted and transparent person like Nagasawa can do it. Zhou Railing. He always felt that the Ji family brother seemed to have some misunderstanding about Ji Chang's. But the other party was now wearing black armor and looked even more powerful than before. He dared to argue with Ji Chang's, but he didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Ji Chanjun. I could only hang my head and follow behind in a daze. Ji Chang's patted his butt and told the horse to run faster. After he was a little far away from the people behind him, he curiously asked Ji Chanjun, Brother, what's going on? How can you still be the leader of the golden armored guards if you don't know martial arts? Ji Chanjun looked calm. The leader of the Golden Armor Guard has never been able to do anything except martial arts. Commanding 50,000 Golden Armored Guards is not something that can be done well as long as you have the time and effort. Every time the Emperor chooses a new leader of the Golden Armored Guards, he must inspect the leader for at least 5 years. Ji Chang's thought about it and figured out how Ji Chanjun, who had been secretive since he fell ill, could get such a position. Is it a letter? Ji Chanjun has always had the habit of making pen pals. From all corners of the world, we make friends through literature. The dean of the academy where he planned to send Ji Chang's was Ji Changjian's pen pal. It can be said that all the connections he has developed over the years are from pen pals. Ji Chanjun also affirmed this speculation. Your Majesty is also my pen pal. To be precise, Your Majesty is his chosen pen pal. He has been ill for so many years, and he has made friends all over the world through so many years. Naturally, it is not just the so-called fate. Some pen pals have to be chosen by Ji Chanjun first, and then the pigeons fly to their homes. It is naturally very difficult to cultivate pigeons that can be sorted into the palace and fly to the emperor's hands accurately. But fortunately Ji Chanjun succeeded. Before that, he already had more than a dozen pen pals, and his attitude towards each one was similar, as he would treat a friend. In addition to making friends through writing, they also tell each other about the pain in each other's hearts, what happened recently, etc. Because most pen pals don't exchange names, this kind of talk is definitely a relaxing way for pen pals. After the emperor got the letter, his first reaction was definitely not that the pigeon flew to him by coincidence, but whether someone deliberately let the pigeon fly here. At this time, Ji Changjian's dozen previous pen pals became strong evidence of his innocence. And when he relaxes his guard, a king sitting on the dragon throne who is unlikely to have any friends in the palace all day long will become interested in hiding his identity and communicating with someone whose identity he knows. This can also be speculated from. It took Ji Changjun 4 years to get to that point. To gain the emperor's trust, he conveyed his talents, ambitions, desire to serve the country, and feelings of being powerless against physical illness to the emperor. Similarly, for a man who was not aware of his identity but was talented and had the same aspirations as his own, it was quite normal for the emperor to gradually develop a fondness for Ji Changjun, and to feel more and more regretful that Ji Changjun could not serve him due to illness. Ji Chang smacked his tongue, "It's been so long." Ji Changjun didn't hide anything. Maybe he was stimulated by Mr. Ji when he was a child. He always wanted to show hundreds of thoughts to the outsiders he considered. But he would never hide it from those he recognized as relatives. At most, he would just go around and not tell it. "In the beginning, I just wanted to leave a few more escape routes for you." He gained the emperor's friendship, even though the friendship may be very shallow, as long as Ji Changjun wrote a letter when his deadline was approaching. In it, he expresses his concern that he is not afraid of death, but is afraid that his mother and brother will have no one to take care of him after death. For a high-ranking king of a country, taking care of a teenage boy and the mistress of a prince's house is not something he has to raise his hand. Ji Changjun himself never expected that his younger brother, whom he had always regarded as needing protection, could actually pull him out of hell through self-taught medical skills. As soon as he noticed that the pain in his body was disappearing and his strength was returning, Ji Changjun immediately adjusted his plan. When writing the letter, he told his pen pal with joy that his younger brother had been studying medical books in order to save him. His younger brother was so talented that he actually found a way to cure him. His body is gradually recovering, and his previous ambitions and ideals can also be realized. He feels as if he has been reborn. The whole article is full of joy, and the message conveyed is, his illness is cured, and the emperor can use his powerful weapon. After that, Ji Changjun got the position of leader of the Golden Armor Guard. He said this to Ji Chang's in a few simple sentences, but Ji Chang's could guess that things were not as easy as Ji Changjun said. At least the position of leader of the Golden Armor Guards, as far as he knew, was subject to assessment. It not only tests IQ, but also the reaction ability, force value, etc. It can be said to be very dangerous. Ji Chang's didn't know how Ji Changjun, who had just recovered from a serious illness, passed the examination. He was really feeling guilty at the moment. He patted the dust on his eldest brother's clothes and whispered, "Brother, I didn't help you. I was too lazy." If he didn't want to be lazy and take the opportunity to rest, Ji Changjun would definitely not have to work so hard as he would share the burden. Ji Changjun looked back at his younger brother, a smile flashing in his eyes. "What are you talking about? You are young and it is normal to like to play." "Brother, I have been lying in bed for so many years, and I have long wanted to stretch my muscles." "You don't have to worry about anything, don't think too much, you don't have to worry about anything, just do what you want to do." As he spoke, he freed up a hand to pat Ji Chang's head. "If you were really lazy, you wouldn't open that drugstore. I know you have no interest in officialdom. It doesn't matter. I really like the feeling of being in officialdom. I have this." Ji Chang's was stunned for a rare moment. To Mr. Ji, Ji Changjun is the evil son. But for Ji Chang's, Ji Changjun is indeed a good big brother. In the original timeline, when he was still paving the way for his mother and brother, knowing that he was destined to die, he never dreamed that he would eventually die at the hands of the original owner who he regarded as his closest relative. If the original owner wasn't vicious, he would have killed the eldest brother with poison. The connections that Ji Chanjun left behind for him were enough for the original owner to live in peace and harmony for the rest of his life, and he would always have someone to protect him. But the original owner personally destroyed his prosperous life. Before his death, Ji Chanjun from the previous timeline must have felt so disappointed when he discovered that the brother he had been protecting actually wanted to kill him. When Ji Chang saw that Ji Chang's was silent, he handed the kettle over. "Drink some water. I'll meet His Majesty soon. I'm afraid I won't have time to eat or drink for a while." Zhou Railing chased after him with great difficulty. "Brother Ji, why are you running so fast? Wait for me." These Jinjiai brothers look too serious. I dare not be alone with them. Slow down, slow down." Ji Chang's came back to his senses and immediately laughed at the other party rudely. "Who made you so timid? I think you not only have Tianyuan disease, you also have cowardice. Wait until I am free, I'll help you treat your illness. No, I'm not that hurtful. Don't flatter me. Don't pat your butt. Okay, I'm done with it. I'm a coward. Let's go together, okay." Ji Chang's laughed immediately. He really smiled as happily as a real 13-year-old boy. When he learned that Ji Chanjun had brought his younger brother to see him and said that his younger brother could cure Tianyuan disease, the emperor was sitting on the dragon bed with red rashes all over his body. Logically speaking, these rashes would make him itchy and unbearable, and he couldn't help but scratch. However, the emperor could sit still and steady, and even though his hands were trembling slightly, he never raised them to scratch the rashes on his face. The eunuch serving next to him whispered, "Your Majesty, I heard that Mr. Ji's younger brother is only 13 years old this year." The 13-year-old young master of the home mansion was raised by a noble family. His medical skills are incredible, and he can also cure Tianyuan disease. This is really unbelievable. The emperor understood what the eunuch meant, but he believed it in his heart. In a sense, he could be regarded as watching Ji Chang's grow up. Ji Chanjun didn't know who he was, but when he received the first letter, he investigated the Ji family's situation thoroughly. At that time, Ji Chanjun had been sentenced to death by many doctors, and everyone said that he would not live long. A dying man wanted to make a pen pal, which easily made the emperor let down his guard. People are going to die, so what is he afraid of? I just didn't expect that Ji Chanjun was indeed very talented. Even though he was still ill, he still handled many difficult things for the emperor. Of course, these were all without the other party's knowledge. The emperor gradually felt sorry. Such a talented person should have become his loyal minister and help him develop the country together. But it was ruined by the fight in the back house. Even though he was full of knowledge, he still had to lie on the bed all day long. Therefore, the regretful emperor slowly turned his attention to Ji Chang's, the concubine raised by Ji Changjian's mother. Ji Chanjun often mentioned this younger brother. He was said to be naughty and could never settle down his temper, but it was precisely because of the vitality of the other party that Ji Chanjun liked to see him, because he was in a state of health that he had never dreamed of in his life. Zhou Niang really taught Ji Chang's as her own son. If he got into trouble, he would be punished. Ji Chanjun also did not shy away from writing about the troubles his brother caused. These things should have disgusted the emperor who hated naughty children. But in Ji Changjian's writing, the Ji Chang's he wrote has become a young master who, although he is naughty and mischievous, makes people feel full of strength. The emperor inevitably had a good impression of Ji Chang's, and even hoped that Ji Chang's would be as talented as his elder brother and enter the court to serve him. It's a pity that Ji Chang's is not that kind of material. Not only is he playful, he has a bad reputation. Even so, from Yuki Changjian's subjective perspective, the emperor did not have any ill feelings towards him. He just thought that he was a quite normal child who was pampered by his family and therefore was lawless. After all, although Ji Chanjun is talented, his time is short. Under such circumstances, it is normal for Zhou Niang to no longer hope that her youngest son can become a pillar of the country, but only hopes that he will be safe, healthy, and happy. He had even thought about it. When Ji Chanjun left, he would also take care of Ji Chang so that he could live as before even if he lost his eldest brother. As a result, Ji Chang's, who everyone thought had a bad reputation and was a playboy, had been secretly studying medicine. He didn't tell anyone, not even Ji Chanjun, who was so smart that he was almost a demon, didn't know. For so many years, the emperor had been kept secret. Ji Chanjun said that when his brother cured him, the emperor's first reaction was disbelief. That was Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's has been playful and arrogant since he was a child, and he only knows how to play around. But when the people he sent came back, they told him that Ji Changjian's health had improved. They also found a large number of medical books under Ji Chang's bed. He must have been hiding under the bed and reading them secretly. After the emperor couldn't believe it, he said, "Sure enough, it is so. Ji Chanjun is so smart, how can his younger brother be a mediocre person? It's just that the two brothers light up differently." The emperor often sent the imperial doctors he trusted to treat Ji Chanjun when he asked for them in the marquee mansion. At that time, all the imperial doctors came back and said they were helpless. They also expressed that it was remarkable that Ji Chanjun could last so long under such circumstances. So a miracle. As a result, Ji Chang's was able to cure countless diseases that the imperial doctors could not cure at the age of 13. The emperor lacked everything, neither money nor people. The only thing he could not control was disease. Under such circumstances, how could one not be excited about Ji Chang's self-learned medical skills? As expected of Ji Changjian's younger brother, Ji Chanjun expressed that even though his younger brother was so powerful, he was still very worried. After all, he had never heard of a powerful child from a powerful family becoming a serious doctor. Even if he was an imperial doctor, the highest position would not be much higher. Moreover, Ji Chang's has a lazy temperament. In the past, when his eldest brother was ill, he could barely hold on and try to be his mother's support. Later, when he recovered from his illness, the child returned to his original lazy self. He spent his days either playing around or studying his various medicines. He was very worried about what the other person would do in the future. The emperor felt happy in his heart while admiring that Ji Chanjun, who had always been omnipotent, would also have a headache for his younger brother. He thought with great confidence that Ji Chanjun would probably never know in this life that he, the emperor, would personally arrange Ji Chang's future. When the illness was first discovered, the emperor did think of Ji Chang's. But chronic diseases and infectious diseases are still different. In addition, Ji Chang's is only 13 years old. He secretly learned medical skills in order to save Ji Chanjun. I also know that the direction of his studies must be to specialize in Ji Changjian's disease. The emperor had thought about slowly cultivating the other person, but didn't he get Tianyuan disease before he was cultivated? He had no hope of Ji Chang's. Did not expect. The corners of the emperor's mouth slowly raised, and then, under the blank look on the eunuch's face, he laughed out loud. Okay. These brothers really did not disappoint me. A man full of talents, protecting his country. A man full of medical skills to protect himself. The emperor thought that the bastard father of these brothers must have done many bad things in his previous life. If he had not done many good deeds, how could he have obtained such a pair of unicorns? If he hadn't done many evil things, how could he have thrown the pair of unicorns away so hard? The three of them quickly arrived at the emperor's palace. After Ji Chang's paid his courtesy visit, he raised his head and met the emperor's gaze. The other party looked at him with eyes full of satisfaction, and a hint of kindness. Ji Chang's glanced at Ji Chanjun, who was next to him with a respectful face, and understood instantly. Ji Chanjun must have praised him in all kinds of ways in front of the emperor. And definitely more than once. When the emperor asked him whether he could really cure Tianyuan disease, Ji Chang's answer was very satisfying. Your Majesty, not only can I cure it, I can also make a medicine. If you take this medicine, you will never suffer from Tianyuan disease again. Ji Chang's was very brave and asked for a pen and paper, and quickly wrote down the needed herbs on it. These are the herbs. You don't need the rest. I suggest that your Majesty buy them at a high price. This will not only reassure the people, but also make those drug stores grateful for your kindness. Just buy it at a high price. The emperor looked at the excitement on Ji Chang's face again, and the excitement in his eyes made him want to jump out. Deep down in his heart, he knew that this boy must be planning something, but because he could be regarded as watching the other person grow up, and he also had some kindness towards Ji Chang's as an elder looks at a younger one, he simply went along with his wishes. Okay, I will ask someone to purchase these herbs. Seeing Ji Chang's treacherous plot has succeeded look on his face, the emperor looked at Ji Chanjun next to him who had a calm face and couldn't tell what he was thinking in his heart, and couldn't help but sigh. Although these two brothers are both capable, they have completely different temperaments. One is steady, the other is bold. After Ji Chanjun and Ji Chang's had left to cook the medicine, the emperor asked his trusted aide who had been silently guarding him. What, is there anything wrong with those medicinal materials? His confidant had followed him for many years, so he naturally knew what he was asking. He put the list in his hand and replied, these medicines have only one property. The scholar who insulted Ji Chang's aunt had a pharmacy shop in his home. There were all kinds of medicines in that shop, except for the medicines on this list. The emperor was stunned for a moment, then understood and laughed loudly. He is really a child. Well, since he intends to vent his anger on his mother, then he will go as he wishes, convey my will, and purchase the medicines on this list at a high price. No wonder Ji Chanjun was so protective. Ji Chang simply doesn't know how to hide it. If his brother is gone, what will he do in the future if he is so simple and naive? Bay free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Teng Zhonmao. Chapter 319. Ji Chang's had almost enough medicine with him, but there was no shortage of anything in the palace. He made a list, and soon someone from the palace brought all the medicine he needed. There are also two royal doctors with white beards. The two imperial doctors must have been warned about something before they came. They were not surprised that a boy of 13 or 14, Ji Chang's, was boiling medicine. They stood very cautiously at a distance and asked carefully. This young gentleman, Your Majesty has asked us to come here to record the method of making medicine. I wonder if you can come forward and take a look. They also complained in their hearts. Everyone knows the rules of studying medicine. You rely on your ability to make a living. Although it is about saving people, every family has its secrets that are not passed down. Especially the method that can cure such a big epidemic is even more so. It's priceless. Ask yourself, if they find a way to cure this disease, they will be willing to use the medicine to treat patients, but they may not be willing to reveal the prescription to other doctors. Even if they are recruiting apprentices, there are no masters who are willing to hand over all their skills. The two of them were worried, but they didn't expect that the young man who didn't look like a doctor, but looked like a young master who was raised by a noble family, not only didn't dislike them, but also had a happy face and waved them over. Your Majesty asked you to help me? How did Your Majesty know that I was tired? Your Majesty is so awesome. The two old men with white beards looked at each other nervously, and then hesitantly stepped forward. Unexpectedly, Ji Chang's was really not secretive at all. He quickly told them one by one what medicinal materials were needed, how to brew them, and when to add which medicinal materials so that the medicinal properties would not lose their effectiveness. He was even afraid that they wouldn't understand, so he asked the palace staff for some pen and ink. He leaned on the table and waved it around, and finally handed them a simple treatment chart for Tianyuan disease. The two old imperial doctors were so moved that they held the picture as if it were a treasure. When they saw the content of the picture, they were so moved that they choked to tears. "Sir, what kind of medicinal material is this? Is it ginseng?" Ji Chang's looked at the place they were pointing at. "This is the doctor who brews the medicinal materials. Didn't you see him holding the medicinal materials in his hand? I was afraid that you might not be able to understand, so I also marked the name of the medicinal materials next to it." The two imperial doctors stared at the stick figure. "Be more confident and remove the word possible. This young gentleman's calligraphy is good, but this painting is really crude." Although the medicinal materials in the hands of the stick figures drawn on these drawings are all long strips that I can't understand what they are, fortunately there are text annotations next to them. In addition, Ji Chang's was watching in person, and the two of them brewed a pot of pills very quickly. An old imperial doctor seemed to be deeply moved. The old man is also about to die. He traveled around a lot when he was young, but he has never seen such a method of making medicine. I wonder where the young gentleman learned it from. Ji Chang stirred the pills in the pot and said very naturally in a tone of "I went out to buy a cabbage today. I didn't learn it, I made it myself." "What? Homemade?" The two old imperial doctors almost dropped their jaws in shock, and both looked at the young boy in front of them in shock, who could not even see that he was not even 15 years old. How is this possible?" One of the imperial doctors was so surprised that he stuttered. "Throughout the ages, people have been treating illnesses and saving lives by boiling decoctions. How old are you to actually create such a method of medicine? You get angry when you talk about this." Ji Chang's let out a long sigh. "I really don't know who invented the decoction. They are all terribly bitter and painful to drink. When I was a child, I pretended to be sick and skipped school. The doctor prescribed me the bodybuilding decoction, and I almost vomited without drinking it. Since then, I have thought that I must invent a medicine that is not bitter." The two of them were stunned. Before they came, they thought that Kui Chang's might have been taught by a miracle doctor, or that he might have read long-lost precious content in some ancient book. In the end, Ji Chang's actually told them that he thought the medicine was bitter, so he simply invented a medicine that was not bitter? This is too childish. But once again, I looked at the other person's arrogant aura that belonged to a young man. Well, he is only a teenager, and he does some things that are not in line with what an adult would think. It seems to be considered normal. Ji Chang's pretended not to notice the indescribably complicated expressions of the two people. He glanced at the pills and urged them, "Okay, this pot of medicine can be sent out, and you can start brewing the next pot. Are you too tired? Can you do it? If not, how about I ask His Majesty for some more people?" Seeing that he had no intention of worrying about the prescription being stolen, the two doctors tentatively agreed. There was really no displeasure on Ji Chang's face, and he seriously ordered the palace servants to ask His Majesty to invite some more imperial doctors. That night, pots and pots of pills were made. More than a dozen imperial doctors were tired and excited, and their eyes were as wide as bells. Ji Chang's, the creator of the pills, actually asked for a recliner from the palace. He lay on it, covered with a quilt, and slept soundly with his eyes closed. The pills were made quickly, but the emperor never took them. No matter how much he trusted Ji Changjun and Ji Chang's, the emperor's caution would not let him take medicine rashly. Each of those pills was first tested with a silver needle, and then the emperor randomly selected 5 pills and asked them to be taken by 5 palace ladies who were also sick. After a while, The itching on their bodies subsided, and a quarter of an hour later, the rash on their faces also began to subside. Although the wounds they scratched before were still there, and their bodies were a little hot, the imperial doctor confirmed that they were the previous dangerous symptoms are gone. At dawn, the 5 patients no longer had fever, began to have appetites, and their originally pale faces gradually became rosy. The imperial doctor who had been standing by carefully checked their pulses. After confirming that they had fully recovered, the emperor picked up a pill and took it. He quietly closed his eyes and waited for the itching in his body to subside. After his strength gradually returned to his body, the emperor opened his eyes, with a trace of excitement still remaining in his eyes. God has truly blessed our country. Naturally, this was not the only thing he wanted to say. God is blessing him. The emperor prides himself on being a wise king, but he is also very sure that he cannot compare with Emperor Tianyuan 100 years ago. He will never be able to surpass the other's achievements and deeds in his life. But the disease that Emperor Tianyuan couldn't do anything about, when it came to him, was solved as soon as a sign appeared. For the emperor who has always regarded Emperor Tianyuan as his lifelong pursuit, this is simply a clear stamp of I am better than his idol. Now that I have recovered, I have the strength to ask other questions. The emperor asked the palace people around him, is Ji Chang's really not hiding his secrets at all and leaving everything to those imperial doctors? The palace man replied honestly, isn't that so? Your Majesty, that young Master Ji is really a wonderful man. If it were someone else doing this, even if it was His Majesty's order, I'm afraid he would have hesitated. As a result, when young Master Ji heard that the 2 imperial doctors were sent by His Majesty, he handed over all the medicine-making skills to them without asking anything else. He was worried that they could not see clearly and drew the pictures. The emperor was delighted. To be able to hand over such a pharmaceutical method that can change his title without hesitation just because of his words, without mentioning any benefits, on the one hand proves that Ji Chang's is a simple person who cannot think so much, on the other hand, it also illustrates his side. Trust in the emperor? Thinking of Ji Changjun again, he felt even more happy, this boy is also loyal to me, just like his brother. When Cao arrived, Ji Changjun spent the whole night working outside with the Jinjia guards. During one night, the entire capital was firmly guarded by Jinjia guards, and at least 30 Jinjia guards were arranged in every street. After ensuring that all conditions were under the emperor's control, he returned. Ji Changjun knew the emperor's temperament well, and the less those below asked him to take credit, the more clearly he would remember it in his heart. He didn't ask for credit, he just said that the matter was done, and then stood silently waiting for the emperor to give other orders. Seeing him like this, the emperor deliberately teased him, your taciturn temperament is the opposite of your brother. I heard that when he taught the imperial doctor how to make medicine, Ji Chang's never stopped talking. He was either talking or asking for food and drink from the palace people. Later, when people gathered around to see Yi pharmaceutical, he even cracked melon seeds for a while. If this were the case for an ordinary nobleman with no merit in the palace, the emperor would definitely feel that the other person either had no brains or had no brains. But Ji Chang's, who could cure Tianyuan disease at a young age, and whose troubles he got into from childhood to adulthood, were actually reported by Ji Changjian's news. Why did the emperor think that the other party's temperament was very cute, not coy or pretentious? He mentioned Ji Chang's on purpose. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, concern flashed across Ji Changjian's face, which had always been indifferent since he started working for him. He raised his eyes and looked at the emperor. My brother is stupid and has been spoiled by his family since he was a child. Yes, if he does anything unruly in the palace, please don't argue with him. The emperor smiled proudly in his heart. Until now, Chang Yan didn't know that he was also the other person's pen pal. Naturally, the other party didn't know. In fact, he knew that Ji Chang's temperament was not as cold as it appeared on the surface. He was just told by others that young people have no hair on their lips and can't do things well, so he deliberately acted cold. It just makes it look more powerful. Ji Chanjun would never tell anyone about these things in real life, but for his unidentified pen pals, he did not have to hide anything and spoke freely, but the emperor knew a lot. It is precisely because of this that he trusts Ji Chanjun more than other cronies. Not only because the other party is powerful, but also because he knows better than anyone else how loyal Ji Chanjun is to him and to this country. Ji Chanjun looked at the emperor and his eyes moved. Having been a pen pal with the emperor for such a long time, he had a rough idea of the emperor's temperament. He could even guess roughly what the emperor was thinking right now. His Majesty will trust his truth even more, and what makes His Majesty feel most at ease is the truth that he knows. Ji Chanjun, the person involved, does not know this. Of course, the real Ji Chanjun His Majesty saw was actually Ji Changjian's display of the other person's favorite temperament in this position. Ji Chanjun would never tell the other party in his lifetime. To put it bluntly, it's a matryoshka doll. The emperor knew that Ji Chanjun was his pen pal, but at the same time he was sure that Ji Chanjun did not know that he knew that he was his pen pal. Then Ji Chanjun would not know that he was his pen pal and that the emperor knew that he was him. Convoluted, but useful. He will always be the one in the eyes of the emperor. He looks cold on the outside, but on the inside he is just Ji Chanjun who is worried about showing his cowardice. Only by letting the other party consciously know the real Ji Chanjun that others don't know can he truly trust him and give him enough power to protect his mother and brother. Naturally, the emperor didn't know what Ji Chanjun was thinking. Rather than training Ji Chanjun as a subordinate, he prefers to be friends with him. Occasionally chatting with Ji Chanjun and exchanging letters from time to time, he really felt a lot less lonely. Your brother is also not greedy for merit. Although he has made such great achievements, he has never thought of asking for a reward from me since he entered the palace. This is the first time I have seen someone with such a temper. Ji Chanjun would naturally not miss the opportunity to speak kind words for his younger brother. Nagays works for His Majesty. He shouldn't receive any reward. How can he be praised by His Majesty like this? It was definitely not because Ji Chanjun said he shouldn't give the reward, but the emperor really refused to give it. Not to mention that Ji Chang's was the one he had watched grow up. Even if the other party's contribution to eradicating Tianyuan disease was enough to be recorded in history, he would give him a big reward. What's more, he knew very well that Ji Chanjun had been worried about how to arrange Ji Chang's future. In the eyes of an elder brother, the younger brother is naturally good in every way, but no matter how good he is, Ji Chang's is a concubine of a prince's family, and he has no ambition and no fame. The way Ji Chanjun can arrange for him is to leave as much money as possible for him. Later, Ji Chanjun recovered from his illness. As far as the emperor knew, he brainwashed those concubines every day, telling them to take good care of Ji Chang's no matter what the situation was in the future. It can be said that they have worked very hard to pave the way for the other person's future life. When he was a child, he was pampered by his mother, and when he grew up, his brother loved him. The emperor couldn't help but recall his troubled childhood. You do love him very much. Although he is not from the same mother, he is closer than a real brother. Ji Chanjun showed a rare smile and said softly, Nagays was raised by Chen's mother since he was a child. Although he is not his mother's biological child, he is no different from his own biological child. As if unintentionally, he added, it would be fine if I really died, but if I am still alive, I must protect him. As expected, these words successfully aroused the emperor's memory. The emperor's background was not good, and his mother-in-law had a humble status. Although she gave birth to a prince, her life was average. Everyone in the palace looked down on her and looked down on her. The emperor's mother-in-law could not bear the pain and died of illness when he was 3 years old. Afterwards, the emperor, who lost his biological mother, was sent to a high-ranking concubine by his father. His adoptive mother has her own biological son, who is an imperial brother with a gentle personality, just like his adoptive mother. The emperor spent the happiest 5 years since he was born. Unfortunately, 5 years later, the emperor's brother unexpectedly died of a cold, and his adoptive mother was not in good health either. She was irritated and sick for half a year before she died. From then on, the emperor was alone again. There were fights in the harem, and he, a motherless prince, suffered a lot along the way before he could sit on the throne. Sometimes he would think that if the emperor's brother and his adoptive mother had not passed away, he would not have suffered so much, and they would have taken good care of him. Now, after listening to Ji Changjian's words and thinking about their similar situation, the emperor suddenly thought that the person who said these words was his brother. If he were the imperial brother, he would definitely protect Ji Chang's like Ji Changjun and not let him suffer at all. The effect of empathy made the emperor's gaze soften a lot when he looked at Ji Changjun. I also have a little more empathy for Ji Chang's. He even felt that Ji Chang's was the second him. A man who has not lost all his loved ones. If all his relatives were here, they would definitely be like this child, not worrying about anything, and even if they accomplished such a big thing, they would not think of taking credit. With his mind heating up, the emperor said, "Don't worry, your brother is a great hero. When this incident is over, I will give him whatever reward the Emperor Tianyuan gave him back then." Emperor Tianyuan was talking about a king with a different surname. Even Ji Changjian's face first flashed with a look of disbelief, and then his face, which had always been indifferent, was filled with joy, and he knelt down neatly to salute. The voice was sonorous and powerful, "My dear brother, thank you for your kindness." The emperor actually regretted it as soon as he spoke the truth. After all, the king with a different surname was not a joke. At that time, Emperor Tianyuan saw countless casualties across the country and had no choice but to set such a large reward. Ji Chang's contribution is indeed great, but being granted the title of Marquis can be regarded as a great favor. But now that the words were out, the emperor was so happy to see Ji Changjun, who had always kept his emotions quiet, that the emperor gradually felt at ease again. Ji Chang saved him and the whole country. What happened to the king? With his simple temper, even if he wanted to take revenge on the person who spoke ill of his mother, he would only think of raising the price of medicinal materials that the person's pharmacy did not have. In addition, he felt that he was in the same situation as the other party, both had an adoptive mother and brother, and the emperor also wanted Ji Chang's to live a better life. It was as if he was living a wanton life that he had not yet completed. The biggest man in the country finished talking to himself in his heart, and the little regret in his heart quickly dissipated. He laughed at Ji Changjun, who was full of joy. "Seeing that you are happy, it seems that you have received this reward yourself." Ji Changjun smiled sheepishly, "Your Majesty is laughing at me. It's just that my younger brother has a lazy temperament. He has been fond of having fun since he was a child and doesn't like reading. Later he fell in love with medicine. He even secretly read medical books when he went to the academy. Although his medical skills are good, he can't really make a living as a doctor. Now that His Majesty wants to give him a different surname, King, I can't help but feel happy when I think that Nagasawa will just spend the rest of his life eating, drinking and having fun." After being reminded like this, the emperor naturally thought about it. Yes, Ji Chang's has medical skills. He was able to develop new pharmaceutical techniques on his own, and he was able to cure Tianyuan diseases that even Emperor Tianyuan could not cure 100 years ago. I'm not sure what kind of medicine can be made in the future. For such a talented person, he would be well off by using the throne to win him over. Thinking of this, the emperor lost the last trace of regret in his heart and said with a cheerful smile, "You really underestimate your brother. He is only 13 years old. He should be more out-tempered. By the way, you are back as well, let you two brothers talk together, you are so worried. If you are not allowed to see him well, I am afraid that you will be unable to eat and no one will be able to bear it. Seeing Ji Chanjun looking up at him with a surprised look, how did you know written all over his eyes, the emperor felt proud. The emperor shouldn't know this, but Ji Changjian's pen pal did. The palace servant sent to call Ji Changs came back and reported that the other party was asleep. The emperor was not surprised either. This child has been pampered since he was a child, and it would be impossible for him to stay up all night. When he heard that Ji Changs asked for a recliner and quilt, and fell asleep next to the doctors who were making medicines, he not only didn't think that the other party didn't understand the rules, but even felt a little pity for them. Since he is sleepy, why don't you send him to the couch? Can someone sleep on the hard chair? Ask someone to send him to the couch in the inner hall. Be gentle and don't disturb the child. The palace people's eyes were filled with surprise. They have never seen His Majesty be so tolerant of any of his ministers. It's okay to sleep in the main hall without being scolded, but they actually asked them to send people to the inner hall to sleep. The emperor's attitude directly affected the palace people's views on Ji Changs. When Ji Changs woke up, he found that the palace servants around him were more than a little attentive to him. It also comes with a big brother who is full of blood. He has been consciously training his nose sensitivity during this period. After all, he wants to be a doctor, and having a nose with a sensitive sense of smell is the icing on the cake. After just a sniff, he could smell the smell of blood on Ji Changjian's body. Brother, isn't everything going well outside? In the palace, Ji Chanjun did not say much, and simply said, some thieves want to take advantage of the chaos to do evil, and they will be killed along the way when they encounter them. When Ji Changs heard this, his expression suddenly became tense, then mother's sighed. I've sent people to guard it. It'll be okay. There are people at my grandfather's side too. The golden armored guards are here, so the thieves won't dare to cause trouble. After speaking, Ji Chanjun noticed that his younger brother was relieved at first, and then his expression became awkward. He hesitated for a long time, as if he wanted to say something but was embarrassed to say it. Ji Chanjun was a little confused. How? Ji Changs, the Gao family lives in the west of the city. There are fewer people there. I'm afraid thieves will be more likely to become thief. Moreover, the courtyard where the Gao family lives is so short. If a thief wants to get in, he might be able to get in by just turning over. Ji Chanjun really didn't think about the Gao family before. At present, Miss Gao has not married yet, and in his mind, he has not regarded the other party as his own for a while. But looking at his younger brother who was so worried that he wanted to run over and guard him, Ji Chanjun still nodded and said, then I'll send some people to guard it. Isn't it going to be closed for a few more days? The incident happened so suddenly, their family probably didn't store much food, so they might be hungry. Ji Chang sat up from the couch with a serious look on his face. Master Gao is not young anymore, so he can't go out hungry. I will go out of the palace to deliver food to them. Ji Chanjun grabbed him. Why do you need to make a trip? I can just send someone to deliver it. Ji Changs, the people sent don't know the Gao family. What if Master Gao doesn't open the door for them? Ji Chanjun, the people I sent naturally hold the imperial court's token. Since they are members of the imperial court, how could Master Gao not open the door? Ji Changs took off his elder brother's hand on his arm and was still struggling. Then I'd better check with the insurance. If someone in the Gao family gets sick, I can help treat it. Isn't there a pill prepared by the royal doctor? Just ask someone to bring it over. Brother you. The young boy seemed to be so angry that he couldn't think of any other reason, so he simply stopped talking and ran out. Ji Chanjun didn't know why. He didn't move and still sat tightly, but his hands easily held the person. What are you fussing over? Aren't you all arranged? Puff. The emperor, who had been listening outside for a while, couldn't help but laugh out loud. When he saw the two brothers who were in a stalemate, they all stood up and saluted him when they heard the noise. He sat down with a smile. Okay, everyone, get up. Ji Qing, I usually tell you after seeing you for a while, why are you so clueless about this kind of thing? Your brother is not thinking about Mr. Gao, but he is thinking about Miss Gao. It's not that Ji Chanjun really doesn't understand at all, it's just that he himself has been sick for a long time and has never had any contact with love even at his age. Naturally, he won't think so about Ji Chang's, who is still a child in his heart. As soon as the emperor reminded him, he immediately understood. The young master of the Ji family blushed slightly when the emperor exposed his thoughts, and lowered his head as if he was embarrassed to raise his head. When the emperor saw him like this, he felt more and more amused. Okay, I have been young too, so why don't I know that for children of your age, since you are thinking about your future wife, you should leave the palace. It is chaotic outside. I will give you 50 golden armored guards to protect you, so that you can be majestic and majestic. Without waiting for Ji Chanjun to express his gratitude, Ji Changs raised his head with joy and said quickly, "Thank you, Your Majesty. The common people must make more medicines to repay His Majesty's grace." He also knew that he would make medicine for him, and he was a man who repaid his kindness. Looking at Ji Changs looking at him with even a hint of admiration, the emperor fell in love with this child who was in a very similar situation to his own back then. Look at the two brothers standing in front of them, one is steady, the other is lively, one is a writer, and the other is a doctor. Mr. Ji was really willing to give up such a good pair of sons. It would be great if they were all his children. He would definitely keep them by his side like a treasure. The better behaved his son is, the more it seems that Mr. Ji, a father who doesn't know the pearls, is a fool. The emperor witnessed that Ji Chanjun had to support his illness to think about his mother and brother because his own father not only refused to help, but also hindered him in various ways. He did not like to see Mr. Ji from the beginning. Previously, Jojo's mother reconciled with Master Ji and took away all the concubines in the house. He gloated about this for a while. Now that I have seen Ji Changs with my own eyes, I feel a little sorry for this child who was said to have been beaten many times with a stick by his own father. According to Mr. Ji's unreliable appearance, if Zhou Niang hadn't stopped him, Ji Changs might have been beaten to death by him. Think about it again, if Ji Changs was beaten to death, he would not have the opportunity to learn medical skills, and he would not come to the rescue now when Tianyuan disease occurs. The emperor coughed dryly and mentioned as if unintentionally, if you are not in a hurry after you go out, you can help the Jinjiai patrol, especially on Yuan Street, where all the princes and nobles live, and now they are all locked up. If they are not allowed to move around, I'm afraid they will be very frightened. You can calm them down by taking a walk. Ji Changs looked confused, and seemed to speak subconsciously. Although Cao Min grew up on Yuan Street, he didn't visit many houses. They don't recognize Cao Min, I'm afraid no one except my father. He seemed to understand something, with a look of enlightenment on his face. Then his face was filled with joy, and he could barely write the word happiness on his face. Obviously, he understood that the emperor deliberately let him show off in front of his own father. "Thank you, Your Majesty, Nagasawa. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely visit Zhanda Street more times." After receiving the emperor's "as long as you understand" nod of approval, he trotted out happily, his back full of joy. Ji Chanjun looked calm on the face, but he was a little surprised in his heart. This was the first time he knew that His Majesty could actually do such a cowardly and childish thing. Sure enough, his brother was so cute that even His Majesty was attracted by it. Ji Chang's face was filled with excitement. After choosing 50 golden armored guards, his whole body became full of vigor. Since the emperor gave him the privilege, he wanted to see him happy after getting the privilege. The more he looked like this, the more satisfied he was in his heart. The biggest person in the world was standing behind him to support him. Ji Chang's had nothing to fear. He went straight out of the palace. As the first guinea pig, Zhou Railing was left in the palace for observation and leaned on the table with his chin propped up. He kind of wanted to go out, but he wasn't scared anymore, but he was bored. But Zhou Railing was not only boring, he was also timid. This is the palace, where does he dare to walk around and ask questions, so no matter how much he wants to go out, he can only sigh and continue to wait in silence. But when he thought that Ji Chang's was somewhere in the palace at the moment, just as scared and hesitant as him, Zhou Railing felt at ease again. Isn't there Ji Chang's who will bear this with him? Ah, think about it this way. I felt much better instantly. Ji Chang's, who was thought to be frightened and hesitant like a pitiful little boy, had already left the palace with great momentum. He also held the token given by the emperor in his hand. The 50 golden armored guards following him all knew that he was the leader's younger brother, and His Majesty personally ordered them to obey each other's instructions and take care of each other, so they all cooperated very well. The group of people rode horses and walked smoothly on the street. At this moment, there was no one on the street except Jin Jiai. If you took 2 steps, you could still see a pool of blood on the ground. The surroundings were very quiet, and the people did not dare to ask what was going on. The doors and windows of Jidu were closed tightly, and occasionally a few birds chirped in the sky. Other than that, the only sound left was the movement of the golden armored guards. The Jinjiai guarding the main roads all bowed respectfully and got out of the way after seeing the token presented by Ji Chang's. The journey was smooth. Soon we arrived at Yuan Street. In the home mansion on Yuan Street, Mr. Ji didn't know what was going on outside. He was extremely scared, and he was too afraid to send anyone out to see. He could only wander around the yard trying to guess for himself. Ever since Mr. Ho was addicted to having a second child, he has been shutting himself in the backyard, taking a lot of medicine, and working hard to raise a trumpet. Mr. Ji sent someone to call him, but he couldn't come. The servants in the home mansion were also frightened into chaos. Mr. Ji didn't know how to manage his servants. He himself was confused. The house is in chaos, and the outside looks dangerous. Mr. Ji, who had no one to discuss with, regretted that he shouldn't have reconciled at this moment. If there had been no reconciliation, with his wife here, he would at least have a backbone. But as soon as the thought came to his mind, he immediately pinched himself. How can you destroy your own ambition and help others gain prestige? After much thought, there was no one he could discuss with. Master Ji gritted his teeth and called his servant, "Go and call Aunt Ryu. After all, he is also a pillow person, at least he can help share the burden." Auntie Ryu, who had been left out for so long, suddenly heard the master shouting, was so happy that she thought she had finally made it through. She said that after everyone else left, it was time for her to step forward. That brat Ji Chang's also came to persuade her back then, saying that even if she went out to suffer hardships, it would be better than wearing gold and silver in the house, waiting for him to make a career. She was his aunt, and she would definitely have a good life. Ryu Aunt sneered at this. Doesn't she know what kind of character Ji Chang's is? I'm afraid she won't be able to wait for a lifetime. She's not stupid. The two broke up unhappy, and Ji Chang's even said that if she chose to stay in the home mansion, he would not show any respect to her even if he had any future prospects. And Ryu almost died laughing. Where was his acting script at that time? 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi. Are you going to put it on a loser like Ji Chang's? What is he without the home mansion? Ryu Auntie has always believed that the only woman left behind will be the woman who loves him most in the master's heart. However, there may have been some mistakes at the beginning. The master would rather go out to see his wife every day than look for her. But today, aren't they still looking for her? Seeing the dawn of victory, Aunt Ryu was overjoyed. She dressed up well and then swayed to the front yard. "Master, why are you looking for a concubine?" Mr. G was so panicked now that he didn't bother to see what Aunt Ru was wearing. He pulled her over and told her cowardly, and then asked, "Why do you think those people suddenly surrounded the street?" Such as Aunt. She was completely confused, but, maybe some adult on the street committed a crime. Mr. G glanced at the other party with disgust. "It seems that you don't understand government affairs. If any family causes trouble, they will naturally surround the house. There is no reason to surround the whole street." He quickly lost interest in Aunt Ru, and he stretched his neck and lay on his vagina to look out carefully. This golden armored guard can only be commanded by His Majesty. Could it be that something happened in the palace? He didn't know if it would implicate their home mansion. He didn't want to die so early. He hadn't taken any more concubines and had a bunch of sons and raised them up. Zhou Niang was blind and blind. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw a neat group of people passing by outside. Majestic and full of momentum. And the leader was actually his unfilial son who ran away with his aunt. "Mr. G." He rubbed his eyes, lowered his head and said, "I'm afraid my eyes are not good enough to see wrong. Ruer, come up and see who is outside." The identical penis was placed next to it. Aunt Ru climbed up with the hem of her skirt. When she looked outside, she also saw Ji Chang's. Such as Aunt. The two of them fell into a double confusion, and Ji Chang's, who was outside, raised his eyes and saw them. He waved a golden armored soldier over, whispered something into his ear, and the golden armored soldier nodded and left on horseback. Under the anxious gaze of Master Ji and Aunt Ru, the golden armored soldiers returned quickly, bringing pen and ink with them. Ji Chang's picked up the pen and wrote something unknown on every piece of paper. When he finished writing, Auntie Ru grabbed hold of him nervously. "Master, they are here, what should I do? What do Brother Ninth want to do? Why do those Jinjiai obey his words so much? Aren't the Jinjiai your Majesty's people?" "Mr. G, maybe it's not Brother Ju, but someone who looks similar." "How old is he? How could Jinjiai listen to him?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the team of golden armored guards, led by Ji Chang's, arriving in front of the home mansion. Then a row of golden armored guards raised their hands, each holding a piece of paper. Master Ji and his aunt squinted their eyes. There is one word written on each piece of paper. Mr. Ji read along word for word. "Your Majesty wants to make me a king with a different surname, a king with a different surname." He took a breath, his face full of disbelief. This line of golden armored guards retreated, and the other line of golden armored guards raised their hands, and he continued to read. "From now on, the person named G will follow me in prosperity and wealth." Another line of golden armored guards came in. "My blood relatives are all supported by me, a king with a different surname." Auntie Ru's breathing became heavier. Then, under the sight of the two people, another row of golden armored guards raised the paper in their hands. Mr. G quickly looked at it carefully. "Except, you. Mr. G. Such as Aunt. This is not over yet." The last row of golden armored guards stood up, holding the paper in their hands straight. Surprise, 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 sting, irritation, Lily is free and the fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 320. Mr. G. Such as Aunt. If you want to describe the expressions of the two people, the only way to describe it is that they knocked over the paint tray. Colorful and colorful, it's beautiful. Ji Chang's didn't think it was enough. After raising the placards one by one, he asked the golden armored soldiers to take turns playing. They stepped back and forth several times on the exciting points of Master Ji and Aunt Ru, and even jumped a few times. He could guess what the two of them were feeling. Although this trick was a bit childish, it had to be said that it was still very useful to them. Seeing the two men falling off the wall with livid faces, Ji Chang sat on his horse with satisfaction and left with 50 golden armored soldiers with a proud look on his face. He was very majestic along the way. The original residents of Yuan Street were some princes, nobles, and relatives. If there was such a commotion outside, they would send people to quietly check for the goings-on. Ji Chang's made such a big fuss, and many people saw it. However, he used to be a concubine of the Ho family. Even if he was raised by Jojo's mother, he was just a junior in the eyes of the powerful people, and no one knew him. Seeing this big drama come to an end, I felt strange. Who is this? Some servants who had some contacts with the servants of the Ho mansion recalled carefully for a long time. It seems to be the 9th young master of the Ho mansion, the one who was raised under the lap of the mistress. 9th young master. Isn't that Ji Chang's, who is not well known? When Wednesday's mother left, she took him with her. Why are His Majesty's golden armored soldiers following him? And when I just raised the word, it said that Your Majesty wants to be crowned king, right? A different surname? Or a 13-year-old boy? No one suspected that Ji Chang's was lying. The golden armored soldiers were all following him. If not for His Majesty's instructions, those golden armored soldiers would never have been so obedient. That's really strange. What kind of contribution does a 13-year-old boy have to make in order for His Majesty, who is always stingy with titles, to grant the throne to him? No matter how they speculate, everyone knows that there will not only be multiple kings with different surnames in the capital in the future, but also a huge laughing stock. How can a marquis be as high as a prince? Mr. Ji was a bastard and a profligate man who forced all his sons away. As a result, as soon as the sons left him, one of them named him a king with a different surname. If people just laughed at him before, then he has truly become a negative example and a super laughing stock. Naturally, this group of people had not realized that Ji Changjun had become the leader of the golden armored soldiers, otherwise there would have been even more people who laughed at and sympathized with Mr. Ji. If a son from other families was so promising, he would be burned in high incense. Master Ji raised a pair of unicorns, but he just watched his son end up in another family. If they were Mr. Ji, they would definitely be angry to death. These are all things for the future. Ji Chang's, who has just succeeded as a villain, soon lost interest in his opponent, Master Ji, who was defeated. Along the way, I saw that the golden armored soldiers were basically divided into groups of 10. The leader took a piece of paper, and the name of the drug store could be vaguely seen on it. This is the beginning of forcing people to buy medicines at high prices. For national affairs, even if the medicine shops are closed, the golden armor soldiers will force their way in. They will not give you any less money, but they will sell the medicine even if they don't want to sell it. Ji Chang's looked at the scene and was not too surprised. Every era has its own way of dealing with things. Although the emperor is easy to talk, fool, he has been an out-and-out wise king since he ascended the throne. Although he is not as impressive as Emperor Tianyuan, he is definitely a good emperor if he can maintain the stability of the country, let alone rise. And he also chose the best way to handle it at the moment. The medicine is concentrated, made into pills, and then distributed to the people. In order to control the spread of the epidemic, patients still have to be concentrated. At that time, those who are infected will receive one wave of medicine, and those who are not infected will receive another wave of medicine. This is the fastest and least costly solution. Ji Chang's watched as a medicine shop refused to open the door. The golden armored soldiers simply smashed the door. After the door was knocked down, an old man stood stiffly inside with an earth-colored face. Obviously, he didn't expect that the people outside who smashed the door were actually soldiers. Master Bing, I haven't done anything wrong. The leader of the golden armored soldiers waved his hand, and those golden armored soldiers who had quickly recognized the medicine immediately started searching the entire drugstore quickly. Seeing these soldiers put the needed medicines into bags and pack them quickly, it seemed that they were in a hurry. The old doctor's face twitched with distress, but he did not dare to say anything and stood aside with his hands tied. He could only comfort himself that fortunately these soldiers did not take away all the medicinal materials, and the loss was not too great. People safe is good. Just as he was comforting himself, he saw the golden armored soldiers who had collected the medicinal materials standing together. Each of them took out a scale, put the medicinal materials upwards, and quickly counted them. The leading golden armored soldier made a few calculations with his abacus, took out the silver from his pocket and placed it on the table. The market price of these medicinal materials can only be 20 taels at most. Here is 100 taels. Just keep it. The old man was confused at first, and then he was happy. Then the expression on his face hesitated again, and he looked carefully at the row of people in front of him. Master Jun, how dare I ask for your money? These medicinal materials are just for you. Why do you talk so much nonsense? I'll give it to you. The golden armored soldier became impatient. This is your Majesty's decree. Now the imperial court wants to use these medicinal materials, but your Majesty is a wise king. How can you compete with the people for profit? All the medicinal materials to be used by the imperial court have been spent by it for 5 times the price, just keep the money. In the past, maybe if the old doctor said that he should be filial to them, they would just accept it. But this time the situation is different. All this money came from His Majesty's private treasury in order to prevent the people from suffering a loss. If this love for the people is destroyed by them, I am afraid that even the execution of the entire family will not be able to quell His Majesty's anger. What's more, the young master of the Ji family specially prepared a decoction for them to prevent Tianyuan disease under His Majesty's order, and each of them got 5 more portions. After drinking the medicine, you won't be afraid of contracting the disease again. The golden armored soldiers also have families. The sooner this medicine is given to their families, the more at ease they will be able to work. Your Majesty is so considerate, how could they not do things properly to show His Majesty their loyalty to the Emperor? Ji Chang's finished watching the excitement and saw the old doctor looking overjoyed after waiting for the golden armor soldiers to leave, and nodded with satisfaction. He turned around and asked the Jinjiabing who was following him, if any of you know the Jinjiabing who went to Li's shop, please help me ask the Li family's reaction when the time comes. I'd be very grateful, brother. All the golden armored soldiers knew that the reason why His Majesty ordered the medicine to be replaced at 5 times the price was because of the suggestion of this young master of the Ji family. And the reason for his proposal can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. Ji Chang's wanted to take revenge on the scholar who openly insulted his mother. The scholar's family is not considered poor, but it is not considered powerful either. The only profitable asset is a drug store. He himself is busy attacking people everywhere every day, so the money earned by the store is not much. I have lost such a big opportunity to make money, and I can only watch others getting rich, and I will definitely feel sick in my heart. Don't worry, Master Ji. The brother who went to that street was personally arranged by the leader. After saying that, I sighed in my heart. Their leader has always been ruthless and decisive in his actions, but this is the first time I have seen him take this kind of little revenge seriously. It shows that the leader is also a filial person, and secondly, he really loves his younger brother. Otherwise, according to the leader's temper, it would be possible to drag the scholar out and break his legs, and there would be no trouble in cutting the flesh with such a slow knife. When the group arrived at the western suburbs, there were far fewer golden armored soldiers there. After all, Jinjiabing is divided according to the number of streets. There are fewer people in the western suburbs and they live more widely. The streets are not crisscrossed like in the city. The 2 streets are very far apart. Under such circumstances, there were many people walking around outside who had not received the news. Ji Chang's alone saw more than a dozen people who were caught by the golden armored soldiers. Fortunately, the golden armored soldiers now all know that the medicine has been prepared, and they are not as worried about the enemy as before. After catching these common people, they were not too angry and just let them go home. If you just let one go and the other person sneaks out again soon, then don't worry about them being rude. Catch them all and take them away. Epidemic prevention in the city is not just about drinking soup and medicine, there is a lot more to it. After all, the golden armored soldiers are soldiers. They have to patrol and check everywhere. When there are not enough manpower, those who are disobedient and run around will be turned away. Going to work. The golden armored soldier who followed Ji Chang's on the way here explained, but he didn't take it to heart and just glanced over there casually. As a result, at this glance, I saw a pretty figure talking anxiously to the golden armored soldier. He immediately stopped the horse and stretched his neck to look over there. Isn't that his fiancée? After Ji Chang's came, he also sent jewelry to the Gao family several times. The girls of the Gao family were probably a little afraid of him, so they hid in the house when he came. The elders of the Gao family also knew the whole story of the engagement. On the one hand, they didn't like Ji Chang's, a libertine who wantonly ruined their daughter's reputation. On the other hand, because of the engagement, they were afraid that the other party would treat their daughter badly in the future, so they had to force themselves to smile. Ji Chang saw it, so he just pretended to be stupid and pretended that he didn't understand. If the original owner did those things, if it were his daughter who suffered from these things, he would be angry. Naturally, when Jojo's mother paid the betrothal gift, she couldn't have said to others, "Don't worry about it. My son just thought your daughter was pretty, so he couldn't help teasing her a few times." The excuse she made was, "I'm really sorry that my son was drunk and was not clear-headed, so he bumped into your daughter. I already reprimanded him severely. When he sobered up, he was very regretful and ashamed, and immediately expressed his hope to marry your daughter." It's just that no matter how good the excuse was, from the perspective of the Gao family, it was because their family had no intention of clinging to any powerful people, but as a result, their daughter was taken advantage of by a dude while walking on the street. For the sake of their daughter's reputation, they had to hold their noses and admit their marriage to the dandy. Then, others would not know the inside story and would envy them sourly for marrying the prince. It's really a tight breath stuck in the chest. I can't swallow it or spit it out. It can force a person to death. Under such circumstances, if they could still smile at Ji Chang's, it was like the Holy Father was still alive. Thinking about it, Ji Chang's felt aggrieved for his old father-in-law. "Master Ji, what are you looking at?" Ji Chang's raised his chin in that direction. "My future wife." Oh. All the golden armored soldiers knew that Master Ji, who was highly regarded by His Majesty, came specifically to see his fiancée's house. It just happened to happen. Isn't it a coincidence? Seeing that Master Ji's future fiancée seemed to be stopped by those golden armored soldiers, she was saying something anxiously, and one of the golden armored soldiers was about to go forward to negotiate. He was grabbed by the leader. "Boss, why are you holding me back? Master Ji's fiancée is obviously in trouble, and we have to go help." The golden armored soldier who held him looked at the young man in front of him speechlessly. "Look at how reckless you are. Master Ji is already here, so you are still being used to pretend to be a hero. Such a good opportunity for a hero to save a beauty must of course be reserved for Master Ji. His Majesty appointed them and asked them to accompany Master Ji here, isn't it just to make him look good in front of his fiancée?" Before leaving, His Majesty specifically spoke to them, hinting and making things clear. This requires a lot of attention to allow your steady Majesty to do such a young thing. The young golden armored soldier suddenly realized. The remaining golden armored soldiers also reacted. At this moment, they calmly raised their chests and raised their heads, trying to be a good backdrop for Master Ji's pretense. Ji Chang's didn't expect that there would be so many scenes of golden armored soldiers behind him, so he stepped forward on his horse, reached Miss Gao's side neatly, and then turned over and dismounted. He bowed to his peers first and then asked, "Miss Gao, what's going on?" Gao Lamo was startled by the sudden sound next to him. After calming down for a second, he turned his head and saw it was Ji Chang's. His face immediately showed fright and he subconsciously took a step back. Ji Chang's also knew that the original owner had scared people before, so he took a step forward shamelessly. "What happened? You are not allowed to move outside now. Why haven't you gone home yet? Do you want me to take you back?" Gao Lamo also realized that Ji Chang's and her were engaged now, and it didn't matter if they talked openly. It's just that she always felt awkward in her heart. She always felt that Ji Chang's was a libertine. Now that he asked, she could only answer, "My father is sick, and I want to go out and find a doctor for him." The golden armored soldier who was in charge of guarding didn't recognize Ji Chang's when he saw him. When Ji Chang's took out his badge, his face relaxed. As the golden armored soldiers who were sent to the front line and could get sick and die at any time, they were the first to breathe a sigh of relief when they learned that someone had developed a drug to treat Tianyuan disease. In addition, this man is actually the leader's younger brother, and His Majesty has personally promised to make him king, so the soldiers in gold armor are disrespectful to him. It turns out it's Master Ji. This girl's father is sick and wants to go out to see a doctor. But as you know, Master Ji, His Majesty personally ordered that no one else can go out except those who have taken the token, so I'm afraid this girl is. Seeing the embarrassment on Jin Jiabing's face, Ji Chang's expressed his understanding. "It's your duty too, I understand." He turned to look at Gao Lamo. "Miss Gao, I can also treat diseases. Why don't you let me go and see my uncle?" Gao Lamo showed hesitation on his face. "After all, doctors are all common people, and I have never heard of a young master studying medicine." The golden armored soldier who was responsible for guarding the street saw this and hurriedly helped. "Girl, Master Ji's medical skills are something that His Majesty is proud of. Instead of going to the doctor outside, you might as well ask Master Ji to look at your father." "Your Majesty is boasting?" Gao Lamo's eyes were almost filled with confusion. She was engaged to Ji Chang's, so her family would naturally help her find out what kind of person he was. They listened to the romantic gossip in the past, and later they were forced to do so by their father, and they had no choice but to listen to it. After that, Zhou Niang took her concubine and concubine He Li away and listened again. But the medical skills were something I had never heard of before. But the golden armor soldiers would never lie to her. She thought of her frail father at home, and then looked at the young boy in front of her who was not drunk and smiling. Gao Lamo still nodded slowly and hesitantly. "Thank you very much, Master Ji. Jin Jiai wouldn't help Ji Chang's to deceive people, would he?" Ji Chang's lowered his head and glanced at the dirt on Gao La's shoes. It could be seen that the other party must have run out in a hurry in a very urgent situation. He was wearing embroidered shoes specially made for the house. The soles were light and thin. It was not known whether the soles of Gao Lamo's feet were injured while running out like this. He asked the golden armored guard behind him to lead the horse forward. "Miss Gao, there are a lot of stones along the way. Can you sit on the horse?" Gao Lai refused at first, but later seeing Ji Chang's firm attitude, he cautiously got on the horse. After sitting on the horse, his feet that had been on the hard ground could finally take a breather. Gao Lamo was not so nervous anymore, and then he noticed the pain in the soles of his feet. When he looked down, he saw the mud on his embroidered shoes. He didn't even know where he got them while he was running. There was a hole on the edge of his right shoe, revealing a bit of muddy skin inside. Being so embarrassed outside, Gao Lamo's face suddenly turned red, and he quickly and carefully closed the embroidered shoes, trying not to expose them. But in this way, you need to use your calves hard, and if you can't step on the pedals underneath, it's easy to sit unsteadily. Although Gao Lamo can ride a horse, he can only ride it once in a while when he goes out with his family to play, and it's not very good at all. Force. She could care about one end but not that end, and she could not care about that end but not this one. She was embarrassed for a while, and she didn't dare to raise her head. Ji Chang's raised his eyes and saw his fiancée's dilemma, so he untied his cloak and handed it to her. "Miss Gao, it's cold outside, please put on your cloak." Although Gao Lamo is a little older than Ji Chang's, women tend to be shorter than men. In addition, Ji Chang's insists on playing 5 animals every day, practicing martial arts from time to time, and occasionally cooking various medicinal meals for himself. At this age, he is already when his height skyrocketed, he did this and looked much taller than Gao Lamo. His cloak fell on the other party, naturally covering her tightly. Gao Lamo also knew this. Looking at the black cloak trimmed with gold and full of exquisiteness and preciousness, he whispered his thanks. Carefully taking it and tying it on her body, the cloak covered her completely, including the embroidered shoes. Finally, she no longer had the trouble of being inappropriate outside, and she was truly relieved. The rejection towards Ji Chang's was also slightly less. With my heart relaxed, I had time to find out that Ji Chang's was very unusual and had 50 golden armored guards with him. Gao Lamo was curious, but she felt that she was not familiar with Ji Chang's, and she was still a little afraid of each other. She obviously wanted to know something in her heart, but she could only hold it in and not ask. She was also worried about whether her father's illness could be cured, whether Ji Chang's would feel embarrassed if he was not cured, and whether she would be willing to help her find a doctor. After thinking about this, I secretly looked at the expression on Ji Chang's face 6 or 7 times along the way. Ji Chang's noticed it and just pretended not to see it. Otherwise, if he raised his eyes and looked at each other, Gao Lamo's curiosity would probably turn into fright. As for what the golden armored guards, who had been silently acting as show-offs all the way, were secretly looking forward to, Master Ji and his fiancée would develop a relationship. The other person is not yet 15 years old this year. Although he is good-looking, his temperament, body shape and appearance are clearly that of a child who has not yet grown up. Perhaps because the Gao family has a small population and the Gao family loves her, she is not as mature as her peers who feel they have grown up, but more like an older student in modern times. Ji Chang's just wanted to communicate with the other party about college homework and which little book was good. But it was precisely because at this time Gao Lamo was still a relatively naive and easy to coax girl. She had been frightened before when a strange man suddenly touched her hand on the street. At this moment, Ji Chang's, who had become her fiancé, was helping her, and there were so many golden armored soldiers beside her, so the vigilance and defense in her heart unconsciously decreased. She was even more grateful to Ji Chang's who was willing to help her. It's no wonder that the Gao family is so opposed to their daughter marrying into a wealthy family. If such a character really enters a powerful family with a complex population and internal strife, there will be no bones left that haven't been eaten. When he arrived at Gao's house, Gao Lamo was about to turn over and dismount cautiously. Just as he was thinking about how to be more stable, a glove was handed over to him. Ji Chang's held up the iron glove and pretended not to see Gao Lamo's confused expression. "Miss Gao, just hold on to this glove and come down." Gao Lamo nodded quickly and held on to the glove. In fact, the glove was in Ji Chang's palm. This was equivalent to using his fiancée's strength to dismount. Just through the gloves, there was no skin contact, and Gao Lamo felt more relaxed. As Ji Chang said before, the Gao family is a very ordinary small courtyard. The wall is so ordinary that it is like a decoration. It is so short that there is no need to climb at all. Taller people can just jump over it with their legs. But apparently the short Gao Lamo didn't notice this and knocked on the door. A vigilant female voice immediately came from the door, "Who?" Gao Lamo also shouted after the thief, "Mom, it's me." After she finished shouting, she suddenly realized that there were a bunch of golden armored soldiers behind her, and she didn't have to worry about any bad guys. Xiao Xiao felt confident and her voice returned to its normal volume. "Open the door quickly, I'm bringing someone back." After a while, the courtyard door opened. As soon as Ji Chang saw Mrs. Gao who opened the door, he knew why an unmarried woman at the end of Gao ran out to find the doctor alone. Mrs. Gao was on crutches and her legs and feet were obviously injured. When he saw Ji Chang's and a bunch of golden armored soldiers standing outside, his expression was also stunned. "Master Ji? Why are you here?" Although she tried very hard to show welcome, Ji Chang's could still feel that the other person's first reaction after seeing him was rejection. After all, he is basically forcing his daughter to marry him. He had such a reputation before, so it's no wonder that a mother likes him. Ji Chang's had to keep a distance from Gao Lamo, but not from his mother-in-law. He explained in a few words, "Isn't it a mess outside? I thought my uncle and aunt had few people at home, so I came to see if there was anything I could do to help." After finishing speaking, he asked, "Aunt, what are you?" "It's nothing serious." The golden armored soldiers were surrounding the street before. A group of thieves thought they were here to catch them. They had no way to escape. They climbed into our yard and wanted to force us to help them cover up. If we didn't agree, they would take action. I sprained my foot while fighting them. When the future son-in-law heard this, he was obviously very angry. "It's so shameless. You dare to commit such a bold crime. Auntie, where are those little thieves now? I will definitely vent my anger on you." Mrs. Gao leaned on crutches and pointed outside the wall. "I threw it outside. I don't know if it has escaped now." Ji Chang's immediately said, "No problem, I'll let people chase them right now," and sent 10 golden armored soldiers out. In less than a minute, as soon as they entered the yard, the golden armored soldiers dragged 5 people back. All 5 of these people had bruises on their noses and faces, bruises all over their bodies, their eyes were turned white, and they had obviously fainted. Ji Chang's was very surprised. "You are quite serious?" "Soldiers in golden armor, this was not our fault. When we went there, they were just fainting against the wall." Ji Chang's, "Oh." Gao Lamo explained with some pride, "My mother should have knocked them unconscious when she threw them down. Master Ji, could you please send them to the official? My mother and I also wanted to send them to the official before, but my father was ill. This time we can only throw people out." Ji Chang's, "Even though my uncle is ill, he is still brave enough to fight against thieves. I admire him so much." Gao Lamo, "The thieves were not beaten away by my father. My father has been ill for some days and has been resting. My mother beat them away." As she spoke, she became proud of her mother again. Those thieves saw that they were gangsters running around nearby. They probably also saw that our family had a small population and our father was sick, so they wanted to take advantage of the situation. But they were wrong. Our family, although there are few people, they are not easy to bully. Upon hearing this, the faces of the golden armored guards all froze. I thought that young Master Ji would be embarrassed because his mother-in-law ran away from the thief. Unexpectedly, the young master of the Ji family was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up with admiration. He looked at Mrs. Gao and exclaimed, "Auntie, are you going to beat 5 of them by yourself? Oh my God! How powerful is this martial arts? Are you practicing internal martial arts or external martial arts? Do you want to practice it since you were a child? Look at what I'm practicing now, is it still possible?" As he spoke, he rolled up the thick sleeves with difficulty, exposing his arms underneath, eager to ask, "Auntie, do you know how to read the bones? What do you think of this junior's bones? How long will it take to practice to be as good as you? The golden armored guards. Young master, your focus is wrong, right? Aren't you supposed to be shocked that Ms Gao is a female prostitute but is full of martial arts skills and is not a woman at all? Why are you still discussing the basics? Ms Gao was also stunned. She never expected that Ji Chang's would react like this. She didn't react, and her words were stuttering. This needs to be practiced since childhood. You are the young master of the Ho family, how can you still be interested in this kind of brute force that is difficult to achieve elegance? What did Ant say? Ji Chang's had an expression on his face. How could you be so arrogant about yourself? Learning martial arts can strengthen your body and prolong your life. What's more, none of the soldiers who go to the battlefield to protect their families and the country have not learned martial arts. Learning martial arts is to protect their families and the country, and it should be respected. Look at the golden armored guards behind me, these are all to protect His Majesty and the imperial city. Don't they all learn martial arts? Auntie, you have such ability, how can you blame yourself for being able to teach a daughter as good as Miss Gao? He seemed to be extremely envious. I only regret that my father did not allow me to learn martial arts when I was a child, otherwise I would also like to be like my aunt and become a powerful knight. Ms Gao was both happy and embarrassed by his boast. She coughed dryly and said, I'm not a chivalrous person. I'm just practicing for fun. Hey. Auntie, please don't be modest. Look at those 5 thieves. Fortunately, they met Auntie. If they went to someone else's yard, they might have done some evil deeds of murder and robbery. You got rid of them. You are doing harm to the people, and the county government should commend you. Ms Gao thought about it, and it seemed so. But in the end, he was still blown away and felt weak. Why, it's as powerful as he said. Ji Chang's looked at Ms Gao, who was leaning on crutches and was secretly happy to be blown away by the rainbow fart, and his face was full of flattery. Isn't this amazing? It's better than many officials can fight. Whether you are going out or traveling far away, with this martial arts, you can save your life. Ms Gao nodded. Isn't it? When the master passed the exam and she followed him to Beijing, they were both poor and had no money to stay in a hotel, so they could only live in a dilapidated temple. On the road, she met several groups of villains, and when she saw that only 2 of them wanted to kill people and steal things, Ms Gao was beaten to the level of a second-class disabled person. If she hadn't had this ability, it would have been different whether the couple could have gone to the capital alive. Seeing that she agreed, Ji Chang struck while the iron was hot. I can only regret that I didn't have a martial arts master when I was a child. Now that I'm older, there is no martial arts master willing to teach me. I can only practice blindly by myself every day, hoping that I can practice in the right place. Well, even if you are only 1/10 of my aunt's ability, you don't have to be afraid of thieves in the future. Ms Gao smiled tenderly, feeling very comforted by the praise. Seeing that Ji Chang's had no way to find a teacher, she thought again that the man was also her future son-in-law, and waved her hand. What's so difficult about this? You and I are already related. If you want to practice martial arts in the future, just come to me. My aunt can't do it, so I can teach you how to do it. Seeing what he said, Ji Chang's eyes shone with excitement, and he looked like he wanted to use his sword and gun immediately. Ms Gao felt very comfortable. Everyone in the world thinks that women should be weak and completely dependent on their husbands. If a man is strong in martial arts, he is called a hero, and if a woman knows some kung fu, she is called a savage. Even though she was born in a village and had a scholar father who seemed to have transcended class in the eyes of ordinary people, because she was good at martial arts, those people thought that she must be a rich person and her marriage would be very difficult. Later, she got married to Mr. Gao, who was elegant and talented and had achieved fame. At that time, she was often criticized by others, who thought she was superior to him and looked down upon her in words. Mrs. Gao suffered a lot in this regard. When she was in the boudoir, she could still ignore it. Now that she is married, for the sake of her husband, she has to stop showing force outside after arriving in the capital. She only occasionally closes the door at home when her hands are itchy. Practice. When she saw Ji Chang's just now, she also wanted to see if he cared about this aspect. After all, strangers are okay with each other. If they are married, the relationship will be close. Even if they don't tell each other, the past things will always reach each other's ears. Rather than being confused by both sides then, it is better to talk things out now. I just didn't expect that Ji Chang's was actually a martial arts fanatic. She didn't think that women shouldn't practice martial arts, nor did she think that Mrs. Gao was too tough to fight off 5 thieves by herself, but she was filled with admiration and admiration. While Mrs. Gao had something to worry about, her favorability towards Ji Chang's, who no longer called her aunt, but only shouted master, master, yes, sword. The relationship between the two of them was like a rocket. In an instant, the situation between the future son-in-law and the future mother-in-law, who were not very familiar with each other, went straight to that of a master and apprentice with similar interests. After a round of chatting, Ji Chang's went into the room to see the condition of the unconscious Master Gao. It wasn't Tianyuan disease as he had suspected before, but it was still a troublesome one. Fortunately, he got a lot of medicinal materials from the palace this time and cooked them directly in the Gao family's pot. My uncle will be able to reduce his fever after drinking this medicine. Once the fever subsides, it will be no big deal. His illness is not a big deal to others, but my uncle is already weak. He may have been dealing with too many official duties recently and has been a little nervous. The illness has come. It's like a mountain falling, that's why it's so serious. Mrs. Gao nodded her head when she heard this. Gao Lamo carefully boiled the medicine next to her. While boiling, she looked hesitantly at Ji Chang's, who didn't look like a doctor at all. Master Ji, can you do that? I had never heard of him seeing a doctor before. Mrs. Gao had some doubts at first, until Ji Chang's gave her a silk scan and accurately revealed the hidden wounds left in her body in her early years. Suddenly, those doubts disappeared. Nagaze, where did you learn medicine? I've never heard of it. Ji Chang's lowered his head slightly, deftly passed the blame to Master Ji, and said in a disappointed tone, my father didn't like me studying medicine, just like he didn't like my love of martial arts, so I didn't dare to say anything. Later, my mother took me out of the house, and I dare. Mrs. Gao has heard a lot of gossip about their family, and now that the person involved is acting like this, she is even more convinced. Really? After all, he was considered a father-in-law. She couldn't say anything, so she could only say, don't be too sad. Fortunately, your mother has taken you out now, and your life will naturally be better in the future. A child who is so sincere about practicing martial arts must be a good child who can live a good life. Master Gao drank the medicine and woke up soon. Mrs. Gao didn't say anything on her face, but she was always worried about her husband in her heart. When she heard that he was awake, she hurried to the house. Inside the house, Master Gao watched his daughter go out and smiled weakly at his wife. Madam, are you worried about me? I heard that the young master of the Ji family is here too. I can't get up today and can't deal with him. No matter how disgusted he is and doesn't want to see him, he still has to endure his temper for the sake of our daughter. Just pretend, thank you madam. Mrs. Gao glanced at her husband inexplicably, what are you talking about? Who said I don't hate Nagasawa? Who wouldn't like such a good child? Master Gao. Mrs. Gao sighed, what a pity, it's a son-in-law. If he is my son, then our mother and son are really, but it's the same, the son-in-law is also the half-son. Master Gao. Mrs. Gao, hey, sir, Tell me, what should we do for such a good son-in-law? Master Gao. He was completely confused. What should I do if my wife goes crazy after an illness? Behi free and fastest update, no anti-theft, no anti-theft.